ain't going live before because I got put them on backwards. Okay. Still good. I'll put it on backwards. fuck is going on? Shit supposed to come on. There. What the fuck? What a paper. Oh, damn, boy. Hey, check that YouTube for me, please. Go on YouTube. Go. I asked you to do something you can't do.
I don't have you
Well,
on YouTube.
I'm live, so you go search my name. Don't worry, I have it. I have it.
I don't even know.
Stop! I'm live.
What is your name?
Nothing.
You don't even pop up when I was.
Okay, don't do it.
Look up at the screen. Look up.
Go in the living room and see if you can hear me good. Oh, yeah. Yes. I see. I can't find it. I see. I can't find it. See, I can't find it. Hold on. Just stay on there. Sorry. Just stay on there. Sorry. That's better. Speaker. It's doing that because you in here around the microphone. That's why I asked you to go in the living room, please. I'm just trying to get testing my shit out. I can't do it myself. I can't get on my own shit. Can you hear me real good, Tiffany? No lagging. Now can you hear the video again?
Say something. Like lagging.
Still. So just now you can hear it.
The game, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
No.
You can hear both. You
Yeah.
you can hear the game and me now.
No, not the game. No, just you.
Yeah, I'm talking. Can you hear me? Huh? I'm talking. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm talking. Can you hear me? And can you hear the game and hear me at the same time?
game.
I'm playing something. Me not talking, you should be able to hear this game loading. So why you tell me? You got the ignorance. Let me know if you can still hear. The reason why it's echoing because you by the mic.
Shoot a gun or something.
Okay, it's loading. Do you hear me pressing? Hold on, it's loading. Did you hear that?
Shoot a gun.
All right. I gotta go outside. Hold on. You hear it? I'm shooting it. You don't hear it? That's me clicking. Hold on. You hear it now? Hold on. Okay. Now you hear it. You hear it now, don't you? But I bet you if I do this, you'll hear me. You hear me now, don't you? Now can you hear me? Can you hear the game now? Okay. But you can hear it now, though, can't you? You can hear me in the game now, right?
The priorities are to locate Espinoza and get that shade node reactivated. Isaac will guide you where you need to go. Espinoza reported a substantial hyena presence.
You hear it
We
now?
don't know exactly what they're doing here.
Huh?
But assume they're going to be in your way.
All right. What the fuck? What game we go to? What the fuck is you scared of, Kim? You so corrupt. Ain't nobody coming in here. The fuck? You in the fucking country. Ain't nobody coming in here on you. We done been all the way to Peoria and left these houses and stuff. We don't lock our doors. Ain't nobody coming in here. But I will get a key tomorrow since you scared. I will get a key tomorrow since you scared. Fuck. What? Oh, yeah. chick for real. I'm tripping. Well, y'all fucked up. Man, we all fucked up, but y'all, man, y'all crazy. Ooh, ain't nobody coming in here. That's scared. Just leave. Go down the car. Walk over to Gladys. Shit. God damn. How you gonna stay on your own shit? Man, oh, fucks me up. Let me stop. Y'all be tripping. Oh my shit. Okay, I know what's going on now. So we have to lock the door because we don't have a key. Just fucking common sense, bro. How you cut these motherfuckers on? I got them plugged up. Yo. That goes into that. That's probably the term goes into this. Fuck y'all, the police around this motherfucker. And I see. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Let's see that.
No, I get flash things.
I don't know how. I'm trying to figure it out now, Tim. Gotta say something. I don't want to know. So this is like the that light. I need to. Um, so now I can put all this around that shit. I just got a job. Hey, jeez. Ah, man. Like a boogeyman. So, well, y'all tweaking.
Hi, did you take your
This city is a dangerous place. Don't walk the streets unarmed. Take care out there. And look out for each other.
So you got to download an app, and then you can put these in there. Dude, I gotta hang them up. I'm gonna hang them up some kind of way. I'm gonna stick them on the outside of there. And they do all kind of shit. Yeah, they do all kind of shit. But I gotta figure out how I can get this microphone and that webcam right there to might go watch that dude again. Cause now I got the whole setup. I just have to go watch him. Motherfuckers just know how to shop. We shop at Goodwills and thrift shops. You know what I mean? Stuff that costs hundreds of dollars, I'm only paying $25 for. It look expensive. Yeah. You look at how much did that mic cost? Did you ever see?
No, I want to get no service.
It's called MAONO podcasting microphone.
M-A what?
MAONO
Okay.
podcasting microphone.
$239.
$239? Huh?
Yeah.
$239. I paid what? I paid $35 for it. Yeah. That HDMI port shit. I ain't no telling how much them shits cost. That's a. You know how much she's scared. Bitch, if you don't check, boy, shit your bitch ass up. I don't know where you gonna put the fan.
I'll put some on.
You can't clear that shit up. Yeah, I'm scared of it. Nobody coming up in here. You ain't got to be that shit on you. She live in the city. She up here. Where ain't nothing but fucking part of that.
Yes, the daddy and the dude that was questioning. Oh.
She got our whole car, all the doors open and everything, and we're gonna leave it like that for the whole night, cause it got mold, we in and out. And we ain't worried about a bitch ass thing. If somebody come get what they gonna do, crawl up in the bitch and look in the inside and go on about they goddamn people. Nobody studying that shit. We not in the city. All my shit been out there in the backyard all summer long. Nobody want that regular ass shit. All this shit come from the pawn shop and the Goodwill. What the fuck? Nobody want that this regular ass shit. It look good, but the shit raggedy. Come from the goddamn Goodwill. Every fucking thing we got, we done bought it off somebody, or got it out of a pawn shop, or out of fucking Goodwill or secondhand store. Besides these TVs and this camera. Oh, we done stole it. Alright, well, that's it. This shit regular. And as soon as we get it here, where it falls apart. I got tape on every fucking thing I got. Don't know how to work this shit. I'm gonna go to bed now.
You didn't want no food?
No. Fuck some food. Yeah, I'm hungry. She's so fucking retarded. She's a little dumb ass. She need to take for real. My sister fucked up. Yeah. I just let it happen. I'm not a babysitter. That's one thing I'm not.
You got all this stuff at the end of this bed.
What big?
What's all this stuff right here? What? You just gonna come push me off the fucking way.
So those are mine.
No, I moved yours over. I sure did.
That's how we slept. When this bed was like this left, that's how we slept. And you back on your right side of the bed. What? What's up?
They got the sandwiches now instead of the sliders. They got the sliders and just got the sandwiches now.
Oh, they still got that mango lemonade shit. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Now that clock ain't right. I gotta reset it. You unplugged it.
Come on. I can't see now. Man, your big body ass. So your back is 32 inches.
No.
Ooh, I'm gonna get on you. I'm glad I'm watching this YouTube shit. We're left off here.
These weekends.
Witnessed my first murder actually right here in this front yard, but one of the guys got shot in the face right here. No, June 2nd, 2009, it was a sweep.
We them big back motherfuckers like you.
Witnessed my first murder actually right here in this front yard, but one of the guys got shot in the face right here. No, June 2nd, 2009, it was a sweep. You couldn't tell a square or nothing. My little brother in jail for murder with police officers, but like the evidence showed that neither one of the weapons could have killed the officer, and we just want a fair trial. Anita Alvarez with the state attorney in, give my brother 125 years for a crime that they know he didn't commit. I want 63rd to be known for something other than the BS of the song. We not for 63rd, man. It's about those messages and those conversations that we send across the world to impact the world. Don't let these shorties inherit the things from the past. We're gonna pass out these paragraphs on 63rd to ask. No, we still on the corners of the you always got to be able to reach the people. The people is what made me. I wouldn't be where I'm at if it wasn't for the very people that watch me, that see me, that show me love. Corporate put in a lot of work to build this brand. I just was blessed to be a part of it. This brand is a brand that completely supports this community. And like you said, put a brand on your back that actually means something. Shout out to Jerk 48. They was a part of the first food giveaway we ever did. Shout out to Jerk 48. You supporting the real establishment that's for the community.
Looks could be deceiving. Just because how they look, don't necessarily mean they don't know nothing.
See this? You better don't blink. You'll miss it. They say me and you like Shaq and Kobe out there. They say we like Shaq and Kobe. Shout out to Shaq.
Look, this is the eye of the trenches.
Welcome to the Game Changer Pass. Game Changers player-led and player-tested bat rating system to help athletes find the right bat for them. We hosted a dynamic mix of high school All-American and collegiate.
60 seconds of Carolina, man. Where it all started for me. Born and raised, never moved, never changed. This granny crib right here.
You say this granny crib?
Yeah, this granny crib. She retired. Her and my granddaddy worked hard and get fit. It's the only piece of property we did now own. You know what I'm saying?
Wow, so she owned over here.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely.
So you say 62nd and Polina where it all started. So this really all you know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So what this mean in your heart, bro?
It means letting people see the change, letting people see the change is possible. All the traumas of our face, all the people that are lost, not letting their name go in vain, really having a purpose to uplift and keep their name alive in a righteous way. You know, so it's everything to me, bro. Like I went through a lot in this neighborhood, and I never thought I would make it out. Like, to be honest, I thought I was going to go to jail once upon a time. So to be in the place I'm in now, man, it's a blessing. I don't take that for granted.
Yeah, you spoke on that word change, bro. So growing up and take it back to when you was a child, how was it? Like,
Well, I witnessed my first murder actually right here in the front yard. My uncle was building the fence, and I had to be about 4 years old. So he was building the fence, and about 3-4 guys came fast, and they got to breaking the fence, kicking the fence. So he get into self-defense on him and his wife. His wife had a little knife, he had a machete. And I'm just on the court screaming. My mama and them, when he get out, he go through the time, he come home. I'm like, I know what happened. He like, you don't know something about it, you don't know what happened. I go in my room on the radio, on the carpet, and get machete and show it to him. So I seen death at a very young age.
You said yes.
And also, I show you some bushes right there.
I was wondering, are they called the Fiesta
One of the guys
balls?
got shot in the face right here.
With the rice, chicken,
and all types
that's
of
what they call.
Got shot right here, getting chased through the
Two
game,
of the full ones
which was
with the chicken steak
another
and
crazy.
shrimp
So
and
just
vegetables.
all
Hey,
that
rice.
piled into one, bro. I had to be, they say break the cycle. I had to break the cycle, bro.
And the
So when my
cheese.
brother went to jail, like I vowed in, like had to June 2nd, 2009, we lost Aloe, April 4th, 2008. Like, you know what I'm saying? Him, his mom, and his daddy got killed that month. That was my first time seeing 3 cats. And so it's like, yeah, man. So going through that, and then my brother getting locked up, I knew my son was due in September. I'm like, man, I can't crash out. I can't go this route that, you know, we so accustomed to going. All we know, so many people, you ain't get no get back, you ain't no money, you ain't active. I took that the chin, like, man, you're right. I'm not. It ain't worth it. Once I realized it wasn't worth it, and I ain't want that vicious cycle to keep continuing with me. I ain't want no blood on my hands, and I changed everything. Changed who I hung with, where I went, you know, and that's the beginning of that, bro.
wow, you say that's the beginning. That's a whole lot for a beginning.
Yeah, brother.
So how old are you now, family?
I'm 37, bro.
You say 37?
Yes, sir.
Wow, so 37, like that's a blessing to make it as like, especially coming from 62nd to Polina.
Absolutely, and have your mind like, cause there's a lot of my brothers my age who mind so trapped in it they can't escape it, bro. Like even if they wanted to, like I've had people come to me like, I appreciate what you want. I wish I could do that, and I'd be like, damn, like they really gone. You know what I'm saying? Mentally. So it's like just having that understanding, man. And I always learn, like my grandfather said, knowledge is everlasting. Like I always would be willing to learn, be open to new things. Man, it's a big world outside of the block, bro.
It's a big world outside of the block.
Absolutely.
You know, you say it's a big world outside of the block, but I'm pretty sure this block taught you everything the world can give you.
Absolutely, man. It's
So-
prepared me for a lot, bro.
So what's the biggest lesson you learned on this block, family?
To be myself. Never try to be something else because of what I go through or what it feel like or what I see everybody else doing. Like even up to me getting shot, like, you know, bro shot in the air, I'm like, give me the gun. He's like, nah, bro. And then after the fact, he told me like that ain't you. That ain't never been you. Like you don't have to do that. Like you've been going to work, going to school, and then he lost his life July 4th, 2013. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, it's a lot that fueled me making that change. It wasn't just I just woke up and I was this perfect person. I had it all figured out. Hell no, it was tough, bro. I remember one point in time before my son was going, I was working 2 jobs, going to school, I'm sleeping on the train, like grinding, you know what I'm saying? Just to make sure that I didn't make the same mistake. So even with getting my GED,
I don't eat that food in the ice cream
I'm
cone.
gonna bump into him a little bit later, but when I first got my GED, it was after I looked at it. And I was like, instead of me putting it on bro, doing the same thing, or even in the mindset of doing the same thing, I'm like, man, I'm gonna do something different. When I got my GED, I'm probably out of all my homies, probably I said about 5 or what's out of 30. They got it. If it's 5, if it's even 5, it might be like 2 or 3. I ain't gonna lie.
So what made you different? Because you went through all these trials and tribulations, and you had every reason to break. What kept you from breaking?
When I started understanding pain, when I started understanding trauma, you know what I'm saying? Throw that as well, bro. When I started understanding pain and trauma and what it meant and how important it was for me to not continue it, you know what I'm saying? So like the pain will really push me to know like, damn, it hurt. It don't feel good. And to speak up on it, you know what I'm saying? To try to be different. It wasn't easy. I ain't gonna say it's a cakewalk. There was a lot of people that probably looked at me like, man, you crazy as hell until they think the movement like the unity movement. So a brother like Golden Child started stepping in strength and really making it known. Like I was down myself at first, bro. Like I used to really think I was on deaf ears. Like, man, I'm preaching, I'm doing all this. Any shorty that know me from the land know like Twan is I'm preaching.
Miss Frankie, the devil knocked when you opened the door. How do you plead to count 1, child abuse?
What do you do when you just crossed the line into abusive tips like that?
What cookies?
At Christian Brothers University,
I don't know
learning
where
goes
they
beyond the classroom. The hands-on experience I got at CBU.
I'm preaching this thing over and over and I don't care what's going on, you know what I'm saying? And then I had to learn that sometimes, like one of my homies, like, man, this is every time and place for that. So we was at a funeral, it's literally one gang on this side, this gang on this side, they got Draco, this, that, this, that. I'm like, you know what, I'm like, because everybody in this way, like, this ain't the time, I get what you're saying, bro, but like, just always trying to be that voice of reason, man, and he's in the scene, man, it's just talking, bro, but you gotta want it. We can't keep letting our shorties inherit certain type of beef and all that type of, hey, how y'all doing? We can't keep letting these shorties inherit this type of beef to the point where they don't even know what's going on and they grow up. Nah, it's just that you know this is a hot little address, but anyway. But
Man, they already are.
But don't let these shorties inherit the beef from the past. Like I know shorties that don't even know the situation, what happened, and then we're not gonna tell our whole truth. One person might have snaked the person, did this, now it's respected, and now we living out this hate with each other when they gotta stop somewhere. I don't care how vicious the cycle is, I don't care how bad the loss is. Like, if we not uplifting our people and helping our people, bro, we hurt them. If we not part of the solution, we keep part of the problem. Like, you know what I mean? So, just understand that. Yeah, they don't fuck. I told you, bro.
You know, you said
My little brother in jail for murder with police officers, so that's why they came like that. My little brother in jail for murder with police officers, so that's why they came like that.
wow.
Like, I remember when it first happened, I pull up on the block and be like, oh, yeah, we got a call the whole time. I know they watching. That's why I'm telling y'all, like, they know exactly who he is. They know the gang, the name, the number. They just let us do it to ourselves, bro. When that shit happened, I ain't never seen them people come like that quick. They got everybody. Anybody that's from there knows June 2nd, 2009, it was a sweep. You couldn't sell a square or nothing. You know what I'm saying? They can't, but it's just to show you they, you know what I'm saying? They coming like that, so yeah, man.
Who we got out here? Twan, I see you brought some members with you, bro.
Man, I got my little bro TJ, I got Kodak,
You know,
I got Swan. Yeah. This another young brother who lost his mother and father at a young age. I remember this man was on the bus going to sell weed and trade by making a $20 profit. Everybody was looking at him, he walked to make that sale. And now he's doing very good. He got his family. His son is very God-fearing child. It's like it's amazing, man. And TJ, this my other little hot-headed brother. I ain't gonna tell a story of how he worked up on the big brother, but he one of them. He gonna throw him, you know what I'm saying? But he's got a life of God with him too, man. He been playing the drums for us. I've been in music. Been working with a lot of y'all artists. What's the Lil J, Famous Dex, it was a couple of them. So yeah, bro. So these are a couple of my brothers, and the rest I wish y'all could be here, but I know how to go. I know y'all don't want to be on this camera and shit like that. But you go see this, and man, I do this shit for y'all. It ain't about me. I represent something way bigger than just me, bro. I represent everybody that can't be there, that wish they was there, that, you know what I'm saying, that's in these situations where they can't get out their mind, that it's possible. So I appreciate that, man. I appreciate y'all, especially for coming out and even following up what I've been through and what led me to where I'm at now. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. You want to speak on where you you at now a little bit, just in case the world don't know?
Well, actually, right now, I'm the co-star of one of the #1 shows in the Midwest on YouTube called Chicago Be Like, and I'm also doing mentoring, because mentoring is very important, and I'm also a part of the unity movement, bro. Bringing brothers together, bro. I wear a couple of hats, but it's very necessary for all these hats to get the most exposure that they possibly can. So that's my job, bro. With my platform, I'm letting people know the truth for real. You know what I'm saying? Even my little brother's situation being railroaded like he was. Anita Alvarez with the state attorney in, give him all brother 125 years for a crime that they know he didn't commit. And like when I talk about that, there's a lot of people that's afraid to touch on it. I get it, it's politics and you know you don't want to touch on it, but it's a real thing. I wouldn't be going this hard making up something or trying to take up on my brother. Like the evidence show that neither one of the weapons could kill the officer, and we just want a fair trial. So that's another piece.
Speak on, you know, this is the platform for that, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So Anita Alvarez, back in 2009, convicted my brother of murder of Alejandro Valquez. I want to say apologies to his family, to his children. I know how it goes when you lose someone to gun violence, but all I want to say is that my brother is innocent. The person that Anita appointed to check the officer's body said that neither one of the weapons could have killed the officer. They didn't let him take the stand. They didn't let the evidence be submitted. I got it on black and white. Like I got so much paperwork on the case and the situation. It's very high profile, and I just want a fair chance. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm also.
What's big tomorrow being to y'all, man? I'm real excited about this one right here, man. This is the last, if y'all don't know, this is the last food giveaway of our 10 giveaway run. And we wanted to close out not only with Big Twan, but bring the Unity members out, because I personally know this brother a soldier. He's been through it, he done seen a lot, but he really a revolutionary as well, man. So that's what I see. But he brought y'all out here. He could have had a whole, man, listen, I was somewhere with him. I ain't gonna say where I was. But it showed me that a lot of people love him and his family, and he got a lot of factors and members in his family that's still out here demonstrating. But he decided to bring y'all, man. So I'm really interested in hearing what he means to y'all, you know?
Oh yeah, he's a big brother to me, goddammit. Like what he say all the time, preaching, telling us what to do, or how to move, how we should be moving long before this even started, years ago.
I'm a little old, man. My little brother, man, he's something like my big brother, though. You know, got him straight back in the day. You know, he was going through his shit. You know.
What was the roughest thing about Big Twan back in the day, since you was a big brother?
The roughest thing? Oh, man. I don't know if I can say that on camera.
No, I'm saying, what was the best thing about
I did a situation with him right here, right? When I first had my first child, when I was going through the baby mama up and down, I'm at work, I'm crying, I'm telling him, like, bro, I just want to be there. Like, what am I doing? Like, your son gonna get older and go see, like, don't worry about it. You know, like, you know, he had his father, so like that man, he was just telling me, like, even with older, bitter men, I was thinking everybody cool. I'm in that, love. So he's like, bro, everybody ain't with this, man. You know, just so he was that ill when I needed, that place of refuge I needed. So he ready to crash out right there, like, no, you know what? Let's go party. Let's have a good time. You know what I'm saying?
You kept him out of that. So I asked a rough question because you say you was big brother, right? But you see, I guess you did a great job, bro. You feel me? So what's some appreciation you could get him?
Yeah, we just much time, man. Just him being there in the hard times, I'll never forget that. It was a time when stuff was starting to go on. Look, they had a show. He hit me like, bro, don't come Hollywood. I'm like, Hollywood. I'm like, matter of fact, come on right now. Come get you right now. Pull up, come get him. And it was just like, I'll never forget. Like, people just talking about that. People just talking about that. Yeah, not that person. Not the one when he got shot.
So y'all was close friends, like y'all the same age?
Nah, I'm really his best friend, baby brother.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Twan, he him forced, like, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't gonna get you straight. You want to come far, you just the call on him. He always around. This like my big brother. You know what I'm saying? My big brother ain't the big brother to me, but I get that love from Twan. You know what I'm saying? Like, he know my brother in the direction that he in, so he definitely stepped up and took me under his wing. That's why I'm here today.
Absolutely. Give your big brother some flowers too, though, man.
I mean, yeah, he got all the flowers, because, you know what I'm saying, without Big Twan and my real brother, I wouldn't be who I am today.
Absolutely.
You know?
So what's some words of appreciation you got for all of them standing here?
Man, just keep going. Anything is possible. Like I tell him one day he gonna have a dispensary. Like he don't even know. He think I'm just I trying too much. But the way he work, the way he show up, it's bound to happen. And then right here, when he lost his father, you know, he went through a hard time. And just let him know like it's gonna be okay, bro. No matter what. Like we've been down, we've been up. And we just keep going. We keep holding each other up, bro, how we should, bro. Same thing with TJ. TJ used to be a real hothead. Probably still does a little bit. But at first, he wasn't hearing nothing. He fighting every day. He doing it. And he wasn't here. But now seeing him open up and listening, bro, I love that. He got kids that's intelligent, grown. And I'm like, man, this is amazing. So just seeing that transformation, bro, and letting these shorties know that it's possible, bro. It's really possible. It's not impossible to change. But it's going to take to be intentional. And then we got to also start at the home. We can't be teaching them and they growing up, they seeing us shaking up, they seeing us this way. It's influencing them so much to the point they don't even know who they are. They can't even naturally be themselves because this shit has been imprinted in them so much. And it's not for everybody, but for the ones who is like that, like, man, give them a chance to grow up and be themselves, bro. And don't just put this lifestyle on them, bro.
I was just making one of my sons watch documentaries about Fred Hampton.
Yeah.
Because I was telling him, like, you know, all this that they put in this music, they ain't doing nothing but influence you. They want you to influence you.
They ain't watching.
To kill your black brother. Like, this is that you need to be learning about your history.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, like you say,
psychosocial brainwash.
Psychosocial brainwash.
Yeah.
Break that down.
Because I have to break down. He might be on ass. Is he up there?
Yeah.
He might be on ass. We're going to put him and putting out food. We're going to give us a whole airful.
He another legend. Like,
At Bob Evans, we're so committed to making delicious, buttery, real mashed potatoes, we've started speaking in.
Should have went to the NFL, should have did all types of but it was right.
Hey, and some people out here looks to be deceiving. Just because how they look don't necessarily mean they don't know nothing. They got a lot you can learn from. I learn from them every day, just being around. They got a story too, just like you.
No, for real.
So y'all want to head up to the ash and start passing up food?
Let's do it.
All right.
Explain the importance of this giving back, though, bro. So this don't go up nobody head.
Just to let the community know that I'm still here. I'm always be here. I might not have all the resources and funds yet, but it's coming, bro. And we go do a lot of great things in the community.
Who's sponsoring this food today, man?
Man, Jerk 48. I want to give a big shout out to Jerk 48. They was a part of the first food giveaway we ever did years ago. And they supply us right now.
Jerk 48.
Jerk 48. We meant to get them a whole lot of flowers, man. When we raised $5,000, we were trying to find who we was going to spend the money with. Because a lot of restaurants wasn't taking that money for 500 meals. You see what I'm saying? So we had a lot to do. As a matter of fact, it wasn't even the whole 5,000 we spent with Jerk. We had other stuff to do. But they were the first restaurant to say, we got y'all, we behind y'all, and we went through 5 super hot neighborhoods. They pulled up, like, we couldn't even go and get the food because they was making it as we went. And they pulled up on site with the food, man. So shout out, feet on land. They not just making the food, but they got outside with us. Shout out Jerk 48. You supporting the real establishment that's for the community. You know.
For sure.
So we get on here on ask. Well, I got 3 big boxes, but we want to pull up there. We want to walk through. However you want to do. We usually walk, but if they heavy, we can. No, we can walk. It's only 3 boxes.
Yeah.
You know, try to.
Who that behind that counter?
Oh man, it's called.
Oh shit! Oh, this bullshit.
So like you come from this community?
What is it now, Tiffany?
So you know you picked up the camera. Can you explain how powerful a camera is to the trenches?
And it's the right shit. Hey,
my brother was saying right here is
you know those mango them teas that be in the Arizona teas that be in them cans?
outside looking in.
The Arizona teas that be in them cans. They got the mango and the peach. I think they sell them at
most of us come from a different time.
They
come from a different time. They got history that they can tell us that isn't broadcast anywhere. It's history about our own people.
I sell them at Geno's somewhere the Arizona teas.
Those were business owners.
I want the mango or the peach one.
when you come around here now, sometimes it looks like everything is empty, is vacant.
I'm talking about the Arizona teams.
And like just being
the mango or the peach. I think the mango or is in the yellow can.
That energy, that history, and be present and kind of use it forward to realize that you're more than what you're seeing. And that's the most important part. That's the most important part of this effort.
Okay, all right.
Yes. Cole, let them know who you is.
Cole View Films, man. KOLD View Films. I'm here to support my brother. Always and forever.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
This is my first study. This used to be Clara's house. This is a women's home. For veterans and these women, she got one right here, one on the corner. I'm talking about she helped so many single mothers and homeless women. Rest her soul. You know, shout out to McKinley and her family.
Sean got us walking through alleys, man.
Nah, we good, bro. I done walked through this alley my whole life. This alley went all the way to Dane, bro. It used to be a gangway. Before all these gangs, you could take this gangway all the way to Dane. But if you're from Chicago, you got a lot of houses.
Yeah. I feel like I get nervous when I don't see one.
Man, you can see the conditions over there, man. It's a lot of things.
So if you could give Inglewood a definition, what is it?
It's home for me. It's gonna always be home, no matter how.
Inglewood a platform itself, baby.
You say what?
It's a platform itself.
Yeah. So, there's been a lot of generations that came through here, man, and achieved a lot of different things. So,
a lot of great people come from Inglewood, from the D Roses, the Big Twines.
D Rose definitely right down the street.
Yeah.
It's Marshall right here, man. Oh, that's right here. I want to shine light on this spot right here. T-shirt store.
You said this is a T-shirt store?
Yeah, they have loose squares, the weed, $100. See, that's why I made Jack Randolph there. Came right up for the guys.
At Napa, we're the pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros everywhere you need us. With every.
Oh yeah, that's right here too, man. Right, definitely on Mark Street.
What's this? 63rd Street?
Yeah, 63rd. This under the L right there is where they shot right there. Some of the parts.
Oh, with Nick Cannon now?
Yeah, Nick Cannon, which was a bad.
I was just gonna say,
bad example of Chicago, but I ain't go. Yeah, that was definitely it. That wasn't it.
Yeah, that need not to.
That's hard, man. There's a lot of this should be a laundromat that Mr. Davenport had. He was one of the killers in the neighborhood.
Big Twine giving us the real Inglewood documentary, yeah?
Absolutely, brother. It's a lot of people that came through it, bro. A lot of people started from the wood, man. So yeah, we go here right up towards Ashland.
My bad. I was gonna ask how it feels being right here right now. What feeling you get?
It's good and bad because I have a lot of memories. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of people that are lost, that's no longer here with us. And it's like when you come through here, I get those visuals. Remember those times having fire housing on down there on Carolina. We wouldn't anybody come through. We don't care you going to church, to a job. We was just fun, bro. It was a different time, bro.
Wow.
You know that, yes, sir.
Joint right there on Justine.
Bro, what's the word, bro? How you feeling?
What's the word? Where you at, bro? Yeah, they say you the security.
He made sure they straight. He made sure they straight in the house. And he been doing that for years.
She wants some food? You want to say she wants some food?
You want a jerk wrap? Yeah, for jerk 48. He wants come on right there. This guy, bro, bro, you want one of these jerk wraps?
What we doing?
Man, we gonna pass out these jerk wraps on 63rd and Ash.
Yeah. Big Tweezy, what we doing?
I don't know. This is probably kind of old. It used to be Red Apple right here. It used to be a restaurant like a little diner. We used to eat and shit back in the day. We call this liquor store 509. We call that 509. No matter what the sign say, that's 509.
You said 509?
Yeah, that's 509.
So you know, back in the day, how was your pockets? Was you able to eat good every day, bro?
Oh, absolutely not. There was a lot of times I couldn't eat good. There was a lot of times we used to go in the gas station and take the whole rack of donuts and shit and just walk out and we
snatch your ass.
Man, what? Reckless hell. I had to go. My homie Gary Langford, he locked up. He used to snatch food. The hot food packs up. Coming up, get their food, he snatch their ran just trying to eat.
I want to ask that so people can understand how important this is. How good this makes somebody feels, the receipts are cool. Yeah, because they might not have been able to eat that day. So, as a shorty, how would you have felt if somebody just handed out you a jerk wrap?
Man, I'm swearing, I was eating all the lunch food, man. I'm getting the extra chocolate milk, whatever you don't want, come on. All the choke sounds, basketball camp, but I was getting good.
I know you wasn't listening to this.
Straight up, though. Bro, you good? You want a jerk wrap? Sure, bro. Jerk wrap, jerk 48? It's pretty good.
How you feeling, big brother?
Good, man. Little do they know, before the movement really kicked off and touched the internet, me and Big Twine was right here with hot meals, giving back to the community, man.
So this ain't nothing new.
This ain't nothing new. Nah,
I know you hungry, man.
I'm trying. You know, we got it. You feel me? I'm really loud. He can explain what psychosocial brainwash is. Explain to them what psychosocial brainwash is.
Everybody know what psychosocial brainwash is.
They don't know. They want to know what it means. So to get on the phone.
But we out with it.
Man, we on 63rd. That's the green line.
Charlie Wallace.
Man, this is how you feel giving back?
I'm coming back though.
Hey, this hard right here.
Just on the theory.
Y'all gonna be on YouTube. What y'all be safe. Man. Hey, Big Twine, what the word hero mean to you, bro?
Man, I don't think I deserve that title. I'm just a trying man, man. I'm just trying to get it right one day at a time, bro.
You striving, bro.
I'm trying, bro. You know, I appreciate that, though.
You know, but you know that probably just made their day. They about to go home, tell their mom everything. You know how you spoke on your brother said, don't get Hollywood, right?
Yeah.
What's the importance of being who you are and coming back to where you from?
Man, you always got to be able to reach the people, bro. The people is what made me. I wouldn't be where I'm at if it wasn't for the very people that watch me, that see me, that show me love, bro. I always got to show them love. I always got to stay learning, bro. Because anything can happen. I can be right back on these streets. I need to walk around now. If I'm Hollywood, I can't even walk down the street without somebody trying to hit me over the head because they pull away. So I just always want to stay close to my people.
We all over the internet. We follow the Unity movement on Instagram.
Let's get it. Got them watches. We still on them corners. The product change. Yeah, me.
See it? You see it?
Yeah, me.
If Pop still ill, he gone. If Pop still ill, he gone.
Let them know we still on them corners. The product
Oh,
change.
yeah, man, look. We still on 63rd. We just under the L right now. Westo and Chicago. Rainbow.
This is what I used to come get the meat from grandma. When grandma said go get some ground beef, go get something, you know what I'm saying, like that. You come back here, you can have it in the back. So this is like the grocery store stuff for a while. Now this is called Under the L. I don't even know the name of it. We just call it
Rainbow.
Under the L. It's the Under the L stuff, man.
Under the L food on it.
It smell like more noise. You got me. Yeah,
Shout out to D-Wade and his family.
it smell like more noise.
They got a whole meat counter in the back.
Yeah, we can move down from there. Just under
Go there, get it over there, man, by the meat counter.
How you coming? How you
Go there, give it to you by the meat counter.
The number one thing I learned was how adaptable FileMaker can be, especially with regards to the usage of APIs.
I already have.
They all have. No, I didn't have no chips. He took the chip that out. My guy gave me this down there. He took the chips. mean, that's all right, man. I got one. You guys.
That smile,
Hello, world. You see this? You better don't blink. You'll miss it.
He said, don't blink, you'll miss it. Thank you, brother. Thank you. You have a blessed day.
You know that. Appreciate y'all, bro. Appreciate y'all.
They know everybody out here. That's beautiful, yeah. For the right reasons. What you say?
Positivity, man.
Yeah.
Black men, man, we got to keep it going, bro.
Absolutely.
My pops was off from 65th and Justine right behind Mark. My mom would go over there on the line, so it's kind of like, you know, it'd be different sides. I never really had to worry about that because I had family on both sides of the fence, you know?
So did that ever put you in the middle of things?
No, not really, because I always just played my role, played my part. I wasn't influenced by what they was doing, man. I'm me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't know nobody out, nothing like that. And I grew up around different factions and stuff like that, but I never was like indulged in
heavily influenced for real. So what was the importance of having a father? You said you had your grandfather too.
Yeah, I had my grandfather. Well, my father, I ain't gonna flex to you, right? He wasn't there as much as he should have been. Like, and a lot of times, that's why I think I'm forgetting to my grace come from, because I understand, like, he couldn't do that at the time, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what it was, why he wasn't able to see me shoot a ball or anything, so that was a tough part. But I just vowed to always be there for my kids, bro. That's why I didn't take certain risks, because I knew, like, man, I can't take the chance to take myself away from my baby. Absolutely. That was very important, you know what I'm saying? So we can slide in with it.
All right, bet. So I gotta ask you this. You know your children might watch this. Even if it's 5 years from now, what's the words you want to give them if they watch this? What's the biggest takeaway you want them to have?
That was my biggest blessing, man.
Say it again.
That was my biggest blessing.
Okay.
Everything that made me, it was a non-negotiable contract. Stay focused and keep going. So, yeah.
You know, they just gotta know they're important, man. You know, always. Oh, yeah, so y'all ain't got to buy no McDonald's.
So, yeah, you have to free dirt like you got one with chips and cookies. Anybody want to
yeah, say that money, say that favor.
Hey, I ain't going, man.
Yeah.
This McDonald's been right here forever.
Well, we at, let them know where we at, y'all.
Ain't no money on it.
We ran to that 50 kind of quick, man. We ran to that 50 kind of quick.
You know, this one of the most busy strips in Chicago. For real, 63rd all the way down, west to east. Yeah.
For sure.
So what's 63rd mean? When you hear the word 63rd, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
The song King Mom, man. We're not the 63rd, we get up, people understand. That's one side of 63rd, like 63rd around all the way to Central Ohio. Man, I want 63rd to be known for something other than the BS of the song. We're not the 63rd, man. It's beautiful. It's some beauty here too, man. It's a lot of hurt and pain, but it's a beautiful place, bro. And I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. You know that. Show me. Yeah, and it ain't no ops neither, man.
Shout out 63rd.
I think it came out from a damn game and they put it in the song and it took off. Bro, we all we got, man. A lot of y'all some kin in the way, or you so close knit, it shouldn't even, like, we gotta create this web to protect each other, bro. Like, if I know he from this side and you from that side and you from that side, and we got values and morals and certain shit we stand on, there's no way I'm gonna let my brother snake my brother, bro. There's no way I'm gonna let my homie get out on my homie. And being a stand-up guy, it's how you make those changes, bro. Stop being followed. Stop being afraid to speak up, bro. Stop letting this bullshit continue on. Because you see the shorties inheriting. It's shorties that don't know what happened, when it happened, but they swear they this K, or they ain't fucking with this side, they ain't fucking with that side. Man, that shit don't make no sense.
So I'm gonna ask you somebody said, stand up, have your own mind, this, that, and the third. You think people don't have their own mind because they don't have nothing backing them sometimes?
Yes, absolutely. Because like I said, I had to be intentional. The stuff didn't drop on my lap. I had to seek out these organizations. I had to seek out these people and get close to them. You know what I'm saying? And once I did that, I think they're like, why am I subjecting myself to this bullshit and risking my life every day when I can be around good genuine people that really want me to win?
Like, where can they go so they ain't get a C25.
I mean, well, you can definitely hit up the big unity movement, Shouts Male Mentor, or just get around your local elders, bro. Soak up some game. Don't think you know it all, bro. Knowledge is everlasting. His experiences might save your life. Don't take it at all. You don't know what you're talking about. You can't tell me nothing. And then a couple months later, you end up in a situation that you can't change, bro. And like, don't let the money fool you or the hype or everything, man. That don't mean nothing, man. We need each other for real, bro. I don't want my kids growing up and somebody ready to blow their brains out about shit that happened 20 years ago that I'm not even aware of. So it's like just being aware that, you know, it's important. We can move to the next part, y'all. Yeah, I don't want to be. Good, you see? No. We call for it. We call me part. Yeah, man. So, we right here in McDonald's. Big time. Come on, let's do it. Real quick. Yeah, man.
So Big Twine, you know, like in a way, I know you're gonna be humble, but you know, you a Chicago celebrity.
Man, in some ways, you know what I'm saying, I get it. I was put in this position because of my homie's hard work. Corporate put in a lot of work to build that fan base or whatever, right? So, yeah, with me understanding what branding was, what being a household name, that's what made me clean up my acting line. I used to be just like that. So, corporate put in a lot of work to build this brand. I just was blessed to be a part of it. I was just blessed when I seen bro, and he thought I was gonna knock him out and put him on world. So I said, hell no, where you from? They don't gonna knock you out. I'm depressed. You made me smile. Why was somebody it hit me like niggas in Chicago will prey on you if you not part of certain factions, bro. A nigga will get down on you if you ain't with this shit. You come from things, you just a normal good guy, great guy. Yeah. If you ain't tied in a certain and I want to let bro know that it never happened. And then when I got into some trouble, I'm like, delete me out all the videos, this and that. He's like, no, bro, your family needs you. I'm not gonna let you crash out. You a king. Like you gotta. And then from there, he's like, I'm getting more strength. I was just trying to do security, bro. I never thought about being a content creator or being in the position that I'm in. Like I never asked for it, bro. I think that's how God wanted to give you what you been asking. I wanted to save my brother. And it's like I couldn't save him. I couldn't save certain individuals, but there's so many more shorty, bro. And look at this and be like, damn.
Did you know Cheez-It made extra toasty? Of course. Want it? Need it? Cheez-It.
My Bosch dishwasher's expert drying makes me feel Bosch.
Really confident. And shout out to everybody that rocks me. I really appreciate y'all, bro, for real.
Absolutely. So what's the hardest part of being in the position you in? You go everywhere, everybody know you. They want you to take the pictures, this, that, and the third.
The hardest part is just sometimes leaving my old ways behind. Leaving some of the stuff that I was so accustomed to doing, even the reaction, like somebody break your car, some of your user reaction be like, heard him do this, that. It's like now I got this. What's going on, bro? You good? I got a different. I got a different reaction to it. So man, yeah, like that was the hardest part. Just really leaving my old ways behind.
What's the easiest? What's the best part about it?
The best part about it is knowing that it's impacting lives, bro. Even if they might not say it, they might not show it. It's sparking somebody to say, like, man, if Tom can do it, I know I can do it. That's the best part of it. Like, it ain't about me. I love y'all look like Shaq and Kobe.
He say what?
He say y'all look like Shaq and Kobe. That's what bro say. He say, they say me and you like Shaq and Kobe out there.
They say we like Shaq and Kobe. Man, I ain't gonna lie, we like, oh no.
Shout out to Shaq, man. For real, with little thing you know. For real.
Oh man. I love this, man. I love this. I gotta ask you, big brother, how important is love when it comes to doing this work?
Oh, man, number one thing, man. Yeah. Main thing, bro. Love. It's shit, man. Feel good just to do shit. Be genuine, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Be genuine, man. That's all this book do. So, you know what I'm saying? That's the niggas know how to do, man. Most of them know how to be genuine friends nowadays, man.
Everything in mind, man. So don't have attention on money. GC, can you give Big Twine some appreciation? Because people don't know anything we do. Big Twine coming out.
Man, Big Twine show up to every damn thing, bro. And not only that, I look up, he done promoted the brand on the movies, on the TV shows. This man on his story just talking about his personal life in the Unity merch, man. He really a big Unity supporter and ambassador, man. Shout out Big Twine, a real one. We had to do this one with him because they see him in the skits, man. But he really that going real life. For the shorties, building with the shorties, teaching the shorties at these community events, local organizing committees. Like, he bigger than just who y'all see on that Chicago Be Like. He a real community warrior show. Trying to get a shot at this boy too, bro.
Where we at now, brother?
This Inglewood Brandon, man. It's my brother Corey spot, it's non-profit. You know what I'm saying? We make it happen for the community. Like, back to the story about when I got my GED. He was one of the teachers on 59th and Marshfield that seen me get my GED. And he's my brother's oldest son, kindergarten teacher. So he know me from the training to being out of bad self, actually growing into a man of change like that. So, oh, we finally get you to step in, huh? Yeah, bro. What's up, big bro? Yeah, bro. Thank you, sir, bro.
Oh, he got GC playing right now.
Oh, we at Inglewood Brandon, the heart of Inglewood, 1546 West 63rd Street, man. For sure, y'all.
So you know,
about time, man. Yeah.
He says it's about time.
Finally made it.
And you know, I apologize when it come quick. So like, you know, this is a store. This is a brand. Can you explain how important it is to build your own, bro, in your own community?
I think, you know, the biggest part is your own community. We grow up to the Arab stores, we grow up to the churches, the liquor stores, and none of us respectfully opposed to, you know, like some of the churches. But at the end of the day, it was just important to bring something to our community that was really for our community. Ladies here, everything we do was Inglewood, so I wanted to be able to bring this back to our community. And when you say Inglewood, I'm a brother that's never, when you say Inglewood, I'm a brother that's never been in trouble, so I ain't been in jail, I ain't gang bang, sold no drugs, none of that shit. So it was just important for me. I had the people around me making sure that I wasn't into that. Even when I tried, it was just, it wasn't acceptable. So my goal and vision is to try to keep that same energy for our young people today. That's why when I met Antoine, it was important to try to, you know, help him shift and move the energy that he once had into something positive like we're doing now. And it hits better that way because he came from it. So when you come from it and you grow and you help be a part of the change, then that's like
people actually sit and listen.
Exactly.
Even though you might not have did the stuff that you come from.
Oh yeah.
So it's like motivation. And you motivation for the shorty that's out the way.
Yeah.
And want to make it in. Feel like you can't make it.
Chicago, that's what I told him. He didn't miss us in Chicago, real talk. When he first hit with Inglewood Brandon, I said, this is my first time ever seeing you in anything outside of black. Really? Come here.
Dang, he got you over there.
You've been doing the work, brother. Yeah, that's another testament. 19 keys. That's another testament of growth. From understanding the difference in putting a brand on your back that don't give a fuck about you, to putting a brand on your back that brings people together and provides opportunity for change in a positive light. So, you know, even from the music and putting it down to the fact of understanding what it takes to change your whole mindset. Right?
100%. So how important is support when it comes to growth?
Support is always the best because if it's not supported, you can't grow. It's like watering the grass. If you don't water your grass, it's going to be brown as hell and eventually it's going to burn out. Right. So if you don't support it, eventually it's gonna burn out. So it takes everybody to understand the importance and put themselves in the shoes of it being themselves. So that way, if you think about this as me, then you're gonna do what you gotta do to make sure that it grows and it prospers and keeping the energy around you for that.
So like I said, breaking the vicious cycle, right? So if I'm at a funeral and I'm crying my heart out and my homie got then we thinking about whatever type of get back and slide, and I understand that I don't want to induce that pain on nobody else. That's enough for me right there. Why would I make another shorty cry and keep you going and keep you going up without a father? Then whether you think it's effective now or not, well, you might be winning, you might be up, you might what they say so now you might have it, but when it hits and it comes down to it passing on the generation, now they got to deal with this problem, bro. Like we need to really stop it, bro, and really be aware of what we put into our shorties, bro. My son them ain't getting inducing none of that. They don't know nothing about it. All they know is the grandmother tells stories. Other than that, they never gonna see me doing it, never gonna see me with it, never see me shaking up, never see me doing none of that. And like, man, that's very important, bro. So yeah, change is everything.
So you know how you keep mentioning your children, right? Yes, sir. What's your idea of a perfect world for them to live in?
You really want to know my dream? Get a farm. I'm gonna grow my food. I'm gonna grow my wheat. I'm gonna grow my tree. I'm gonna have a satellite. I want to have everything they need, like basketball court, swimming pool, to play like grandma house. You know how you always have grandma create their crib, you go back to. We don't have that, bro. Like it's a lot of people that grandma them down, they lose it. So like me creating that for them to let you know, like bro, you always got to something. You know what I'm saying? Like that's very just being there, bro. Like I cry if I see my kids eating sometimes. Like right now, you're like, what the fuck is wrong with Twan? It's just like I remember, bro, motherfucker eat. I remember when the motherfucker couldn't get what they want. Mama never cooking. You're not coming there talking about you want something else. She cook this. Like you eat what's on that plate. You know what I'm saying? So like, all of it. Bro, you eat all of it. Ain't no even Christmas, bro. Like Christmas, they one of the top. Ain't no ball, everything. Even Christmas, though, like let's say my son wanted a guitar piano back in my day. Mom wanted a piano, I want a guitar. I don't play no music. You're not getting that because you don't play music. To be able to say, oh yeah, my son wants a guitar, he goes guitar. That's a beautiful thing, bro. You know what I'm saying? Even shoes, like, bro, my son on my side, like, it hurts. But to see him, you like, oh yeah, daddy, I want these shoes, I want that shoes. And be able to make a way, bro. Like I be telling Courtney a long time, don't dig it. I get it, it's ego. It's so important to not forget where you came from, bro. And appreciate everything, bro. Because I remember not having it, bro. Like, I'm trying to tell you, like, Mike, I wasn't like this growing up. I wasn't like that growing up. My house, K-Swiss, man. Saucony. You remember Saucony?
Yeah, you can.
Nah, I really had to go pay that.
Yeah, no, for real. Some people have to put newspapers in their shoes because it was holes in the wintertime.
So like how these shorty be designed and crazy, not like this. Don't fall in love with all that. And then like you said, put a brand on your back that actually means something. Why would you come support your local brand when you put it back into the community, you put it back to the safety, you put it back into education? That's important, bro. I really be rocking. I don't get the gear and then put it up, man. You gonna see the Inglewood brand.
Look what you got on Inglewood brand.
If you go back and watch the Chicago, be like, I've been rocking Inglewood brand through the whole flick. Through the whole flick.
Never added me enough.
I didn't understand that. Never added. I swear I've never understood adding stuff until now. So I got monetized. So I understood. I'm like, okay, so this is why it's important. I just naturally was wearing this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't even think of the marketing and shit like that. I'm like, I didn't know. But now that I know.
And that's what this is. It's natural. It's organic. I don't try to push it to like nobody that don't understand. My pet peeve is if I come to sell you something or you come in and you don't buy it, but you got on a New York Yankees hat. Yeah. And you tell me I'm not from England. Your ass ain't from New York either. You feel me? Like you're not from New York. So it's like for me to try to grasp the ideology of you thinking that it's fine that you wear a New York hat, a New York Yankee hat, and you're in the heart of Chicago and you can't wear an Inglewood Brandon hat, that just tells me that there's something wrong with us mentally when it comes to support and understanding. Because New York Yankees don't give a
None of us. They're not putting no money into our community. They're not sponsoring none of our events, and we do hella events here, 3,000 people at a time. So it's like when you understand that this brand is a brand that completely supports this community. Outside of that, 10% of everything we sell goes to youth and community engagement. So whatever our events are, a portion of that comes from that, with the help of our other, our true believers and supporters and sponsors and stuff like that. So when you tell me I can't wear Inglewood branded because I'm not from Inglewood, I just, in my head, what I hear is that your mindset is stuck in, I don't even want to say slavery, but it's just stuck in a box. You just don't understand the importance of supporting your kind, your community, your young people. Because look, if we don't put this in a way that we can get our young people to grasp how to make money, we teach how to screen print right in the back. Teach them, how to start their own business, all of that. So if we don't get them in that mindset and understand, they're gonna be here. You know what I mean? I know you heard my stomach touching my back. Like, don't nobody want that. So when you get to the point, you perfect time. When you get to the point of not being able to understand how important it is to support community, small Black-owned businesses, then there's a bigger issue. And we got to figure out how to reach people to understand how important that is. So before I even really knew him, I bought a Unity shirt, I bought an album that he signed. My support is crazy. I support everybody. And that ain't to say for you to support me, but I just understand how important it is to do that. And to have our dollar circulate. And I don't even want to mention any other races, but just look at how the dollar circulate. You got a certain race that'll put 20 people in one house, build that house up, build another, and transition so they can understand how to move. Because they're going to sell that house, and they're going to start over, and they're going to send the money back to their communities, but it's just about, we are the hardest people to understand what it takes to work together. That's why I'm proud of this brother, because from the south side to the west side to the east side, you can bring people that wouldn't even be able to be in the same room. So when you can do that, and you start everybody talking about pushing peace, so that hasn't happened here. And if it has, I don't know how long ago it was. But just to understand that narrative and not let nobody push down from that narrative is super important. And that's why I rock with you, bro. You rock with you, bro. You for sure, man. Exactly what we need in the exact time frame where all of the shit is going on. So I just want you to stay encouraged, bro. You got me. Yeah.
What you say? You gotta get the hot top back.
So, how long ago was that? Yeah, a lot of this stuff is like 8 to 10 years old, bro. Okay. Yeah, growth is great. It was all there. You feel me? When it all grew there. So what we doing? Yeah, man. So we recreated this space in order to be like a hub. Have opportunities for young people to come in. We use this as a teaching source, this projector here. We want screen print classes. So just when you want to come in and have a meeting anyway. So I made a transition on it. The space can be booked to come have meetings, gatherings, networking, or whichever the case is. It's definitely a sound system, like any and everything that you would need to be able to like function meeting wise. So I also use it like young people can actually get the space and like have peace circles and just as long as it's something, we need a space, bro. Like this is as long as like they're coming together here. So, all right. Y'all, this is red. No, this is red, man. This is from the west side. One on the west side, red. On the west side of Chicago. You want to know something? Ask me. Yeah, I'm saying that's real, man. This is what I do.
So what you do, brother?
Hey, I'm a family politician. I cut all the famous players here in the world. Ain't no joke. I just have a business card back there with him. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go out to my complaint here. Some of the sewer. I ain't gonna go that in. Bishop's man. You want to know something? I ain't no secret.
What's the message you got to the black queens out there?
Hey man, look here. Treat them just like they are. They are queens. You understand what I'm saying? Because it wasn't for them, it wouldn't be no us. All this here is off their back, not ours. Women's, because everything goes on. You understand what I'm saying? I'll be right back.
For sure.
We're going to move before we come back.
This the ice skating rink? Oh, this is what they be having them events at and stuff. Yeah, I be around like, yeah. Okay, Inglewood branded. Got the hood sold up on the right way.
This is the right way, right way.
Man, this cold. It's colorful, you know.
You want that? You want that? Yeah, that's super cute. I'm the man, yeah.
For sure. This say a miracle on 63rd Street. A miracle on 63rd Street. Wow.
Man, so Inglewood Break Room. This space, man. So before this, we activated this space. There used to be a bank here. We activated this space now for about 6 years, 7 years, and it was just bare, just dirt. So we got, continuously activating it. One of my partners, Teamwork Inglewood, they seen the work. At the time, I was in the process of acquiring a lot, purchasing a lot, and then when they came along, it just got better. They saw what was going on. We applied for the grant for the city and we got it. So understanding like how we wanted to make sure it was relevant to the community, we made sure that we had everything that the community needed for our young people. One thing that people don't understand when they're dealing with our young people or trying to, they don't listen. They don't provide. Like all of our kids are not really wanting to play basketball or football. But those are the things and the tools that we use to get their attention. So this space is transitional: basketball, volleyball, tennis, and now y'all see the ice skaters. All of this transition, they're turning into something different. Exactly. Wow. So it's like, and that matches stage, so that no part lets down. The next unity console right here. You know what I'm saying? So that is that's the concession stand on that side. You gotta tell them, bro, this was the first time I ever heard in my life free ice cream in the summertime for the shorties. Oh yeah. On the ice cream truck, man.
Wait, what'd you say? Free ice cream for Big Yo back for free?
For the shorties. So we, a lot of the things we do, we got to understand. In order to have a conversation with any of these young people, you got to reach them. And you have to be able to get their attention. That's why you see the colors the way you see them. So when you see that those 4 colors, you already know that's Inglewood branded. So when Inglewood branded comes, we come to like really support and where we can support. So this ice cream truck was a way for us to move through the community. Start conversations. You know what I mean? So now if I got 15 kids out here waiting in line for the ice cream truck, now we get to understand what it is you want to do. What do you need in this community? What can help us put y'all in the room that y'all need to be in to make sure that you guys elevate? You know, we really got to drive that point right there, because he said the ice cream truck is what they use to start conversation. A lot of people see us passing the food out. Some people say it's a lot. Some people say it's not enough. Regardless, it's bigger than the food. We giving back. We want to show the importance of giving back, but we want to be able to start conversations, right? And get the voices of certain members in the trench, and we able to do that by giving something back, giving food. So they able to do it with the ice cream. It's bigger than the tangible food or the ice cream. It's about those messages and those conversations that we send across the world to impact the world, for sure. Indeed. With that being said, I'm actually getting ready to take the trip back this week because it's a complete entertainment truck. That TV there is also, you can do gaming for when that back opens up, there's also opportunity for gaming and movie night. So with this truck, we're gonna do this summer 4 block parties. When we do these block parties, we pull it up and all the residents gotta do is come outside. So we come in with food, we come in with entertainment, we come in with everything that you need, but most importantly, we come in with resources. So
Wait, say that again. What you coming with?
the resources, bro.
Okay.
You know, at the end of the day, it's like even if you look at the situation with us going to the doctors, a lot of us don't even come out the crib. But a lot of us can't come out the crib because of what's going on in the community. So that's why we want to make sure that we get in those particular spots so they can get the resources. We have the clinics, all of that to come to them right there on their block. So, you know, this ice cream truck opens up the door for a lot of communication. And that's what we lack, the communication and the opportunity to have the conversation to like load on a lot of stuff.
So before we close out, you got anything else you want to say? Like, what's the biggest thing you want them to get out of this?
I think the biggest thing that they need to get out of this is how to support each other. The support goes a long way. It's able, like even when we look at this, like and the support is like you come and buy a shirt, with branded. That's support. Yeah, that's helping dump into this. It's not. I'm not saying that hey, come and donate $50, $100.
What's that?
Buy a shirt.
And that's helping the community.
And that's helping the community. 10% goes right now.
I can't hear you.
Juice. Juice,
it's
juice.
Represent unity. How to unify
I said
and
the
support what's going on.
Where you get that from?
Don't be afraid to put these young people in front because
Let's do it.
they gonna be leading. And if we can't show them how to lead now, it's really gonna be trouble. Because a lot of the stuff we guys, I'm gonna say we because we've been able to cut down a lot. Our shit, murders over here are down 30%. That's because of CBI. That ain't because of CBD. That's because these young brothers, CBI, they out here, they in the trenches, they working with these young people. They got slide agreements, they got communication, they working with them. And of course, CPD gonna try to take the blame for it, but we know we out here, they out here, they making sure. So that's the biggest thing, that unity part, man. Hey, bro. Let's go. Big unit. Big unit. Big. You know that.
Swan, you got any last words?
I want to have it. Man, like I say, once upon a time, I didn't think this was possible. And I just want y'all to know anything is possible. And it's just the beginning, man. We're going to be activated this summer, this spring. So get up with it, man. We're going to see y'all later. I appreciate you out of the country. I appreciate the interviews. I appreciate Inglewood Brand. Anybody that has ever supported me in a positive manner, I appreciate you, bro. It's all love. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Look, this is the eye of the trenches.
We took our fan favorite Tracy Puffs and made them even better with bacon for only $3.99. Whoa, this is making me hungry. Get it? Making me hungry? Try new bacon and cheese Tracy Puffs at Little Caesars.
Every day when you're walking down the street, everybody that you meet, tell them like this video, y'all tweaking. Go ahead and tap that like button for me. Blessings. As a token of my appreciation for my Snapchat followers,
periodically I'm gonna be giving away cash prizes. So make sure you tapped in. Whole time on April 1st. No April Fools. I'm blessing 10 of my
Did you watch
active
videos on
Instagram
what you was
followers
trying
who
to figure out
consistently
earlier?
like and comment on my page with $100 each. The winners will be announced randomly on my Instagram story. Make sure y'all rock with me on the gram. Blessings.
New number, I needed peace. Spent the night at folks' baby mama crib, we didn't sleep. On a cold tone, the Toulier and Louboutin leash. I thought I had time for a dog beyond me. Way richer than my father. Smacked the Cybertruck, pulling off from the Charger. Louis V ponytail holder for my daughter. Tax bracket made me question voting for Kamala. More money, more problems.
Corporate come up.
And make sure y'all follow me on my official Twitch, the actual corporate. I got more cash giveaways coming soon.
Hi guys, it's Brazil Marie. I just started my new YouTube channel, so please go subscribe and tell me what content you guys want to see from me.
So that's how they be getting people to subscribe to them, be saying they get that cash prize.
Bitch, you bogus. Bitch, you bogus.
It's amazing he giving back.
You ain't really loving, you know. The little bit of heart I had, you broke. Tried to keep it from you, but you stole it. I ain't gonna hold you, bitch, you bogus. Bitch, you bogus. Thought you was 100, but you bogus.
On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of That's Supposed to Be Like Part 119, Part 27, I had a drunken hot girl on my hands that I made the decision not to take advantage of. The next morning when she got herself together, we talked about everything that happened the night before. I'm talking about right off the wake up. My noble notion didn't get me any closer to her romantically.
For automatic delivery, for 5% repeat savings, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
We take care of a wide range of patient population. We're very rural. We are a smaller hospital, and so we are basically the resource. Summit's partnership with Microsoft keeps our system safe, so we can focus on what matters most.
Unfortunately, but it did gain me a comfortable and solid spot right in the friend zone. After picking Brazil up from Auntie Bianca's crib, we ended up going to the city to grab a bite to eat at Soleil Chicago. Before the food came, Amber ended up FaceTiming me, stressing me about not seeing her. I ended up agreeing to slide on after I dropped Brazil off later. Me and Brazil partook in some proper portions, stuffing for his face, servings that I had to take very serious. Let me and Brazil nothing less than pretend. I ain't gonna lie to you. After I finished eating, I shoot to the bathroom. While I was gone, Lil King ended up sitting down at the table to have a conversation with Brazil, one of his popular pop-ups. But in the midst, I ended up coming out and catching him at the table. Me and him have a little exchange that didn't really go too well. Tension was in the air between me and that little YN. After he left, I banished Brazil from ever contacting him again. After I dropped Brazil off at the crib, I went to go pick up Amber. Toxicity. Soon as she popped in the car, we ended up going to this little Window Chicago situation downtown. Something like a little digital art museum. After that, we spent some hours in the park just talking and laughing or whatever. Finished the day off at Giordano's, grabbing some pizza, and participated in some dialogue about us and how serious she was about it. In the midst, and unexpectedly, I ended up seeing T's girlfriend sitting in the same restaurant. After Amber pressed me for saying that shorty, I ended up telling her who she was. Amber ended up making a random and executive decision to hop up and go fraternize with shorty, laughing and kikiing all in her face. Had me confused at first. I don't know what she told her, but she ended up getting her to hop up and walk out with her. They walking down the street. I'm trailing not too far behind, just following her lead. Amber ended up and pulled on Shorty and railroad her to the cops. While we in traffic, Amber get all the possible information that I could possibly use to get over TV, his whereabouts, his schedules, everything. I didn't expect Amber to step like this. After she drained her for all the information, she told me to pull over into an alley. Once I pulled over, her and Shorty hopped out. She, I back in my car like ain't nothing happened. Told me to drop her off at her means of transportation somewhere. Shorty snapped, I ain't gonna lie to you. Before we parted ways, she reiterated how much she rocked with me and asked if she could see me the next day. I agreed and she pimped off. And that's when I asked y'all, well, the people have spoken. And y'all have elected for me to be cool. Say less. The current dad just took place was a lot to take in. On my way to TikTok, turn the music on. Vibe.
Spent the night at folks' baby mama crib, we didn't sleep. Bought a coat on the Toulier and Louboutin leash. Why I thought I had time for a dog beyond me. Way richer than my father. Smacked the cyber truck pulling off from the Charger. Louis V ponytail holder for my daughter. Tax bracket made me question voting for Kamala. More money, more problems. 60 for the pin in the long more than my sister. 6 years now she been gone, it still hit different. Tears a little wetter whenever you lose it.
And my thoughts heavy as hell. I look at my right, Big Twine. Motherfuckers got the Hellcat demo. You snap. Something to get from point A to point B. Nothing too much. He, where you coming from? Of course he would ask me that right now. Kicking it with Am. He, so she milking you cereal, huh? Motherfuckers can't stay away. Thinking to myself, he was fake, right? For real. What up, bro? I ain't even gonna lie to you. I ain't even gonna tweak with you about it, bro. If it make you happy, shit, do you. Surprise and response. I appreciate it, bro. I mean, since you gone, who better for her within your best home? Huh? Before we got together, huh? I feel it, bro. It's all good. Tight. But nah, on another note though, she definitely put in some work and helped me to get closer to getting down on T's.
Ray and I worked together very closely on the film Civil War. Probably about halfway through, we started talking about this film that Ray wanted to make.
About a group of young SEALs in Iraq conducting an Overwatch mission. In doing so, they came upon contact. Then they would come together and figure out a plan to get to safety.
The story kind of hinges around Ray and Elliot.
We have 2 severely wounded. They did this for Elliot Miller. He was on the operation. Elliot doesn't recall what had happened.
It's just a love letter from Ray to Elliot.
The entire cast and crew, including myself, felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility.
This will be undoubtedly one of the most important, poignant things we'll ever do.
The one opportunity to tell it right, to do it right, and to honor the people that were there.
This 3-week boot camp really helped inform this Navy SEAL culture leading up to filming. The energy everyone's bringing, you're entrapped in it. Step by step, beat by beat, you're experiencing it in real time.
Reality doesn't let people off the hook.
Downstairs, keep the fucking secure. It's tense, fast, it's sensory overload. Real gunfire. Explosions. Not just one, multiple takes.
What all of the videos are mostly one, and it's very much an event. It's the experience of it. It's the camaraderie of it.
We're all coming back together.
The amazing brotherhood you created. Veterans that are wanting to talk to their loved ones and to say, like, hey, this is my experience, or this is what I'm feeling. You're the reason why I made this film.
Big Twine. How'd she do that? It was random as hell, but she was able to pull some information out of T's girlfriend. It's cracking. Big Twine. Hey, two wrongs don't make a right, bro. I turned to him. You already know. As usual, he was gone in the blink of an eye. He ain't even give me a chance to tell him it don't make it right, but it make it fair. I was on that. I finally get the tip crib. Ring the doorbell. She come let me in. Smiling and cheesing with open arms as usual. I give her a hug. Step inside. Taking a seat on the couch. She, oh my God, baby daddy, I am so sorry. I was so exhausted from work last night that I don't even remember falling asleep. I woke up and my phone was dead. Did you try to call me last night? Knowing damn well I didn't, because I was out whining, dining, and dancing with Lady before I decided to take her back to the crib. Still out. Yeah, definitely tried to call you. Steady going to voicemail, so I figured something had came up, so I just went home. She in. Not to mention, I woke up late this morning and had to rush out for work. And they worked me crazy again today. I didn't even have time to call you. Pulling my hat off and walking towards the couch. It's okay, baby. I know you a hard-working woman. And, I don't know, you just deserve to have a guy that's patient with you and understanding. I'm glad to be that one for you. She, oh my God, baby daddy, that's why I love you. How was your day today? Did anything interesting happen? Oh, nothing, just a murder. Today was okay. Killed a lot of time. Doing different stuff, but I'm glad I made it home to you. She, and how's your side feeling, baby? I ain't gonna lie. I low key been ignoring this pain all day. That's the only way I'm gonna be able to push through, but it's not too bad right now. She, oh my goodness. You know what I'm gonna do for you today, baby? The next moment after, I get a phone call. I pull my phone out. It's Amber. Putting the phone back in my pocket. Yeah, so what you gonna do for me, baby? Tip. Who's that? Had to be a wrong number. But yeah, what you was gonna be doing for me again, baby? She, okay. Well, I'm gonna give you a full body rub. Amber called again, ignoring that. Oh yeah? Tip. And I'm gonna massage your body with some heated stress relief for you. Good thing my phone's on silent and only I could feel the vibrations on my watch. Oh, baby. I would love it. Thank you. You're so good to me. She, cause let me cater to you. Cause every day is your day. Do anything for my baby daddy because you blow me away. Funny as hell, smiling out. I don't know how I got blessed with you, but I ain't gonna question God's word. She, you home? Thirsty, baby? Reaching for my throat. I am a little parched, my love. She, let's go get you something to drink. Before grabbing my hand and taking me towards the kitchen, she go walk towards the refrigerator. As she looking inside the refrigerator, I get another call from Amber, blowing my line down. Babe, you wanted to take the garbage out for me? Turning to me, she, that's so sweet, baby, thank you. And turn back to the refrigerator. Of course, before grabbing a half full garbage bag, wrapping it up and slinging it over my shoulder, I bob it to the alley, put the garbage in the garbage can and pull my phone out as Amber calling again. Hello? Amber, hello? So what, you ignoring my calls now? I didn't see you was calling. What you calling back to back for? What's wrong? I was trying to let you know I made it home. You really was blowing on my phone just to let me know you made it to the crib?
You could have just texted me. So if I want to hear your voice, I can't call. Maybe it would have helped me sleep better tonight. Maybe it would have gave me comfort. I can't call you? Okay, Amber. Well, I'm glad you made it in. I want to talk to you about something else. It was getting stalling at that point. What's up? You don't care about me. Why? Confused. Why are you saying that? You pick me up from my house, and then I tell you to drop me off to my car somewhere else. You didn't care to question it? Why would I question it? Obviously, you didn't want to go back to your house. You wanted to go to your car. But it's late at night, and you just dropping me out somewhere random? You should at least check to see what the situation was. Bartholomew, at least act like you care. Damn.
We took our fan favorite Little Caesars Crazy Puffs and made them even better with bacon. They'll make you say, whoa, crispy apple wood smoked bacon. Whoa, delicious cheddar cheese sauce. Whoa, there's 4 of them. Whoa, only 3.
And she was dead serious, huh? Okay, Amber. Why I have to drop you back off at your car instead of taking you back home? She lied. So I let my brother use my car, and he got pulled over. Turns out he had a wound, and then he got arrested. So they let him leave the car, but my daddy was supposed to go pick the car, but he couldn't. So I had to go pick it up. Okay. That's crazy. I'm glad everything is good now. Thank you. You miss me, baby? Yes, I miss you. You was up to no good or something? I was taking out the garbage. Now I'm gonna go in the crib and go to bed. I'm gonna see you tomorrow, baby. Yes, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, baby, good night. All right, good night. I love you. She hang up crazy. All of that for completely nothing, bro. I thought that in the crib. Take the counter. What took you so long, baby? I missed you. Freestyle Friday. A possum chased me down the alley. It was the same size as a rock. They do be out there grabbing my water. And
why you put that back there? It was off.
That was close. Walking into the room and sitting my water down.
You gotta pick it up.
Baby. Beyond ready to comply. I came up on my shirt as quick as I can, even though my side was tinted as hell from the surgery. I pushed through.
Come on,
my little skinny little thing.
Damn.
With a skillful attack on me, I proceeded to go lay down on the bed. It was real sensual, so I was looking forward to an experience. Rubbing the heat oil on my hands. Tip climbed on my back, making sure to thoroughly activate the warming sensation of the lubricant.
So what the hell?
Applying her soft hands to the back of my shoulders, relaxing my whole spirit. How does that feel, baby?
While ago.
Barely able to speak out.
I was right here a while ago. I didn't see you.
When you were sitting there game up.
You know why I appreciate you so much, baby? Wow,
I still didn't see you put it. Almost she was right there. I was at the foot of the bed.
You didn't see me put it up.
I'm listening. Love by far is the most precious thing on earth. Like a rose's fragrance or a child's birth. Pleasant as hell. She was really about to send me on my way to euphoria. Love me and leave me. That's the story of my life. But it won't happen again, see? Since I bought a butcher's knife. An unexpected detour, to say the least. See, the next man who loves me and leaves me so quick, I'ma cut off his balls and I'ma chop off his. I'ma shoot that motherfucker. I'ma kill him. I'ma stab that motherfucker. Going crazy, y'all. Baby, it's okay. It's okay, baby. Calming down. I still gotta finish that poem, baby. You can turn over on your back now. Nah, you don't got to. For sure. Before turning over on my back. I'm gonna massage you from the front now, baby. Close your eyes. Okay. I wasn't sure if she could make me feel any type of comfort at this point. I stood corrected immediately after. Got me right together all night. The next morning, I wake up, step out the room, calling out, baby mama. No answer. Another early day at the office for her, clearly. I ain't know how she was able to get up early after some of the nights that we had. I walk over to the couch and take a seat, collect my thoughts. It randomly came to me to FaceTime my pops and check on him. Hadn't spoke to him. Calling him, he answered. Hello? He, grand day, son. How you feeling? Yeah, I'm decent, Dad. How you feeling though? He, I'm okay, man, but this kidney you gave me stinks, so I'm kind of dealing with that right now. Chuckling out. That's my bad, Dad. I hadn't watched it in a while. Chuckling heat. But nah, come and see your pops tomorrow, son. Alright, for sure. I'll see you tomorrow. He, alright, love you, son. And hang up. Right after I get a text. Looking at my phone, it's from Amber. She, Grand Rising King. Grand Rising Queen. She, I'm about to hop in the shower and get dressed. See you soon? I'm finna do the same and then right after. She, period. On. A couple hours later, I pull up on her. Pie. Waiting. Eventually, Amber come outside, hop in. She, hey baby. Looking up, hey beautiful.
Get a final expert review before you file at no extra charge with TurboTax Live Assistant.
At Bob Evans, we're so committed to making delicious, buttery, real mashed potatoes, we've started speaking in That means you better believe it. Real milk and fresh potatoes for a mash made in dinner heaven. That one speaks for itself. When you need comfort, bring out the Bob.
She, I'm happy to see you. I'm happy to see you too. Chuckling, she, whole time. You drove last time. Want to be a passenger princess today? A rare invitation. You just so sweet to me. I would love to. You can drive. She, I can't drive this, but no, we got up in my car. Smiling, you can handle the Hellcat Bible. You got it. Chuckling, she, I've been and flip this gold. Come on, we can hop up in my car. Nah, I'm glad you let me know. Say less. She hopped out. Cool as hell when she wanted to be. I cut my collar. Follow right behind her. Definitely felt weird walking to the passenger seat. I always had to be behind the wheel. After I hop in, man, I'm always driving. This feels nice. She, whenever I can help, I'm on there, baby. Bless. So where we at with it today? She, I'm taking you to meet your new family. My new family? As I put my seatbelt on. She, yeah, my mom and my daddy and my siblings. Okay. All right, well, that's just what it is then. She, of course, I love you. They need to meet you. No, for sure. So what they like? What I need to get a heads up on? She, they pretty cool. I don't know. Is it just me or did I sense a bit of uncertainty with the side eye? She, my brother's a little extra sometimes, but they might not even be at the house. Amber, I don't got time. I'm telling you. She, you good, babe. Brothers gonna be brothers. They gotta get used to you, because you're gonna be around for a while. Cute as hell. I just smiled. The moment after, out of my periphery, you won't believe who pulled up on the side of us. My girlfriend, Tip. I instantly leaned forward between my legs. Amber, pull off. She, babe, what you doing? Leaning back towards my seat. I just had to tie my shoe back. My chest was in my throat. She, is you okay? Why are you looking crazy? Oh no, I'm okay. Paranoid as hell. I'm okay. The chances. Meanwhile, Detective Tuoli and Tip is casually driving right behind us. Oblivious. Tip, you want to stop and get a bite to eat? I'm hungry. Tuoli, I mean, we could. What do you have a taste for? After pondering, Tip, fried pickles and vanilla ice cream. Tuoli, fried pickles and vanilla ice cream. What type of pregnancy hunger craving is that? Tip, pregnancy craving? That's crazy. Tuoli, my wife used to have those crazy cravings when she was pregnant. But I know you ain't though. You don't even play those type of games. She, yeah, sure does. He remember when we randomly pulled that car over and found those 15 guns? Tip, yeah, I do actually. We gave a lot of order for that. Too old. I think I have another hunch. I think I want to randomly pull that car over that's in front of us now. Tip, but I'm hungry. Too old. I got a good feeling about this one though. Tip. Okay, let's do it. Detective Tuoli, throw the police lights on in the car. Amber, oh my God, what is they pulling me over for? I look behind us. It's my girlfriend and her partner trying to pull us over. Let's do the high speed. Amber, boy, I'm not doing no high speed. Yep, at that very moment, I was about to boo-boo on myself. I ain't gonna lie to you. Boy, what is your problem? My shit is legit. We're gonna be okay. Coming out of prayer, I don't know. I don't got no worries. It felt like all four sides of the car was caving in. Before hopping out the car, Detective Tuoli. Tip, what's wrong? Tuoli, my wife made some chili last night and I think it's ready to pop out now. Tip, we can go to the bathroom after this? I don't know. I think times are the essence with this one. Tip, well, we definitely don't need that type of mess in here, so let's just go. Estimation and disappointment. Detective Tuoli pulled off in the traffic and turned the police lights off. Amber, I guess we good then. Before putting her car in drive and pulling off. My oxygen supply was reinstated, and I'm in my head thanking God 1,000 times. We finally get to Amber people crib walking up the steps. Before we step in here, what's your people last name? She, Spice, Mr. and Mrs. Spice. Spice. That explains why you so spicy. Amber smiled. We stepped to the door. After ringing the bell, her father come open the door. How's it going, Mr. Spice? With a smile. He just looked at me, blank as hell.
I'm thinking of buying a house.
A house?
By yourself?
Are you sure?
I don't know anyone that owns a house.
Yeah, girl. I mean, it's a big commitment. Hey, if you can make it work.
I got this.
You got this. I'll see this for you. Trendsetter.
You better not be using all the Old Spice.
My shit faded right away. I ain't know what to do. I'm just standing there. Amber, hey daddy, say something. Y'all can come in. Looking down. You got on moon boots, son? Products to be exact. Oh no, sir, these just snow boots. Hey babe, didn't we used to buy Amber them fat moon boots when she was young? Mrs. Spice, oh the moon boots? Yeah, we did used to get her those, didn't we? Turning back to me, yeah, I thought so. You got on feminine boots, son. No, I could definitely understand the confusion, but nah, they regular men's boots. Well, make sure you take off the moon boots before you step in my house. And walked off. If that's what he insisted, that's just what it was gonna be. We stepped inside, I closed the door behind me before kneeling down to untie my boots. Now I'm struggling with them a little bit, hopping up and down some. Laughing, Mr. Spice, boy, look at you, can't even take them off. I tell you, this generation different. I finally come up out on him. He had it. I let him have it. I stepped forward. Amber, hey mama, how you feeling today? And gave her a hug. Mrs. Spice, I'm doing good, baby. So this the young man you was telling us about? Amber, yeah, that's Bartholomew. Mrs. Spice, Bartholomew. Trying to digest the name. She, okay. Well, you can have a seat at the table, King. Mr. Spice, nah. You need to earn that seat. I need you to help me with something. Follow me. This dude was like, in need trouble. I follow him down a flight of stairs to what appears to be the basement. As soon as I get down there, startled. Two brawny pit bulls were staring at me. Mr. Spice, so my daughter brought a scary home to meet me? Nah, just a little taken aback. I was frightened, actually, Mr. Spice. I need you to step in here and feed the dog. Tripping out. Huh? I need you to step in here and feed my dog. I'm allergic. Looking skeptical, he sat the bowl in with the dog's teeth. Come on, man. and walked back upstairs. I followed behind, keeping an eye on them dogs for real, because they looked like if they wanted to tear down that little barricade, they could. We get upstairs, Mr. Spice. You can just stand right here. It was safe to assume I still hadn't earned my seat. After that, I peeped a dude walking down the stairs. Let me use Okaji. Talking to Amber. Hell no. You almost got my impounded yesterday. And how did you get out so fast? Motherfucker snitch. Mrs. Spice. Amber, watch your mouth. Amber, brother. Ma, you see how she don't respect your presence? And stop playing on y'all. Pistol with Granny never snitched. Is you cool? Mrs. Spice, stop talking to your sister like that, son. Tell her stop tweaking with me, Pop. Before peeping me in his peripheral, who is you? What's good with you, bro? Bartholomew. By what? Pulling his pants up. Amber, brother, Bartholomew, that's my friend. Friend. I ain't never heard of him. What happened to Big Thomas? Quite the inquiry. Swallowing hard, Amber. He got shot and died. Amber, brother. What? Damn. You moving rapid. Big Twine was cool as hell. That's crazy. Amber. Yeah, I know. Big Twine was the last one of her little friends I was cool with. That's over with you. I feel it, King. Mrs. Spice, were you hungry? Bartholomew? Yes, ma'am. I could go for a little bit of nourishment. Mr. Spice, nah. You gotta earn it. Follow me. And walk towards the door. I wonder what was to him this time. We stepped outside. You're not allergic to the snow, is you? Walking down the steps out. No, sir. Handed me a shovel. Have at it. I take the shovel and proceeded to start clearing out the walkway. Watching me shovel. So what you do for a living, son? I'm in between jobs right now. So how you expect to take care of my daughter? I really don't. But I still get money to be able to do whatever need to be done. See, that's what's wrong with y'all generation. Y'all want no structure. Did she tell you what I do for a living? No, sir. She didn't mention. I'm a real estate developer, and I teach young black people how to get started in real estate. Oh yeah. Oh man, that's a blessing. And not just any type of real estate, multi-unit real estate. We talking financial freedom. The people who you pay when you rent out an apartment. I'm a landlord. I make money off places that people live at. So if you go get you a 4 unit, you live in 1 unit, you just turn the tables around because now you're not paying rent no more. You now getting paid rent. That's real dope. Definitely sound like something that's of great benefit to learn about.
As spring arrives, it's time to prepare your home for warmer days. Spring cleaning isn't done until you call Cook's Pest Control. From keeping the mosquitoes away to protecting against termites, Cook's takes care of it all.
Cook's Pest Control. It's 2 greats on 1 plate. The new spaghetti and meatball pizza. Only at CC's.
Follow me on the gram for more information at Renaissance 125. Knowledge is power, so I was always interested in learning some new type of skill set. I follow him on the gram. I just followed. I'm gonna get into him. That's cool. But until then, I need all the snow removed from around the entire property. Okay. No problem, Mr. Spice. He just shook his head and walked off. Only reason I ain't bugged up on him without respect for him for real. I just started shoveling and got to it. I made sure to clear out a walkway along the side of the house and everything. It probably took me about 45 minutes for real. The only good thing about it is I had a meal waiting for me once I got back in the crib. I ain't seen no type of aroma. Maybe it was just an order time. Spice, you got it all together, son? Coming up out of my boots, huh? Yes, sir. You failed the first test. Oh yeah, you a goofy for real. You don't never have nobody out here how do you do no free labor. Now I'm wondering if I just up and start blowing or what. Damn, you do too much. You know what? We finna go. Mrs. Spice, okay, bye baby. Bye. Amber, brother, hey sis, whole time, don't bring folks up in on with you. I start tearing my boots back up, stomach in my back. Amber people, right here, I wasn't trying to come back around no time soon. Amber came and put her shoes on. I had got my boots back on. And we got up out of there. Her pops was gonna feel me if I catch her in the street. I ain't gonna lie to you. We walked into the coppers, they'll text, brother. Yeah, she. Can you take me to the beauty supply store, please? I'm not coming home right now. She. At like 7 o'clock, please, brother. I am. Boy, who's my little sister. What was wrong with you? She. You is. Let's go back to my place so I can make you something. That's the least you can do after your pops just hold me. She just smiled and walked off. That she wasn't funny though for real. Amber made us some chicken and fries. We in the living room eating. I don't think your people like me for real. They just gotta get warmed up to you, that's all. Your pops called me a goofy. That's probably the highest insult in Chicago history. My papa fight over everybody. Trust me, he gonna love you like that. Sad or not. Listen, she's the side. It don't matter. You gotta deal with me, not them. Type. I feel how the chicken taste? I don't know if it's because I worked up an appetite. I'm shopping. Or this is delicacy. But all I know is I almost bit my finger 3 times. That's because I'm right. I can cook you more often if you like. Alright, cool. She loved it if you can hear that. And to end up putting on the cup blue wipes on necklace. I knocked out at something. I ended up waking up, looking at my watch. Oh shit. Amber, what's wrong, baby? Yawning, I gotta take my little sister somewhere. It's 6:30 and I gotta be there at 7. I must have been knocked out. Hell yeah, my man was asleep for 2 pieces. Damn. Alright, I gotta go run my little sister where she gotta go right quick. You coming back? Standing up, you want me to? If you make it quick, I'll have a little surprise for you. A surprise? And what's that gonna be? One of my homies gonna be here when you get back. Alright. And what that gotta do with me? And she freaky as hell. Freaky. How freaky? She found out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Oh yeah. She was on there. Don't worry about it. I'll be back real soon. That girl demon. How I was gonna let her alone? I don't know. Now while Brazil was waiting for me to pick her up, she got a text message. It's Lil King Heat. What you doing? Picking up her phone. She responds. At the crib waiting for my brother. Heat. True. You miss me? No. You got me in trouble, dude. Heat. My bad. Can I make it up to you? I do not want to hear this in your mouth, dude. You right. Trust me. Persistent, Lord. I got to the crib so fast. Brazil. See, playing. Come on, man. I did not have time to be playing with her.
We took our fan favorite Tracy Puffs and made them even better with bacon for only $3.99. Whoa, this is making me hungry. Get it? Making me hungry? Try new bacon and cheese Tracy Puffs and they taste like whoa.
Pizza.
If patients use Pronamel critical enamel strength, it will actually help to protect the enamel for a lifetime.
I go look in the first bedroom. Empty. Now I'm supposed to play hide and seek. I look in the second bedroom. Nobody. I hope she don't think it's okay to be booling in my room. Right before I get to my stairs, there she was. Headphones loud as hell. Brazil. Caught her attention. Hey brother. Get your stuff on. Let's go. I can't find my other shoe. Sitting there with one red 45 on. Childish. Brazil, I ain't got time for that. Grow up. Go find your other shoe, bro. She okay. Don't get her with an attitude. I'm gonna be downstairs waiting. The nerve. I pop out downstairs to wait for Brazil. I was gonna race her to the beauty supply, race back, and get to the pod. I'm walking somebody, yo, some little dude. Hey, yo, you know where the bus stop at? Shoot, they usually on the corner. I ain't asked you about the history of bus stops. I asked you where it's at. Right. Yo, tweak on point. Man, what? Yo, it's tweaking. What was you saying to my cousin? What the is you talking about? Who is your cousin? Look King. Who the fuck is Look King? His homie pulled his ski down, and I immediately recognized his face. The young YN that I had fake got into it with at the restaurant, Brazil friend. Oh yeah, you know exactly what's going on. And I instantly dunked the cover. I pull out my pipe. Get the blowing that thing. The next moment, Brazil comes stepping out on the porch. She got her headphones on so she couldn't hit a shot. Little do she know she's stepping in a crossfire. Brazil! What? Everything happened so fast. Buddy pop up again from behind the car. Before he realized Brazil was right there, it was too late. She hit the ground. My head then fell off my shoulders. I run her side. Brazil, is you okay? She brother. I immediately reached in my pocket, grabbed my phone, and called 911. EMS hit the scene shortly after. We on the ambulance, Brazil in shock. It's okay, Brazil. Just keep breathing in and out. The paramedic, we got to get this coat off to see where the injury wound is. We both immediately start trying to take Brazil's coat off while she just laying there wincing in pain. She had my soul hurt. The paramedic, she losing a lot of blood. We got to start an IV on her. Brazil, brother, can you tell me to turn the heat on in here? It's so cold. I'm so cold. You cold. I seen the Sixth Sense. That means she dead, right? She's feeling cold because the blood is leaving her body and going to her heart to kind of warm her core up more. So that's why I'm going to start this IV to try to get more fluids. Brazil, brother, am I going to die? The question alone broke me out. No, Brazil. They're going to do everything they can to help you, okay? Okay, brother. The paramedic. All right, let's get up out of here. I need y'all to talk crazy with Brazil. I don't know what I do. I need all y'all prayers. Please.
You know I need a key. Spent the night at folks' baby mama crib. We didn't sleep. Bought a cold phone, been Toulier and Rubenstein leash. Why I thought I had time for a dog beyond me. Way richer than my father. Smacked the cycle truck pulling off from the Charger. Louis V ponytail holder for my daughter. Tank record.
The story is very odd, very complex. It really commits to something very original and surprise people. Once you've got an everyday shot, everyone's going to turn the final picture.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays. Because a romantic hotel works for some, but not others. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Luke Longley is a guy you don't miss. He's 7'2". If he stood in front of you, you wouldn't see the sun. He's an enormous character.
My size came from mum and dad. Dad's 6'10", mum's 6'4". I was always going to be big.
Everybody stares because he's that much bigger. Kids will open mouth, you know, and parents will pretend they haven't seen him, but they will, and then they'll get back in the car and go, "You would not believe what I saw. I saw a genuine giant today. He was huge, like his head was going up the top over, sleeping like a child's."
Being tall has economic challenges for sure. So I'm always redesigning cars and boats and houses to fit my size.
the beds, had the custom-made beds, clothes, and I just was so embarrassed by the clothes that I could wear. There we go. There weren't very many choices. Actually gets me in the shoulders, just not quite in the arms.
Yeah.
It makes me furious now when I look at the teenagers and their jeans are all halfway up their calves, because that's cool. Well, mine were like that in the 80s and 90s, but it wasn't cool.
Long before I knew how he processed his fame, his great success, and the riches in it, I admired how well he processed being what he termed the giant free.
I remember once we went into this pub and the bouncer starts yelling out, "Get off the bloody chair or I'll kick you out of here." And Luke, very graciously, "I'm sorry, mate, I'm not on a chair." Anyway, the bouncer comes over and goes, "Jesus Christ."
I wouldn't trade it. I like being tall. It certainly got me a long way in basketball. No, I wouldn't have been anywhere near the NBA if I hadn't been 7'2". I'm a realist about that.
Luke had a gift given to him by the maker upstairs. But he took the lead, and all of his success was through his own doing. Luke did all the hard work. Luke Longley was the pioneer for basketball in Australia in the sense that he was the first to go to the NBA. And he remains the only Australian to win multiple titles in the NBA. He was the starting centre for 3 years on the greatest team of all time.
The Chicago Bulls have won their 6th NBA championship, and it's their second three-peat.
There was nothing like the Chicago Bulls of 96 to 98. I don't know what you would compare it to. The Beatles in the mid-60s, the Rolling Stones when Mick Jagger was at his height. That may never come along again for centuries. You may never ever see anything like that. We won't.
I felt that Luke was a little bit of a fish out of water coming into the culture, the NBA culture.
Luke was a very gentle, nice person by nature. To be more of an intimidator, to knock somebody down, none of that was Luke's demeanor.
I was a gentle and empathetic young kid who had to figure out how to discard some of the gentleness and adopt some MJ, if you like.
I don't think Luke had the mentality of what it took to win. And, you want to see that frustration. You want to see a little bit of anger. You want to dominate, And there's times where I had to push him on that. You had to show him a little tough love. That's what I call it, tough love.
He took a lot of heat from Michael, but he was also respected by Michael. So he fit right into the group and became a mainstay, for that entire era.
I feel like basketball gives me an awful lot, and it's also cost me a little bit in other ways. I had to change an awful lot of who I was in order to really do the job. And coming out of that, I think I learned that not all of that suited me very well. And it's taken me quite a long time to acknowledge that, quite a long time to unpick it, and I'm still unlearning. Sounds like the first question in a session with a psychologist, doesn't it? Tell me about your childhood. I grew up in Fremantle. At that stage was an interesting port town as a combination of fishing village, and then starting to be occupied by sort of alternative people. It's a different Freo than the one we grew up in. It has been 30 years since they cleaned Freo up.
Yeah.
So I'm the eldest of 3 boys. We tend to run a bit as a pack. Do you want me to get like a wheelchair, a chair, or some special device?
Well, good, thank you, bro.
Okay.
We lived in what was essentially a warehouse building. We were the first family in that part of town. We grew up around artists and academics and architects. We go to Salamanca at lunchtime with our school bags.
There were no kids to play with, it was just us boys. And so as boys we roamed everywhere. 1 minute we're at the end of the jetty spearfishing, the next minute we're climbing up a roof in a warehouse. It was very different. It was unusual.
I definitely grew up a gentle person. I wasn't a tough kid. Didn't need to be. I was more of a creative kid. Grew up in a relatively creative environment. Dad and Mum were alternative. I mean, Dad was an architect. They weren't full hippies, but they were definitely doing something different to any other kid I knew. I suppose I was a good person. I grew up on basketball courts. Mum and Dad were good basketballers.
They both played, and they played at really high levels, particularly Dad. He had a really quite extraordinary career in his time.
When I was pregnant, I would be at Richard's basketball games, and I often wondered if the pounding of the ball and the running of the feet on the court kind of went into him in utero in some way.
It was almost a first contact.
Luke was identified pretty early as having considerable basketball talent, and he was picked for the under-14s team when he was about 12. But he was dropped because he'd been fooling around in practice.
I was that kid that was never that reliable because it wasn't big on the palette of things. I wanted to be an underwater architect. I was busy thinking about that.
First time I saw Luke play basketball was at the Australian Under-18 Championships in Queensland. And he was about 16 years of age at that time, and he was very tall and 4 foot, but you could see enormous potential. And so I recruited him to come to Canberra next year on a scholarship.
The Institute of Sport Basketball program is dedicated to young people like these to give them the opportunities to play for Australia and further their basketball career.
I think one of the pivotal points when Luke was young was the separation of his parents. He was visibly affected, was confused, was angry, and I think he became overnight independent, active, and felt like he was going to take the next steps by himself, and that's when he went off to the Institute.
I thought that he really was going there because he wanted a bit of distance and to sort of just not be quite so close to the chaos that was happening at home.
When you're in a family that's splitting, you don't know what the rules are anymore. Whereas in a game, everything is laid out for you so that you know exactly what's going on.
I never planned for basketball to be a big deal in my life. I didn't expect it would be as fun. However, it provided me with a family when mine was broken down. And I think that became my sort of loving focus almost. Like that's what I sort of poured myself into.
Anyone who's 7 foot tall and pretty well coordinated, you'd have to say, had a very good chance of being a very good basketball player. And that was my take on him. The question mark was whether he had the attitude and determination and will to excel at the game.
I wasn't serious. I wasn't down in the gym like all the other guys. People around at that stage said, "Oh, he's not going to make it. He doesn't want it badly enough."
I would say Luke is an accidental superstar. He was never driven to be a basketball person. We both went to the US for college, and I like to think I had a little bit of a hand in how he got there because New Mexico were recruiting me at the stage.
Luke was back in Perth, and the scouts came to see Andy Glahoff.
The coach came down to visit me here, a guy called Gary Colson. I told him about my friend Luke, and I told Luke to meet me down at the basketball centre.
I don't know why he asked me to come along, maybe to expose me to them. Maybe he needed a foil for him to look good against because I was still just bouncing around having a bit of fun.
And I walk in with Gary Colson, and Luke's just come off the beach. He's in his 40s, barefoot,
7 foot, 16-year-old. Gary Colson, jaw dropped, pretty much forgot about me and went, I need this guy.
Gary Colson eventually offered him a scholarship, and the rest is history. Then Luke went to New Mexico for a college career.
It was sort of a stupid curiosity and a lust for adventure and a free ticket to America, and I sort of knew the Animal House and toga parties looked like fun, and I just thought, great, I'm going to go and have a go at all that. The main thing in our big sports-wise is the university basketball team, the University of New Mexico Lobos.
The biggest Lobo of them all was having the hardest time. Big 7-foot freshman Luke Longley admits he's a little bit out of condition.
Oh, I suppose I'm just lazy. No, I think it's a lot to do with fitness. I really didn't have a very good team attitude that game. Didn't play very well.
There's some footage somewhere, a journalist asked me why I had a bad practice when I first got there. I said, oh, I'm lazy, I suppose. Like that was my big joke. So they crucified me a bit for that.
When Luke was recruited by New Mexico, he was very green. He didn't know the game very well, but he has really good hands for a guy his size. He can shoot the ball, he can pass the ball, and he can defend.
By the time I realised that I actually really loved playing basketball, I was on 88. That's when I went, this is real. Like, I actually could be pretty good at this.
If the names Luke Longley and Andrew Blaholt don't mean anything to you now, they soon will. They've just been selected in the Australian Boomers team to go to the Seoul Olympic Games.
The 88 Olympics were a turning point for Luke. He was in, I think, about the second year of New Mexico, and I picked him in that team. He was only 19 at the time, very controversial. A lot of people hadn't seen him, didn't know him. 88 was good because they played with the innocence of youth.
Yeah, it was joyous. We finished 4th, which was Australia's highest ever finish. But yeah, it was clear to everyone that probably Luke was on a different trajectory to anyone else.
When Luke went back to after the Olympics, we all sat down and mapped out a way to go for him to go to the NBA.
I just felt this massive boost of confidence and energy, and I poured all that into my basketball. I cared about my teammates more than I cared about winning. And so therefore winning became how to reward him. So that's part of, I think, what drove me to be good.
It was certainly an intense time. The Lobos, New Mexico Lobos, the college team, are the biggest show in town. Luke was the biggest star, and he was this 7'2" Australian, flowing red hair, and a different perspective on basketball in the world. I think they feel that. So he was a big star, and a very big fish and a very small pond.
I'm in the papers all the time, and every time I did something, they'd go mad. My confidence just went through the roof, and I can talk to girls all of a sudden. I remember spotting Kelly, who ended up being my wife, and thinking she was the prettiest girl I'd ever seen, and plucking up the courage to talk to her.
Kelly had a hairdressing business. She grew up in Albuquerque. So right in straight away.
He got my phone number from my friend and called my house up for 3 weeks. And he came over for dinner. And that night we went to the pit where the Lobos played. And we went to my salon where I cut off his mullet, the famous red mullet. I was like, this is not right. But his accent, his height, found it.
She was very tough. She was tougher than me. Like, she had a real street smart to her about it that was attractive to me because I didn't have that. And she was independent, and she was confident, and why wouldn't you fall in love with that?
After Luke made the decision in his third year of college to go to the NBA, I think really all happened. He got stronger, more serious about the game.
in basketball, there is one league which towers over every other league, and that's the NBA. And at that point, the NBA was becoming a global phenomenon.
I started getting told that there was NBA scouts in the stands that they were looking at me. I mean, and I had been playing great and beating guys who end up in the NBA, so I knew by then I believed in myself.
One NBA scout claims that the 7-footer with the flowing red hair has the potential to be Australia's best chance of becoming a millionaire in the lucrative National Basketball Association in the United States.
It's almost like an algorithm, you know. You put in the right variables, 7 foot, smart, strong, good guy, high IQ, you're going to get drafted.
And the 1991 NBA draft has moved to the big arena here at Madison Square Garden.
The Americans always make a big party around the draft because it's the introduction of new blood into their sport. And the way the NBA historically creates their level playing field is to offer the best possible athlete coming through the college system to the worst possible teams.
All the players go to New York, and there's a big thing in Madison Square Garden and media and attention.
With the 7th pick of the 1991 NBA draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Luke Longley from the University of New Mexico. Being picked 7th, basically, in a sense, says he was the 7th best player in American collegiate basketball that year. So that's an impressive acknowledgement.
Nobody from Australia has ever really made it big or made it in the NBA.
That opened up the eyes of the Australians because we tended to regard the NBA as something they played on another planet. It was out beyond our league.
When I got into the show with bad, 17 games out of 82 the first year I was there. And that was the most miserable year of my life. I hated it.
I moved up there and it was the frozen tundra. It was so cold. I'd never seen that kind of cold. And left my family, my friends, my business.
Teammates, I got on with a few of them, but there wasn't a lot of love in the locker room. It was competitive, which is good. Competitive is fine, but I didn't feel it at all. I wasn't enjoying it. People don't share the ball. People don't defend as well for each other, and all that sort of stuff was what really appealed to me more than whether or not we won or lost it. Funnily enough.
What's up, man? Y'all moving? What's up, this camera time? This is Crocodile Longley.
They weren't sure about his Australian laid-back attitude, and I think it took a bit of his confidence.
No! What do you think of Luke Longley?
Well, let's see.
He shows his emotion, and I could see him. He was running down the court, and it was heavy. I knew that he was just really hating it.
My game from college didn't translate in the NBA. I hated it, but they had given me $1 million signing bonus. I was the first Australian to make it. I had to succeed. I went back at it and sort of redesigned myself a little bit, and I said, no, that wasn't good enough. Let's have another run at this. Which tools should I pick up and beat myself up with? And so I re-engaged in the weight room and even watched videotape of good guys are doing it. Picked up a few more tools, developed a little hook shot I didn't have. I started to play more confidence. And the general manager of the team traded Jack because he was always trading players. So he was rubbing his hands together saying, great, we can finally get something for this Australian kid who hasn't been very good because he's finding some juice and we can trade for him.
When we watched him through his rookie season, I liked his game, I liked his size, I liked the fact that he was a really good passer, that he was a teammate. Yeah, it's his bulk more than anything else. His size, he's a big guy.
In the NBA, you can get traded any time before the middle of the season. When you get traded, you get a call from your agent, you've got to be in the next town the next day, you pull your life back up the house and you fly to wherever it happens quick.
We got the phone call. We've got good news and bad news. But the bad news is you're being traded. the good news is you're being traded to Chicago, to the Bulls. I think I was about 4 or 5 months pregnant with a player, and Luke was on the flight and gone.
Got on the plane the next morning, flew to Chicago, super excited, and got to practice, and straight away felt like I was home. They shared the ball, and they were genuinely excited when you did well.
They needed him for what he could bring, and he was able to provide what they needed. He would absorb the blows physically from the other team, and I think that's what the Bulls needed most.
People ask me, how did you end up winning 3 championships? Well, I got traded to Chicago. It was the first part, and lots of lucky stuff after that.
At 219 centimetres or 7 feet 2, Luke Longley was hardly intimidated by some members of the press gallery.
My wife is a lot happy to be around me since I've been in Chicago, mostly because winning basketball games is a lot more fun than losing. When I got to Chicago, they had just won 3 world championships in a row, and Michael Jordan, who we'll call MJ from now on, his dad died and he had an existential moment and decided to play baseball. So when I got there, it was a Michael Jordan-less team. Obviously, never going to be as good without the best player in the world, but we're still pretty competitive. Still with Phil Jackson coaching, still with Scottie Pippen at the helm.
Me and Luke really bonded. He's a bit of a joker to some degree, like myself. So me and him was able to hit it right off. The only unusual thing that struck me about him was his accent. That became something for me to get used to a bit.
When he comes to Chicago, plays for one of the great coaches ever, Phil Jackson, and now it starts to make sense. Phil loved Luke, and Luke adored Phil. I mean, there was an instant connection.
I think Luke looked up to him as a father figure.
I always felt like it's hard for a big man to be a part of basketball because somewhere in the back of your mind you feel like, oh, just because I'm big, I'm a basketball player, rather than proficient or skilled. Look at him a lot more than he's willing to admit. He was very adept at what he needed to do to be part of the team. He was a pass-first guy, which was important.
Here's the give and go all the way to Hartford.
Phil was talking my language and talking calmly and slowly, not yelling at me like all the other coaches had. He managed to make me believe that I was great. So he put grease on the tracks, if you like.
You can't tell Luke to do something. You can't say, Luke, do this. Because he's going to be resistant against command. You have to tell him, Luke, tell yourself you can do this. And that became one of the methods that I used to talk to Luke about, maybe scoring, being more aggressive.
We started to get rumors of MJ was thinking about coming back. He started hanging out at practice a little bit. First was just watching from the gallery upstairs. You can see him hanging out up there. I had never spoken to him. And suddenly he got practice fighting with Scotty and barking orders, and he wasn't even part of the team. He just came and took over practice.
When Jordan decides to come back, with his celebrity and his name and his fame and everything, it became the biggest story in the United States. Might have been one of the biggest stories in the world.
Today, Michael Jordan at age 32 tries to accomplish what no one else truly has in team sports history.
I was anxious to understand who my teammates were. My mindset was to go, try to get back and win. So you have to be prepared. You got to be ready to play.
When Michael comes back, it's amped up tenfold. Just the intensity and the awareness of what's coming. So I think it took some time for Luke to adapt and adjust.
Michael in the air, jumps underneath, Longley goes up, missed it.
Luke and other players, they felt like that they were walking on eggshells.
He just had all these sharp edges, like some sort of a ninja star.
You would assume that everybody had the same mentality as I had. Strive for perfection each and every time you step on the basketball court. But unfortunately, everybody don't have that same mentality. But I had a mission, I wanted them to understand what it took to win, and winning has a price. And I'm pretty sure there were times they were not happy with me. But, as a leader, you sometimes you're not going to be well liked. You're not going to be, but you have to pull them along.
Michael was demanding teammate. He wanted you to be as aggressive as he was. Second was not good enough. It just wasn't for him.
And the next thing that happened was, we'd lose a couple of games and they start looking around for people to blame. So they're like, blame for a loss here, blame for a loss there. Is Luke good enough? Can you do it? All that kind of stuff. Which I was curious about as well. Am I good enough for this team? How am I going to make this work? So I searched around for more tools, coming myself into a different shape.
Michael rode him a lot, pushed him, controlled him, and criticised him, with not a lot of encouragement. Just like toughen up, and you got a job to do your job, and this is what I need you to do if we're going to win.
He may not like this story. In '98, we were playing the Utah Jazz. The first quarter ends. Luke has 12 points, 4 blocks, and 4 rebounds. And I go to Luke, I said, that's how you can play, man. You do that, we dominate. We up by 16 at the end of the game. Luke had 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 blocks. We were winning by 16, we lose by 15. And I just looked at Luke and I said, you know what, Luke? That is the last time I'm going to give you a compliment in the middle of the game.
There was times where Mike would get pissed off at Luke, and Luke feels deeply, and that disappointment, of letting down a teammate, it affected him.
I knew he was capable. We all felt he was capable, but you have to be capable every single night for us to maintain success. So I pushed him. Obviously, I did, and verbally, I would challenge him in certain situations where I felt like, look, you're not doing what we expect you to do. There was a mindset that I felt like Luke had to learn, and I think he did learn.
You'll say, Luke wasn't this and Luke wasn't that, so I made him do something and that. And I'll say, well, you may or may not be true. I might not have been a killer like MJ was, but you don't need 12 killers. You need a group of humans that appreciate, understand, push and pull, work together.
Michael's point is, we won, so it worked. We did it my way and it worked. If we did it your way, it might not have worked.
The Bulls needed Michael Jordan to be successful, no doubt in my mind.
Michael shakes the finger.
MJ was still that kid from Freo who was reshaping himself. And MJ was a 3-time world champion, best player on the planet, had his own shoes. And there was me and there was him, and somewhere between us was the rest of the team. And we had to figure out how to be together. And it wasn't his priority, but it was mine. I'm deeply thankful to MJ for showing me how to be a better basketballer, for compensating for my weaknesses with his brilliance. You don't have to love a bloke to be on the team, to care about him, to play basketball together. I didn't love MJ. I thought MJ was different and unnecessarily harsh on his teammates and probably on himself. And often, I just didn't enjoy being around him that much. And that was cool. It was cool. MJ was cool with me. There was no, at the end of the day, we found a way to respect each other on the court and to coexist, and that was cool. When we were winning championships, obviously everyone was in on the marketing thing. Even people were doing babushka dolls. And then one day we found the one with me on as the big dog. Usually had MJ on the outside. So we grabbed this one. It's getting old now, like the varnish is coming off. I think it's just getting in the thing. The line is such a lot of importance. Then MJ, of course, is very important. That's Scotty. Next Scotty, the next most important.
We have a very good relationship, both on and off the basketball court, and that's just how we evolved and became friends for now almost going on 30 years.
So Dennis, he was having an egg yolk hair day. Obviously, he had lots of wild hair days. I loved Dennis. I tended to roll with Dennis a bit after the game and ended up in some places that I wouldn't have otherwise ended up in, which I've put in the life experience bag. My favourite is a little baby's teeth. Little precious teeth. Little Steve. Put Steve up here with me. Who would like to be there? There you go.
Luke and I hit it off right away. We would barbecue at each other's homes and our kids would play together, and it was just an absolutely beautiful time of life.
That's our order of importance. There you go there. There we go.
So how did it really go in real life back then?
The real social hierarchy was obviously something like that. These are all jumbled down here, and these are the three rock stars, and they were. I mean, these guys are Hall of Fame great players, and the rest of us down here found nice roles to win championships, and that's the truth of it.
Luke was a really important piece of the jigsaw puzzle that was the Chicago Bulls. And Michael Jordan is obviously the most important part, but Luke was the starting center. And remember, there's only 5 people on the court. Luke's job was to guard the opposing monster.
Shaquille O'Neal was one of the most dominating big men in our game. So it was important that we tried to have some guys on the floor that could really meet Shaq's intensity.
I love wrestling Shaq, and I got lots of cracked ribs and busted teeth as a result, but I loved it. And Phil and MJ and Pip, all those guys understood that made us good.
There's an intimidation factor that goes into basketball. And Luke was a force that held his own. He could take a blow and just keep going, keep playing, steady, reliable, wanted to pass, wanted to help everybody else be better.
His strength was he could shoot. You know, he was very smart, good passer. He knew how to position himself well. He had the skill set.
He made our team better. You know, his ability to see before and make passes.
It was important to the team and to each individual within the team. So he had a lot of really strong relationships, and that made him a natural connector for the group.
The teammates and their wives and kids, that was our family.
Hosting people, bringing people over, having a barbie, just opening up his house. That was all part of the ambiance that Luke provided to the team.
To see these little girls together, best friends, you know, running around in their pigtails and dresses and enjoying company and wine, and in the midst of playing for this iconic franchise in an era where we're winning championships. It was the time of our lives.
There was a real strong community that built around that. Michael wasn't totally included in it because of his isolation, but everybody else was invited.
I wish, you know, I could have, you know, laid back and enjoyed it as much as everybody else, but that didn't guarantee us success. You know, that didn't say we're going to win. You know, so I had to do what I had to do.
It was an amazing time to be part of the Bulls during that run. Every town, there'd be hundreds of people outside the hotel when we would arrive. It felt like a traveling rock show. We had so many different people in our locker room from one night to the next, whether it was, you know, Eddie Vedder or Hillary Clinton or Bill Clinton.
It was Beatlemania. Anywhere Luke went, there was crowds forming. There was people calling out. Everywhere the team went, they were just absolutely mobbed.
We would go into hotels often through the kitchens and up through the kitchen elevators because there'd be too many people outside, and you use aliases. I mean, I was Norman Gunston for 2 years.
You couldn't even make a friend. Once they found out that Luke played for the Bulls, it was impossible. You couldn't trust anyone to be true.
It's so difficult to win an NBA title because it really is a marathon. You know, you get through the regular season just to position yourselves for the playoffs, and then it's like 2 months of incredible stress. So during the 3-year championship run, it just got harder and harder each season.
Luke Longley is the first Australian to win an American NBA championship. His team beating Seattle today.
The first championship, we were just on fire and we were fresh and no one knew what to do with us.
Luke Longley takes a unique place in Australian sporting history.
I hope the people in Australia are, getting some of this footage and can see how much fun we're having, because it's, it's a first. Hopefully not a last. It's great.
Second one, people figured us out a bit. Our bodies were a little more beaten up. It was a bit harder, but still we expected to win that.
Not since the Boston Celtics has any NBA team reigned as supreme as the Chicago Bulls. And there for the second successive year was Australian Luke Longley.
The third one was really hard. We were really beaten up. We were starting to get a bit scratchy at each other because we've been living in this intense hub together for however long. And it was made clear to us by management that this was our last season together. So it got coined by Phil that we would call this the last dance. We've had this amazing run. This is all you're going to get. This is not going any further. Michael's not coming back. This is the last dance.
The NBA asked me if I would agree to having a television producer, a camera guy, travel with the team for that season because they anticipated what might happen.
That's when we opened up the locker room in our homes, and that's who's camera crew.
They're just meeting the girls. You know any of these guys you've seen them around before? Andy?
Which ended up being the footage for the last dance.
By the third year, it felt like we were running on fumes, and we barely hung on.
We're not hunting anymore. We're being hunted.
We were sort of maxed out as a unit, and so we literally just crawled across the line against Utah in that third championship. Third one felt like I gave the last bit of my body for it. I played my best basketball of my life for it. Really, after that championship, I wasn't trying to take selfies with the celebrities in the locker room. I wasn't out on the court high-fiving the fans. I just found a quiet corner and just wanted to own that one for me. These are my 3 championship rings. And some people play their whole lives, don't get one. I stumbled into 3. Thank you, MJ. Thank you, MJ.
Once we understood how the players were on that team, it clicked. Ultimately, we got where we needed to go. I mean, it was teamwork. It wasn't a one band. It was teamwork. They made me better as well.
Yeah, of course, when I look at the rings, it's cool. I have a lot of good memories and it changed my life. And the rings themselves are gaudy and ugly. But the whole experience was kind of gaudy and ugly as well, so they're perfect.
Even though we knew the breakup was coming, when it did hit, it was really sort of bizarre, to all of a sudden be heading to different teams. We all signed with different teams.
Because of his bull situation, he ended up getting, a fabulous contract with the Phoenix Suns.
I did sign a big contract with Phoenix, which I struggled to live up to because my ankle was going bad, but also just that there wasn't that magic around the group.
Many of us struggled to find a new role with our teams. I know that was the case for Luke in Phoenix. And we all sort of longed for the Chicago days where we had been living this incredible experience. So it was a tough time for him.
I think Luke suffered from the expectations. They want you to be who they need you to be, not who you are. And so they needed Luke to be, a big center who averaged, 18 points and 10 rebounds, and that's not who he was.
Stay next to Luke for just a second. I think we were just in shock and awe that everything's over in Chicago, and I think Luke struggled a lot. I think we were only there a year. What a nice house. The girls learned to swim, and then we were off to New York.
New York, same sort of thing. It was a quick turnover, new guys, just didn't have the same vibe. I never really felt the same way about it. And I was embarrassed that I was playing badly.
He just never got back to being the player that he was once he left Chicago. It was very difficult, and injuries started to really take his toll.
His ankle was bone on bone, and it was hard seeing him, go through so much therapy and pain.
Ankle specialist said, "Can't believe you're even running on this. You should stop playing straight away." I still had 2 or 3 years on the contract, and that was just devastating to me. But not just because my career was over, but it was over in a moment where I was really not enjoying basketball and not being able to perform very well, and suddenly it was just all over.
We left New York and never went back. We were going back to Australia, and that was it.
As I understand it in the NBA, the contracts are guaranteed. So if a player is injured and can't continue, their contract is honoured.
Longley still has 3 years left of his $60 million contract with the Knicks and will be paid out if NBA doctors rule him unfit to play.
Luke was given the option to take an insurance payout, but the proviso was that he could not play basketball ever again.
Not being able to, function as an NBA player at that level, it leaves a hollow feeling in you.
The end of my career really felt like a fizz after those high years in Chicago, and that fizz hurt. Definitely, when I came home, I was deeply sad, and I was depressed about it. I'm depressed about the way it ended. I just felt embarrassed. I didn't feel good about ending my career at all.
He's no longer an elite sportsman. He's no longer at the centre of the whirlwind. He's no longer making a massive amount of money. He's injured. He's home, and he's also, again, probably for the first time since he was 15, the only giant in the room.
You had to be a warrior. You had to be tough. You had to be strong, and that's very different once you retire, because now you're not a warrior.
I'll end up learning how to be competitive and being prepared to hit that guy to get what I want. There's no doubt that it changed me. It would change anyone.
I think the hardest thing for Luke was building that armour that he needed to survive in that world. And then that armour, as you come out, what do you do with that?
It's a competitive drive that we have to somehow figure out how to channel it a different way when we leave the game.
In basketball, the way to get better is to look critically at where you fail, what you do wrong, what you can do better. And so over the course of 20 years, I got quite good at that. And so you go to bed at night thinking, I'm going to do this better, I'm going to do that better. And if you're not careful, you go to bed at night thinking, I'm no good, or I'm not measuring up, I'm not good enough. I think it eroded me a lot as a person on the way through. So when I finished playing, it was really hard to put down that athlete's mind, to stop criticising myself, to stop looking for my own weaknesses. What happened was, to a certain extent, athlete's mind started panning around looking for other things to work on. My ex-wife Kelly would have probably say that it got pointed at her a bit, or even the kids sometimes, or friendships, and myself mostly.
I just couldn't live under someone telling me what to do all the time.
How are you feeling today?
I was being picked apart like he was. I would rather be my own person than being picked apart.
It was pretty clear that his marriage was in trouble, and that was very painful to watch. And when that all went to bits, it was a very dark time for Luke.
Level ground.
They had a good divorce. They stayed civil. They shared the care of the children, and they did it well, but never easy.
Did you hear that, Luke?
We've always been amicable. We've always gotten along. I know that he was the best dad and the best human being, and I saw him go through the hardest times, and he's a great man.
The only real shining light in my life at that stage was the kids, and I put a lot of energy into the kids.
Claire, the elbow in the shin.
Played around, spent lots of money on boats, tried to find happiness in things, bought some nice cars, tried to have a bit of fun, but never found anything to really plug back into and really make mine again.
Going from being mid-career, highly successful, to being retired at 31. In some ways it sounds glorious, right? But also, all your friends are working. Who do you hang out with? How do you spend your time? How do you enjoy that?
I definitely didn't find purpose. I knew that I wanted to not do something in basketball. I just fell out of love with it. I didn't want to be around it. It's like an old girlfriend, just didn't feel a love.
Luke had this long period where he was alone and lonely, and then he fell in love. And he fell in love with a tiny person, which was comical, as love generally is.
The first time I laid eyes on him was at John Curtin Senior High School. And I can remember he was sort of sliding down the handrail of the stairs. And I remember we caught eyes, and I just thought, wow, he's big.
They will actually, they'll curl up and do lots of magic stuff.
It's huge.
Well, they'll be suitable for someone like you.
I knew Anna growing up. As a teenager, I went to high school with her, and she played in a band. I used to go to pubs on the weekend and watch her sing.
I'll work in my small bits of split angle. But
Anna and Luke getting together is kind of a lovely, cute story. I mean, they both had earlier marriages and had beautiful kids. They'd kind of known each other all their lives, except they had very different lives for 20 years.
Hey, Google, volume up.
It's the only thing around here that does what he said.
It's funny because we were friends. It was a bit of an awkward start. I suddenly realised I liked him. I never knew that I even had feelings for him, but I was like, oh, this is a wonderful man sitting right in front of me. And I thought, wow, he could just get snapped up like that.
It was just a friendship that blossomed into more. Yeah, I don't know. She's just good for me. She's a good balance for me. And she's helped me shift back towards who I feel like I really am.
I'm the feeder, and I'm just trying to make you more unattractive to other women.
The first time I met Anna was at our family home.
Keep going. It's working well.
At the time, it was just Dad, Claire, and I living there. And she came in, and she's a pretty bright personality. She's easy to go along with. And Jackson and Elsie, they were very similar ages. Elsie's my age, Jackson's my sister's age. So it really became a Brady Bunch situation.
We ended up moving in with Luke when I was about 12. We all got on really well.
And everything was just so perfect. It was so perfect. And then I wake up in the middle of the night and you can hear everyone fight.
The converted warehouse was already well alight when fire crews arrived about 3 o'clock this morning.
We just woke up to lots of loud banging, basically. It sounded like someone was in the kitchen throwing pans around.
Luke Longley could only watch as fire destroyed the Montreal Street building.
I was asleep and heard a bang, an explosion, and it was already on fire. And we got the kids out.
Everything went, nothing was left. It was awful.
I felt like, I'm going to start again. Like I started again after basketball, started again after Kelly, I had to start again after the fire. I felt like I was always starting again. I was really at the bottom of my own emotional sort of reservoir. And the Boomers came to town for training camp, and the coach said, "Luke, will you come down and just watch practice and tell me what you think? I've got a couple of guys I'd like you to look at." And I never forget walking into the gym and being almost embarrassed and almost like, what am I doing here? I don't belong. This is my old stomping ground. That's not me now. And by the end of a week of going to that practice, I felt reinvigorated and topped up again, like I'd connected with something that was important to me that I'd been not connecting with for a long time.
I'm very happy to see Luke, get a job as an assistant coach.
One guy who I really helped, a guy named Aaron Baines, I really enjoyed coaching him, and that relationship, along with the relationship with basketball, just kind of lifted me out of where I was.
Luke's first and foremost priority was to work with me and try and see if he could calm me down a little bit. And, from day one, we kind of clicked. He's not coming at you and attacking you. He's trying to help you and build you up into a better person, both on and off the court.
I tried to be for Aaron what Phil was for me. And that's ambitious, but that's what I tried to do.
You could just see that weight lifted from him. I think it turned around. I think he could have gone into that dark spiral that often sports people do of not having the thing they work so hard in their life. Now he's working with the Sydney Kings and he's still got that.
You're going to roll, pretend you find a body, hit us for a jumper, and Dave's going to feed it straight into you for finish. I'm just a generalist with this team. I'm a consultant. I didn't want to be around the game for a long time, and I think I realised how much I missed it.
If you're having difficulties, the next thing happens, the big fella walks in the door and says, "Let's have a talk." And he can do it because everyone respects who he is and who he was.
The only pressure being named Jordan and playing basketball.
Yeah, every day. I can't get out of bed.
So it's a little bit ironic, but basketball has ended up filling some sort of a void for me in later life that I feel like basketball created in earlier life. Did you hear the bench more yesterday from the court? Did you think the bench was more engaged?
Yeah.
Basketball sort of brought me back to being whole again a little bit. And in my mind, I'd like to get back to where I started the story, which is as a gentle, slightly alternative, giving person.
When The Last Dance dropped on Netflix last year, everyone was talking about the Chicago Bulls and Michael Jordan all over again. But where the hell was Luke Longley?
Video clear. Oh, I'm gone.
I saw you.
I missed it.
To watch this documentary with great anticipation and to not see yourself in it, that's tough. And I know it hurt him.
There you go. Stop. Oh, spoiler. Sitting there on the couch and watching episode after episode where I wasn't in it, I was like, yeah, I was bummed about that. I didn't expect to be a heavy feature in it because they hadn't interviewed me and stuff, but I did expect to be in it more than I was. Look, there's spoiler again. Look at that, twice in one day.
You want your family to be able to appreciate it, which mine did. I watched it with my kids, and but I thought about Luke's omission from it and how much he lost from that.
I think the worst part for Luke was that the phone was ringing all day, all night. Everyone wanted to know, why aren't you in the, how are you feeling right now? Like drama.
I didn't say anything in the media because I hadn't finished seeing it and I didn't know what to say. And I ended up changing my phone number because it was just overwhelming. I was overwhelmed with interest. It it was like revisiting the whole thing again, where suddenly I needed an alias. I needed to go in through the kitchen again. There you go, Claire, there's the sighting. There it is. You're up to 4 now, is that right?
Yeah.
4 sightings. Why I'm not in the doco? I don't really know, to be honest. The self-deprecating Australian in me thinks it's because I'm not that exciting. He had suits to match his Ferraris, remember that? I was playing a huge role, but it wasn't one that was that sexy, to be honest. There's so many beautiful, bright, shiny stars out there to focus on that, you know, it makes sense to me, but that story wasn't about me. Makes perfect sense.
There's only so much, you know, that they could cover. And Luke was all the way in Australia. He was difficult to reach in terms of getting an interview.
There was a lot of people that, you know, was a part of what happened in the 90s that, you know, probably got left out. But I felt bad that Luke wasn't involved.
Skinny, look how skinny he is.
I can understand why Australia would say, well, why wouldn't we include Luke? And we probably should have. And that was, I guess, if you look back and say if I could change anything, that's probably what I could have changed.
It's a great trip down memory lane. That's the great thing. You know, I've got my criticisms of this doco, but generally it's been a great thing. I'm talking about it again, thinking about it again. People ask questions about it again. That's a good thing, you know?
I feel proud of him.
Yeah, good. It's a long time ago.
Someone had to try and write this story up, and they excluded people. Unfortunately, that had a big part, but the memory's ours. We have a story that's connected us 25 years ago, and it still connects us now. So yeah, I'm glad that you have taken the opportunity to give a little shout out to Luke and what his role was.
That was all happening at the same time as I was making my decision to fuse my ankle, which was as a direct result of what was going on in the doco. So there was this sort of a loop for me of here I am sitting there with my about to be fused ankle, watching why my ankle needs to be fused.
I'm actually really surprised he took so long to actually have his ankle operation. He put up with that for 20 years, and there was a lot of pain connected to that ankle.
Hey, so I'm recovering from my ankle fusion. I'm not allowed to go home until it's 2 weeks old, which it is tomorrow. Ankle growth. Fusion is very permanent and it's a major deal. That's what I've done.
Does it feel like a consequence? Do you feel like you're wearing the career?
That's the strong bit, is it's such a clear emblem of the cost of doing business.
Man, oh man, it's changed our life. It's he's so much happier and freer, and he can walk without having any pain. He carried that for so long.
I feel another chili jam coming on, Luke.
It's going to be plenty, isn't it? I live on an old farm down south of Perth on the beach. There's fish, there's surf. We grow our own vegetables. It's peaceful. It's lovely, and I love it down there. Some of these ones are getting a bit tired.
Well, he's had this place for a long time, so I think he was 21 when he bought it with a stack of the money that he got from some trading cards.
Life is so different for him down in Denmark on his farm. He's really secluded down there.
That community, they have never ever asked anything of me. And when I walk down the street, I get a hello Luke, but there's never been any fanfare. They're all farmers. They probably either don't know or don't care. I love that about it.
Luke's a quiet guy. This land and place suits him more than I can imagine being a rock star basketballer for the rest of his life.
I think Luke, for a long time, was reluctant to sort of step back into the legend of what he did and what he was a part of.
Have won their 6th NBA championship, and it's their second repeat.
He had a great career, and a career that most would, fantasize about having. So I consider Luke real fortunate.
Luke was the starting center on the team that won 3 straight NBA championships. You cannot take that away from him.
I don't really understand why I've sort of avoided it for a long time and didn't really engage with it. I think it just coming out of it just hurt. Coming out of it hurt. I wanted away from it, and now I'm big and being around basketball again, and so I'm keen to talk about it. Interestingly, MJ and I, our exchanges now are really friendly and warm. And I think that now that we're not playing together, there's room for that.
You're a busy man, Michael. Why did you agree to take time out of your schedule to do this interview for Luke?
He matters to me. Yeah, he does matter to me, and his story needs to be told. Sure, I mean, there's some good and there's some bad, but that's all a part of life. You're gonna have friends that you have good and bad things about. But we went through the trenches. We shared a lot. We competed together, and I would take him any day of the week. If I had to go through a competition again. If you asked me to do it all over again, there's no way I would leave Luke Longley off my team. No way possible, because he mattered. He had an impact on me.
Wow, go MJ.
He made me better as a player, as a person.
Wow, wait. There's some. There's a notion in Japanese art and life that nothing should be quite perfect. And I like that idea because I wasn't perfect. I didn't plan to be the first Australian or cricket in the NBA. I didn't plan to be the first Australian to win a championship. It unfolded in front of me. And at the time, that was just what I did, and it seemed great. I've never really carried on about it much, and I don't really want to anymore either. But I can't help but be proud of it,
With Chewy, get their mealtime match delivered fast. Loretta's a rescue who needs a skin and coat formula, while Margaret needs to focus on her weight loss journey. You go, girls.
So you bought this recently? The whole town? The whole town. As far as we know, we have completely saved this town from being destroyed. We found a boating booth, which we still have. Oh, this is from way back. Cleater Bar and Yacht Club has a culture of people that... Bar and Yacht Club. There's not any water, but it makes sense. What'd you say? James Cleater's original mines. That's awesome.
This old cabin has been here for 100 years.
So in the 1980s, they were doing it in the old-fashioned way. Yep, mom and pop. Just pick the shovel. Pop. This is Skid Row over here.
Yeah. Here you're still in the desert. Once you get up there, it's just a suggestion. Try not to die. Look at what a view, right? I used to work for Marvel and DC Comics, Warner Brothers.
Right. How many opportunities in an arc of a life do you have to purchase a pound 1 hour from your residence? Usually 0, at most 1.
There used to be hundreds of people that have lived over here over the years. This was established in 1864. It was sold to a guy named James P. Cleater. And I got a text from my friend Jason, and he said, "You want to buy a ghost town?" Like a joke, with a link to this town, Cleater, for sale. And rumor has it, someone else was trying to buy the town. They were going to level the town and turn it into an RV park. Oh, it's, by the way, this art fence by a guy named Nick, who redid this whole art fence with all of the original mining equipment, shovels, all kinds of stuff. You can see this is sort of like a selfie museum around here. So Jason sent me this text. He's like, "You want to buy a ghost town?" And in my brain started thinking, "You ever heard of Meow Wolf?"
No. Okay.
So Meow Wolf, George Martin, who wrote Game of Thrones, he had a bunch of basically broke artists hawk him into buying an abandoned bowling alley in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and they turned it into now what is the #1 tourist attraction in Santa Fe, called Meow Wolf. And they made a movie about it and everything. And as soon as he had said to me, "You want to buy a ghost town?" like I started looking into it, Cleater, and I started thinking, Cleater for creators. How do we bring creators out there, artists, and things like that? And so that was the inspiration of like what I could do. And also during that time, we were looking for property for a bug out place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like
COVID bug out.
Exactly.
Getting away from the cities.
If the world goes into an apocalypse, where the hell would we go? Because I've never been a real estate guy or anything. As far as we know, we have completely saved this town from being destroyed. And there's several people that live here, and they still do. And
old school locals still live here.
Oh yeah, one guy who he may be up there in the bar. He's lived here. I think now this year we'll probably make it 24 years.
Okay, the bar is still functioning.
Oh yeah, the bar is completely functioning. Tom Cleater, James Cleater's son, actually had the bar, and so it's been around for a long time.
Okay,
I mean, a long ass time. So this schoolhouse was built in the 1930s, and one of the people told me they would have as many as 100 students in here, which I find kind of hard to believe, but maybe that's possible because this was a mining town.
And this is the start of the Bradshaw Mountains, right? Those are the Bradshaws, which have a lot of dark stories from what I've heard.
Yes. They supposedly had cult sacrifices. There's this weird ass article. I have no idea if any of this is true, but there was supposedly in the 70s someone that would, like, they had a cult up there and they had a slab where they would supposedly killed people. So who knows?
Yeah, I mean, we're only, what, an hour and 20 minutes north of Phoenix?
Yeah.
5 million people basically down there, but this feels in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly. It is in the middle of nowhere. And we're talking Phoenix is the 5th largest city in the United States now.
Can we check out the schoolhouse?
Totally. Judy, I am Joe Polish, and I have never, ever met you. Yes, this is
Peter. Nice to meet you.
How long have you lived here? Is it okay if we film? No, what he's making a video.
It'll be on YouTube. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not wanted anywhere that I know of.
Okay, no, yeah, right.
Okay, cool. So how long have you lived out here?
18 years.
18 years.
Yeah.
Well, you can explain a hell of a lot more than I could about. So what do you know about this? Thank you, by the way, for.
Yes, the beautiful part. It was trash. This place, I didn't think they would ever save it until Gordon came in.
Yeah.
He did amazing work on the floor.
Courtney, who's standing right behind you, is the one that restored this whole place.
It was full of garbage, rats, mice. You would think it would never be saved. It looked like it would have to be demolished. And it's just amazing what they did.
We found a voting booth, which we still have.
Voting booth?
Yeah, right here. And this was from, boy, do we still have the original paperwork with it, or is that somewhere else?
You have it.
Yeah, I have it somewhere.
Oh, this is from way back.
This was from, I think we have stuff from like the 1930s.
It's like a pre-50s font, right?
Totally.
Okay, so Judy, what was it like here 18 years ago when you moved here?
It was pretty much a ghost town. There was like, I think, 7 people there in here. Big Dave used to run the bar and the Cleater bar. Have you been in there yet?
No, we're gonna go. Do you love it out here?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you think? I guess since we have Joe here, you're not gonna say the ownership, but how does it feel having someone coming in and putting all this energy into the town? What are your thoughts?
It's good to see them trying to update it some and all. It's very good. I hate to see it, fade away. Nobody was doing no repairs or anything before they came along.
Okay.
My cabin's like 130 years old.
No way.
Yeah, I was told that parts of it was brought down from Wickenburg because they'd used all the pine trees and all up here and Crown King and all for the railroad and whatnot. So our cabins were brought from Wickenburg and put back together.
Would it be cool if we checked out your cabin today?
Yeah, it's kind of nice, but you can check it out.
That's all right. You're putting all your cleaning into this building.
That's why I don't put my own down. But it's so it is dusty out here.
Well, 130 years is cool in Arizona. You don't see that too often.
No, that's why I love it so much. It's way awesome. I'll take you guys over there.
Perfect.
Thank you.
You want to do that right now?
Let's do it.
Okay, yeah, that's great. That is great.
Cool.
More boxes, more options. Grainger has over 1,700 box types in stock, and they can help you pack, store.
Corey, what's your story here, Corey?
I just work for the owners. I've been out here for about 2.5 years.
That's all your work, Corey. That ceiling in there is you?
Ceiling, we were sanding down the floors, restained them. The floors are all original to the building. I built all new windows. Every single window has been missing.
These are beautiful.
All the window sashes are actually broken out. Used as a template.
You're over there? Well, I guess, Corey, in this town, you don't have to drive places, right? Everything's walkable. Judy's got a classic place.
To me, it's exactly what these cabins should look like. It's just cute.
So are these old mining cabins?
Yes.
Lasted in Arizona for over 100 years being wood. That's pretty impressive.
The house here with the white cross, that was the original assayer's office. This building here with the flag was the original cook shack. The one behind it was, they called that just a train house. I'm not exactly sure what its purpose was.
Well, the railroad tracks went right up to it. I could probably find an old picture of that and show you.
Oh, this is Judy's place. This is cool.
Out of this road here.
Judy's a collector.
He has an eye, for sure.
And so the mines were how far away from here back in the day?
Well, there's some actually here.
In town.
In town.
We can see those today?
We probably could have, except I don't know exactly what, because they've come out here recently, me and my other partners, and they have found other mines. So we're talking.
They're here today too.
Yeah,
they know.
Yeah, they should know.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
And we're talking like it's been over 100 years. Well, it's been about 100 years. I think they quit mining in the 1930s, but here in Cleveland, I'm not sure.
Judy's got a unique place.
Yeah, she does.
She might have a film back.
So let me ask.
Okay.
Judy, which way do you want us to come in? Okay.
Judy's a character.
These little stone walls.
That way.
Okay.
Judy, you built these walls here?
These are youngest. Yeah, I hauled all these rocks, I hauled every one of them here. There was nothing in this yard when I moved in.
A lot of artists out here, huh?
I love it.
I just had to do a new wax tree to put them.
Judy, did you draw this?
Did you draw this, Judy?
Oh, this is
I
colored in.
color it out, it calms you down.
Okay, calms you down. Boy, I need to try that then, because I could use some calm me down.
Oh, wow, look at this.
This is so darn unique. So this is
I think this is the original part, the first part of the cabin, I think.
130 years old.
Yes.
Okay.
You got a nice
My
stove
new
back
stove,
there.
that was here when I moved in,
And
yes.
it's nice and warm right now.
That's nice and warm.
Love it.
I call this like the sitting room. A cat might run past.
The cat might run past, okay.
It's like the dressing room, kidding room, there's no dog.
Judy, am I ever coming back mentally after this experience?
Right. So let me
I
see.
realize I'm gonna be changed. I wanna say, that's Braveheart.
In a good way.
He normally don't like people a lot, so he
Aw.
might just take off.
Go pet him, Joe.
You know what, Judy? I mean, am I gonna get attacked?
Dog, so that's good.
Okay.
Braveheart, it's okay, baby. They're
Maybe.
not gonna take you away, it's all good.
Oh.
Braveheart actually looked like
It's
ready to.
Except that one I've ever had.
Wow.
Rat hunt, so you get a lot of rats out here?
Yes,
Okay.
half rats and whatever outside, and I was in one every other day.
You know, Judy, the inside of this place is just as artistic as the outside. This is pretty cool.
So Judy, you're in the Kid Rock here, obviously.
Yeah, I think Kid Rock's pretty awesome.
Who's this guy? Noel?
That's my dad.
Okay.
So he passed away many years ago. So that was the dressing room, kitty room for you. Made for short people.
Am I helping with the light or am I making it worse?
Oh, you're doing great, Joe. Thank you.
This is the classroom.
The craft room.
Yeah, so that's where you create everything that we put outside, you know.
Wow.
It's way bigger than you would think.
Yeah, it is.
Outside.
It really is.
Okay, this is the bedroom.
Oh,
It's
cool.
like a fishbowl.
Yeah.
Because everybody stares at you from the bar. You know, you feel like you're in a fishbowl because they're always staring at you. My boyfriend, he's very artistic. He did those drawings.
Yeah, wow.
He is really good.
Beautiful.
That's her and her babies. And then there's another one over here.
Wow, he's talented.
He is way talented. Him and Corey probably get along really well. And then you come to the front
So could you imagine living anywhere else?
No, I was really scared at first. I didn't know what the owners were gonna do.
Oh.
Had to fight for a long time.
You know what? I think people were a little freaked out of us in the beginning too. But we had our first town meeting here. You weren't there.
No,
Okay.
I work in Crown Kings 5-6 days a week.
Gotcha. So check this out. So we do our first town meeting, and there's supposedly five residents. 60 people show up. And I'm like, okay, there's a bunch of squatters here. Now I filmed this whole thing too. I have it on video. I never put it on YouTube or anything. But we have this video. I told a story about how we're going to buy the town, and they know this area better than we do. Some of these people, they've been out here for years. Not just living, but just hanging out. Right? Like Clear Bar and Yacht Club has a culture of people that
Bar
come
in yacht club.
Right, you'll see
Yacht
the
club,
yacht.
Okay.
I'll take you on the yacht. As you can see, there's not any water, but it makes sense once you see it.
Okay.
So what we did it in the back of the Clear Bar and Yacht Club, this area, and what ended up happening was I said, look, we don't want to kick anyone out unless you're causing trouble or doing illegal stuff. You know, we're here to collaborate. You know, and we want to restore the town. We don't want to change it into something that wouldn't be cool. And that's what we've attempted to do. And so we've not kicked anyone out. The only time we would ever kick someone out is if they really are troublemakers.
So you want people like you to stay?
Absolutely.
And there's some my buddy, they just showed up.
That is hysterical.
Showed up all of a sudden one day in my daughter. And he'll try to get your music today.
Okay, so is there any governance here? Like, there's no mayor or anything here, is there?
No, there's no mayor. Everybody wants.
I'm the mayor, actually.
New mayor's in town.
Yeah,
Head sheriff.
Jason's the sheriff. I'm the mayor.
Okay.
But no, we what's kind of cool is there's not really much crime out here.
No.
The people are really cool, and they kind of take, like you see Judy here today, which, you know, they take care of the place.
What happens at hungry commute?
This happens.
They go what they
Clear Bar. You are entering a redneck area. You may encounter American flags, armed citizens, the Lord's Prayer, and country music.
And you might have to use the back door.
If you use the back door, all right. Does it ever close?
It's open from 11 till 5 on weekdays, and it's open till 6 on weekends. Over here is where the original bar was. They used to sit back here, and that was where the drinks were. Later on, they set up the other side here, and then that's Tommy Cleaver. That's a painting of him.
Okay.
On the back wall there.
So the dollar bills, what I've been told is that back with the miners, you know, going back to the 30s, maybe before, who knows,
right?
That if they didn't go and find gold or silver, they stapled the dollar bill to the wall or tacked it to the wall. And if they didn't find anything, they at least had money for a bath and for food and for a drink when they came back. So it was a bit of insurance for them.
It was just boom and bust, right?
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
What was really cool was back during the Depression, there was a lot of stone, just very rudimentary stone buildings built in the area for miners. Just absolute desperation. They would build as small and rudimentary of a cabin as they could right along the creek bed, stay in it, and just it was a rough living.
So as you can see, this is why they call it the Clear Bar Yacht Club. A few boats, and there's jet skis that are randomly just parked out here. This is so cool, guys. So there's the big boat. I'm assuming you probably want to know how did that get out here?
Yeah.
I would like to really know the real story on that too.
Corey, do you know?
So it was a stuntman, Hollywood stuntman used to live down in Lake Pleasant.
Okay.
He built the boat as basically a prop and kind of lived in it momentarily. It actually sunk in Lake Pleasant twice. They recovered it. After the second time it sunk, the fella kind of gave up on it, and they brought it up here. This is why.
Where are you guys from? Here. Okay, so you take the 4x over here, or the side-by-sides?
That's my Hummer right there.
The Senator Highway back route.
We're just gonna go back this way.
You're ripping the desert, you come out, stop for a beer, cruise
So,
out.
and then head all the way back, all off road.
That's
3
cool.
hours all the way back.
Well, it's a beautiful drive.
What do you see out in the Bradshaws? Anything super interesting out there?
Oh, wow.
Mule deer.
I'm just talking about like
Got like
creepy
the
stuff.
squirrels that have
Creepy stuff.
the bear that ate the guy last year. Is that good?
There's that.
His neighbors all kind of hated him. He was like remodeling the cabin. I don't know why they hated him.
Just
but
for the valley.
he was out there drinking his coffee on his like Jeep camper tent thing, and bear got him, just started dragging him through.
I thought you were
the-
joking. A bear really did eat
And
you.
he's
Okay.
screaming, and people are looking out the window, but nobody came out to rescue him because they all hated him. And he actually got eaten. So about 20 minutes later, someone in the neighborhood found out, came out with a gun. Bear got
They had
gone.
to euthanize the bear.
It took him 3 days to find him.
Yeah, but they euthanized it.
When they found out later that the guy had been feeding the bear for 2 weeks previous, there was,
Don't feed the bears.
Do not feed the
Don't
bear.
do it.
Coffee, no food. I'm like, that's
So-
awesome.
So we're from Alaska.
That's like,
I went to high school. I went to high school down in Tucson and stuff. But I went to ASU and NAU. And then we moved here from Alaska. And my buddy here, he's from Alaska right there. We know a little bit better than most about dealing with bears. You know what's dealing with bears? You leave them the hell alone.
What would you say are the similarities between Alaska and here, this part of Arizona?
welcome.
Wild West.
It's a wild west.
You really get that Wild West feeling here?
I literally live in Wild
Without a doubt, yeah. I mean,
And yeah, well,
well, Prescott, you know, if you
Because
know
Alaska
anything-
is wild, yes.
Pretty much, but if you look at historically, like Prescott was a pretty wild ass place, man. I mean, Doc Holliday was there, and what do they call
Rough Riders.
them? The Rough Riders. They actually formed in Prescott, Arizona. They were the marshals for the territorial state here. So yeah, there's a lot of history here, man. If you go actually up this road, you'll see some old postal stations and little stagecoach stations that have been around since like the early 1900s.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people in Prescott now. There's a lot of Californians that migrated there. They're trying to change it. Out in these areas.
Are you guys
actually
letting,
the
are
authentic-
you letting them change it?
No, we don't. There's only so much you can do in terms of, but you're not gonna feed the delusion. Like you move for a reason, adapt.
Yeah.
Respect the local culture wherever you go. I agree.
Poncho Villa supposedly spent a lot of time up in Crown King when he was running from the government. He hated Americans and white people. Why he would have been in Crown
Take care. Thank you.
Doesn't really add up, but it's at least a good story.
That's interesting.
This sleek app, it's pronounced sleek as.
This video is sponsored by Ground News. If you're watching my content, then you realize the world is a very complicated place. You're here to learn with an open mind. Unfortunately, here in 2025, all media has a bias. Every journal is pushing an angle. One way to parse through this problem is with an app and website I've been using called Ground News, a platform that gathers global and local news in one place to compare perspectives and sources. The feature I love most about Ground News is its blind spot feature. It allows you to flip from news source to news source and see how the same story is covered in a completely different way, exposing the political bias of news publication. I use Ground News to get all sides of every story, be better informed with access to a vast amount of worldwide sources in one place, and see who owns what media, and follow the trail of where the money is coming from. Ground News and my mission align. Think freely, ask questions, and seek the truth. If you like my content, I think you'll like Ground News too. Go to groundnews.com/Peter to check it out. Subscribe through my link below so they know that I sent you to get 50% off unlimited access. Now back to the story.
And this is how you get up there. You want me to hold it while you go up there?
Oh, yeah, sure. Corey, you coming up with me? Oh, yeah, this is cool. Take care, guys. Thank you.
Yeah. So there's bands up here and everything.
Oh, that's so cool.
When we were doing the raves, there was DJ stations everywhere, and there was a band playing too. Like, I mean, 100 people right here.
When they did their last event, we had light bars clear across there, and they had spots that were shooting up onto the mountains, and you could have done dental work out there. It was so bright.
I'll tell you though, I was on when we were doing the planning of the first event. We have insurance, and then when someone wants to do an event, there's all these precautions. And I was on with the artists that were putting the whole thing together about where we're doing fire dance and stuff, and with swords and all kinds of crazy stuff. But they were so meticulous with safety and how they had blankets and how they had the things set up. And I was like, wow, this is quite impressive. And the cool thing, at least the ones we worked with, they left the place as clean, if not cleaner, than before they showed up. They didn't wreck anything. I mean, there's always going to be some stuff, but
the last time there was 300 people here for 3 days. I came out on Sunday morning to start doing some cleanup around town. There was one water bottle left down.
Wow.
That was it. I mean,
that's your town done, right? And so over here, you can see that's called Skid Row, where those 3 houses are. So we now have Ray, the artist, has a place up there, which we'll show you later.
We can get out to Skid Row today.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I've been to the other Skid Row.
And when we put in all these roads, we've actually added that whole area since we bought the town. And so the water, this is the first time that Cleater's ever had go for water. We got water, fresh water now, first time since 1864. Now, it all needs to be patched up everywhere and connected, but we now have fresh water.
and the rest of the town's still running on the 100-year-old system that the railroad actually put in. There's a spring 3 miles over yonder in the mountain, and it's just a galvanized pipe runs right across the desert floor for 3 miles. It crosses roads and streams. People run it over, shoot it, cows not going to lose. And Ron, the one resident here, that's all he does is take care of that water, and he keeps a good flow of it.
So I have a friend who owns Camelback Recovery, and we're going to have one of the things that he takes the people that are going through recovery is to bring them down here and to do everything from yoga retreats to groups for the people that are struggling with addiction. You know, we're going to create Cleater Honey. This one sounds really bad because, you know, like it's a barn yacht club, but this was there before we bought the town. And this is the central place. Now, you know, yeah, people come and they will drink, right? They will hang out. We also have Cleater Liquors, which sounds completely inappropriate, but it's funny as hell to me. Just like Beaver Creek, Colorado, they have Beaver Liquors, right? So we have Cleater Liquors, but we've not done anything yet. Just have the domain names. But then lollipops, Cleater Liquors, they're lollipops. And so I've got a whole slew of different businesses, and the way that we look at this is if someone wants to set up shop here in Cleater, they want to utilize our town for events, or to build a business, or to manufacture something, as long as it fits and it makes sense and is going to expand the and I don't mean expand necessarily by just growing the town, because we're not trying to turn this into, you know, this metropolis here. We want it to stay a ghost town. As long as it expands, it doesn't contract. What people want in life is they want more woo and less ah. I mean, that's what we all want, right? Okay. So you pursue a business, you pursue goals, you enter a marathon, you listen to music, you do drugs. I mean, people are looking for a woo, but some attempts of woo creates ah. Like when you're an addict, you may be seeking connection, but what it's doing for you is contracting you. It's not expanding you. So I really want Cleater to be a place of expanding the mind, expanding creativity, expanding connection. But there's people that just come here just to freaking do nothing, right? Just to hang out. Right. There's other people that come here to be creative and productive.
So I will say this, for those that don't know, say living in Europe or the East Coast of the US, the American West, and especially the desert Southwest, these massive expanses are just healing in many ways, like you're saying for addiction, I can see what you're saying there, but also for creativity. Like you feel very small, very insignificant. The climate could kill you. You know, it's the wrong time of the year.
Absolutely. And it's insanely grueling here in the summer.
And you get this. Let's go 10 seconds of silence. Ready? You get this.
after the bar closes and you walk around here at night, my first trip out there, I was walking in the gravel and it was so amplified under my feet. I was waiting for people to come out of their houses and scream at me for being so loud. Everything is amplified. Unbelievable.
The story is very odd, very complex. Anything he commits is something very original and a surprise. Once you've got an obvious shot, everyone was having tons of fun. Mickey 17, Friday, rated R.
With Chewy, get their mealtime match delivered fast. George needs a senior formula to help with his joints, and Teddy doesn't. He'll have the puppy formula. For low prices, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
I had read this book probably back in 2008, 2009, because I was doing podcasts. My first podcast I ever recorded was back in 2005, but no one even knew what a podcast was. The original Yeah, we were doing some of the original stuff. And it was called The Spider and the Starfish. And it was Rod Beckstrom, and then Ori was the other. So I didn't interview with Rod. And the whole concept behind it was these guys, they found two Al-Qaeda manifestos that were gotten in terror raids on how to build a terror organization. Really bizarre. And they reverse engineered these, and they looked at modern life of decentralized versus centralized organizations or businesses. And so what's funny is now when you look at crypto and blockchain, centralized versus decentralized, well, what they had come up with, if you cut off the head of a spider, the spider dies. You can cut off a leg and it'll disable, but if you cut off the head, the spider dies. But a starfish, some species of starfish, you cut off an arm of the starfish, will grow another arm, or leg, whatever you want to call it. Some species of starfish, you can chop them up into little pieces, and the little pieces will regenerate a whole new starfish, because a spider is a centralized organism. Like a human, you cut off the head, you're dead. You take out the heart, you're dead. But starfish, they're decentralized cells. And so they use this for like a business analogy. So for instance, 12-step groups are a starfish. So even though the founders, Dr. Bob and Bill W., passed away, they created a starfish organization that continues. Millions of people every day are held by 12-step groups. Terrorist organizations are often starfish. You kill Bin Laden, it doesn't stop. And oftentimes a starfish organization, it's like a cancer, it'll metastasize if you try to attack it. So a starfish could be good or bad. But the way that I think about it is every movement, every cause needs to have a catalyst. And what's the motivation? So without getting super political or whatever, we are now living in a stage where things start off as a mission or a cause, then some of them become a business, and if they become corrupted, they become a racket. And so we're living through this sort of racket stage. So my whole thing is whatever I focus on, do whatever is possible to never have something become a racket. Have it always, be a catalyst for stuff. So I don't think I'm going to change the world. I mean, I think that's often, I'm going to change the world. It's like the way you change anything is, can you change one person's life? Can you change 5 people's life? Can you change that? Just do that. And when I'm dead, I'm dead. Whatever. Yeah. So the thing is, I just want to be a catalyst for a variety of different stuff that I do. But I want to be able to hand that baton off to other people and let them do what they will with it. So to me, it's like, yeah, I bought the town, but I ultimately kind of want to open source it so that people can just come and do whatever cool stuff they want.
About 3.5 years ago, I saw a I saw a news article on town for sale. I didn't even know you could buy it. I sent it to Joe, saying, hey man, want to buy a town, ha ha ha. Not thinking anything of it. He texts me back, well, maybe. Like, what? I know nothing. I'm the least qualified person on the planet to own a town. 6 months later, we bought the town.
How big is the town?
40 acres.
No way.
40 acres, yeah.
So, do you guys have land you're going to sell, like for people to build homes? No, not happening.
No.
Okay.
We own the town.
Yeah.
We have the structures and the properties that we have on it. And actually, if you go back 100 years, there were 6 mines originally in this town. This was a mining claim for James P. Cleaver. And then there's also mines all in this area. If you go back 1.4 billion years ago, this is where the continents collided. When the continents collide, it does that, and that's why there's gold and then there are hills. And this is so there's all types of mines that we have here. And this is part of like the gold rush in the late 1800s. Everything started to happen here. At World War II, all the mines were shut down. The war effort, government said, nope, all non-essential mines are done, and all the workers, all the men, went to fight in the wars, they took all the steel, they took everything. This was actually used to be a railroad that goes right across.
This, okay, just to get the minerals out.
Yeah, there was a railroad, there was a gas station, I mean, everything was out here. This was a mining town for James P. Clear, and then he had the other claims. Yeah. And so in addition to this, what we also have is we have 2,500 acres of claims all out that way.
You guys own the claims.
We are with a public company that owns 2,500 acres of claims. King Global Ventures. It's a Canadian company. Canadian stock exchanges, the TSX and the CSE, are the ones that provide all the capital. So all the mineral exploration companies are really Canadian and Australian. There's very few American ones. Now, there's difference. There's the exploring and the drilling is different. The exploring, you have to prove what's there because drillings are massive, massive projects.
Do you think you have much out here still?
We're drilling hundreds of drilling, at least 100.
Everything stopped and sought out, they got everything.
Oh, there's a lot out here. If you look at the Arizona state flag, there's a copper symbol in the middle. Is copper is where the biggest copper state. So there's a ton of copper mines. So yeah, oh yeah, there's gold in them there hills.
Can we check out the James P. Clear General Store?
Oh yeah, this was opened in 1906.
Try the strawberry Magneta slush and many more flavors in the Sonic app. Live free, eat Sonic.
This we restored. Oh, cool. All of this, it's not, obviously it's not open yet, but it will be open and beautiful floors. Thank you. These were mostly the original floors. We had to replace some.
Decor units?
Yeah, Corey did basically everything. And we're working to restore this. They don't make them like this anymore. These old freezers. Oh yeah. This is from the early 1900s. And it's kind of fun to see the craftsmanship because these were built forever to be repaired. Right. The new ones now are disposable. Yeah. But through 2 dishwashers and so on. Oh yeah. And it's also funny to see the layout of this store. It's an inconvenience store. Because if you look at where the shelves are, 7-Eleven and designed this.
That was before there was any bar to the left of it or a restaurant at the time to the right of it. It was just a standalone. And that was when it was called Turkey Creek, before James later named Cleveland. That's Turkey Creek Station. Is that where we're at right now? Right here, right?
Yes.
We're right here. Yeah, we're sitting inside this particular building, and then right here is another picture, Turkey Creek Station. See it right there?
So how's it feel, you guys? Doesn't sound like any regrets taking a risk like that. So you're, how old are you?
I am 56.
Okay, so you're Gen X, I'm Gen X, you're millennial. You're doing some anti-aging something.
Well,
That's amazing.
okay.
So we're all Gen X. But that's what we were taught. How old are you? I'm 47.
Yeah.
But that was in our upbringing. Take risk, have your lawn. I grew up in the East Coast, so it was like have your lawn business, make your money, get your car at 15. So on your 16th birthday, you're ripping off. Mm-hmm. I mean, and you're out adventuring and taking risks, and like failure is okay. And I think that's gone away a little bit. And I think the younger generations need to hear and see it. Right. That they can take the risk, fail, that's part of the process. If you ever want to create anything great in life, you're going to have to fail. It's a lesson. It's just a stepping stone. I don't think it's failure either. Yeah.
The reason it's Super Bowl was it's a building tragedy. You can't have a triumph without a tragedy. So we know you're going to have a Super Bowl, which is a silly example, but the triumph only exists for the tragedy. If everyone got a participation trophy for the Super Bowl, it would work. If everything was successful, nothing would be successful. So you need that. So then what's the difference? Success fell, it works, it doesn't work. But
the difference is your resources are better off when you're succeeding and you have a house and you don't have to worry about finances and you go to Whole Foods and get your nice things. That's the difference. Sure, which is nice. Yeah. I failed more than I succeeded.
I've had most people that haven't had with success. I mean, We just kind of bought it. And said, okay, let's buy a pound. Really, that's what's good for you. You saw, okay, we can use it for the. Let's get going. Well, it's not gonna be good. And I lived 1 hour from the town. And so I thought to myself, how many opportunities in the arc of a life do you have to purchase a pound 1 hour from your residence? Usually 0, at most 1.
I wanted to give you this copy of this book.
Thank you. She's the top vaginal plastic surgeon in Arizona, Dr. Sharian.
Everything men know about vaginas. And I interviewed all men from the age of 18 to the oldest, like 78. And this is all information about.
They all say that.
And I'll let you open it. That is probably the best.
I know everything. Oh. Some notes. I gotta write some notes down. Is this for me? Thank you. Thank you. Took you a long time to write this.
Yeah. And then after you finish reading this, you should listen to the audio.
That's great. That's great. Oh, that's funny. How long have you two been together?
4 years?
4 years.
4 years. Okay. That's great.
12 blissful years.
What do you think about Peter?
Peter is awesome.
And you're from Malaysia?
I'm from Malaysia.
Immigrating here, you've been totally accepted, totally brought in.
It's funny you said that. I think I'm more accepted here in America than back in China. Because I don't speak Chinese. Like, when I went to China, they looked at me.
Well, you grew up in Malaysia, but you're ethnically Chinese?
Yes, Chinese
Okay.
Malaysian.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your take on Arizonans or American people, or like the human side of things? What are your thoughts?
I think Americans are really friendly. And they're usually very open to ideas. Like when I traveled, we would just hang out with, I would meet new people.
Yeah.
And we'll just go to a different country. And we just became friends instantly.
Yeah.
And I think that's the big thing, is just that they do not create like barriers among two human beings. I believe that like, we're all connected in some way, shape, or form. So yeah, that's what I really felt that was the difference.
Bran flakes with frosting, huh? Look at you being all adventurous.
Hey, Mickey, have a nice day. See you tomorrow.
Jerk. Mickey 17. Mickey this Friday. Tickets on sale now. Rated R.
This is a pretty serious man here. The storyteller overland. What's your name? Howie. You ready for a little journey, a little adventure? Okay. Is it cool if Allie's on camera? Yeah. Okay. Allie, what do you think of Clear?
I think next time when you guys film, I think you guys will film over there.
I like it. Can you be my director? Okay, cool. Are these new setups, these cabins?
No, they've been here for a little while. They have just been recently given to Ray, Villafane Studios. Ray is quite a character. He's the top pumpkin carver in the world. That's one of the many artistic talents he has.
He's in here right now?
He's in here right now.
Oh, cool.
And this has all been set up literally just in the last, I don't know, couple weeks.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Good time.
Yeah.
All right. This is Ray.
This is Ray.
Ray Theater. Yeah, you too. This is my director.
Well, I mean, it was good for you. We're still moving in. It's like a work in progress.
Joe was saying this is Skid Row over here.
Yeah. Skid Row.
Is that what you're calling it?
Yes. It's
Oh, wow. This is all your work?
most all of it is. I used to be a school teacher, K-12 art, and then from there I went into commercial sculpting.
Okay, this stuff here.
Yeah, I used to work for Marvel and DC Comics, Warner Brothers.
Right.
Yeah, for about a couple decades ago. Here's a sand sculpture in the back. It's a picture of it. 17-foot tall in Italy. Just sand and water.
You made that?
Yeah.
Wow. 17 feet.
Yes. Then here's a scarecrow, all found round sticks and stuff. He even has a rock, hagstone heart, which is a rock with a naturally occurring hole in it, in the shape of a heart. So I'm in the process of bringing stuff out here, setting up a space to cultivate, so I could diving into my work and starting to help transform this town.
Doing this versus something like Marvel.
Can't do that anymore.
You can't. Why?
Because this is like, okay, here's a drawing, we need to sculpt. I want the whole idea. I like getting raw ingredients and finding inspiration in it and following it where it goes. You know, the pumpkins led to the scarecrows. Scarecrows took me deeper into nature, searching for sticks, all the fingers and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Had me finding old wood. Even this table I made from like old mine shaft wood materials and stuff.
So rough and
even the
old and
sketch.
weathered.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
The book itself is made from just stuff I found.
This is your book here?
Yeah. Just some of the drawings.
Wow, you're super talented, Ray. That's amazing. You can do all different forms, obviously.
Yes,
all
sculpted
different
that
mediums.
stuff. Sculpted that. But here's a little truck that I built with stuff that I found.
That's so cool.
This engine compartment piece came from the old the cleaner store. It's like a 120-year-old bin. And I just shrunk it down a little. Yeah, well, what a view, right? So the top of that mountain is where I do a lot of my collecting of kind of wood. And the terrain up there is drastically different than down here. Here you're still in the desert. Once you get up there, it has like a press. I don't know if you ever been Prescott.
Yeah.
So it's got that vibe up there.
It's got trees down there.
Trees all over, yeah.
So from down here, it doesn't look like it, but not far away, there are forests.
Yes. Top there is all big pine trees, and as much as I love setting shop up in here,
yeah,
I've been itching, and my wife's like, just patient, because I want to go exploring all back in these mountains and mine shafts and all this. I'm sure I'll be able to find.
Did you ever think your life would turn to this?
I didn't know. Life always gets better. That I do know.
What's wrong? What's going on, director?
You didn't wait for me out there, so you're fired.
Am I fired, director? Or are you going to give me one more chance?
Just one more chance.
One more chance to make this right. Okay.
If you don't wait for me, you're fired.
Oh, it's a tough job out here, Clear.
Yeah.
Okay, boss, let's go.
You're on a tight ship. Emitting on a thing there.
This is the body to one of. Okay, so there's
Yeah.
a lot going on underneath here.
Yeah, he's got a big.
You want me to go grab his set?
Sure, you see where it is? And then he's got also a hagstone, a rock with a hole in it.
You think that's cool?
Awesome. So,
oh, that is so cool.
and then he's got this little building there. It's all found this wood.
You found this up in the mountain?
Yeah.
It just seems like you're in your playground out here.
Oh yes. I just like playing with stuff. You know, I really do enjoy.
You're still a
working
kid.
out here. For sure, I've created. Yeah, I was like playful curiosity, and I don't know why I'm drawn to stuff that seems to be either discarded by others or patinaed, old. I mean, here I am, Skid Row. I've done a lot of amazing things in my life, had a lot of big opportunities, but someone might say, "So you're a Skid Row, like, what do you like to find despair where you're at?" But there's a part of me that always is like constantly, okay, well, we could do something with this, and playfully. And the funny, it's like the more unlikely of ingredients you have, the more potential for something magical or cool. Because, you know what I mean? So it's like, so you're never at a disadvantage creatively. You know what I mean? Like, I'm never at a disadvantage with something, although I tend to like, you know, rusted can. It will be fair to say I found myself on Skid Row. Even to be able to look at that faithfully is important.
Tournament of Champions, where 32 of the world's best chefs put their fate in the spin of a wheel with culinary glory on the line. It's time to put it all on the plate.
All new Tournament of Champions, Sunday night at 8. Booking.com has all kinds of stays. Because a romantic hotel works for some.
Vladimir,
but not others. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
And this is Dale, who's lived here for, I think 19 years.
Hey Dale, I put this mic on you. Is that cool?
Oh, yeah.
There you go. So you lived here 2 decades?
Yeah, 18.
Where'd you move from?
I was there, but I grew up in Phoenix, pretty much.
Okay. So you just wanted this lifestyle, getting away
Oh,
from it
yeah,
all?
yeah. I worked like 40, 50 years down in Phoenix. Needed to get, next thing I know, somebody offered me a little cabin out here, so I can fix it up and everything, yeah.
So did you fix up this cabin?
Yeah, inside and everything, yeah.
Can I check it out?
Yeah, you can check it out.
A little different than the Phoenix lifestyle, huh?
Oh, yeah, of course it's different, yeah. Well, look at the mountain out there. I get to sit there in the morning and drink coffee and we have a beautiful sunset. This old cabin has been here for 100 years. To the floor, you could see through the glass on the floor. It was just there for all the windows were.
Started as a mining cabin.
And then for the railroad people.
Are you a biker?
Well, I had a little bike in my day, yeah.
But
yeah, I'm OG now.
You're OG?
Yeah, I'm about 75 this year, so it's all good.
Congrats.
But then I built this room on it, that and that, yeah, it's comfortable for me, yeah. That way if any of my extra ladies want to run now, it's too small.
Your ex-ladies, do they come up here?
I want them up.
You still got ladies?
Well, I'm old, but I ain't dead. I found that out. I was cutting wood one day and I cut that and I'm like, what the heck? But it was just a piece of wood. I was cutting firewood out here one day. And I seen that come up, so I thought I'd sand it down. And it's interesting, yeah.
That's cool.
Yep. Ron is the guy's daughter across the street made that. Yeah, years ago.
We sooner die by fang and by claw in the desert, sometimes hot as hell, than spend another day where city slickers dwell.
And that's where we all grew up in the city, yeah.
You plan to stay in Cleator forever?
Well, unless they kick me out of here. Yeah, I'm dead 10 more years. Yeah. Then I found this out there too, years ago. Yeah.
Hemorrhoid, oh my God, that is wild.
Did you try anything?
Oh, yeah, right. I don't think so.
Okay, did you know that the other potential person that was gonna buy was gonna turn into an RV park?
I heard something about that, but, I'm glad I didn't. Yeah.
Do you own the cabin?
No, I'm just renting it.
So Joe, shut me up where you want, that's totally cool. And your goal is to keep these places here, and these local characters here.
Yeah.
I love to keep it here. Dale's been one of the most helpful because he's.
Well, yeah, I try not to listen to all these people spreading stories because I like it. I got no problem.
There's some people that just don't like any change whatsoever, even if.
And that's mostly out of towners, local people that haven't been here. Put me in, Ron and Judy, we've been here for 20 years often, yeah.
And the way I look at it is they take care of the place. This culture, which is a really cool culture in Cleator, I didn't create that. That was built in. So what we want to come in is support that. And at the same time, this town needed maintenance and needed to bring things up to code. There were people that wanted to tear it down. And, and then Jim Shipman, who I bought it from, I was just talking to him. Yeah, I mean, it's been his fan for 100 years. And when I bought the town, he started watching some of my videos on YouTube and stuff. And he then started telling me about, he knew some of the same people he had attended their seminars. And he sent me a text right after we bought it. And he said, I've got tears rolling down my face right now. I could have not hoped for better people to take on the cruise. And so he was just really happy that we bought it.
Why did you sell it, do you think?
Well, it's been on for sale forever, ever since
How much was the price, if you guys don't mind?
Basically $1 million.
$1 million for
the last 10 years, or 20 years or something.
Oh, they've been trying to sell it for a long time.
Oh, yeah, but they never really pushed it, because there was, we enjoyed our life. I heard Shipman wasn't, back in the year of the Depression and the day, there was Probably 300,000 people lived in just this Bradshaw mountain range. So there was little towns like this everywhere.
Yeah, 300,000 people.
Everybody's out here mining, trying to make a living.
I'm
Trying to live instead of standing in the food line in New York or in Chicago back in the day, you know?
Do you know how many people ever at the peak ever lived in Cleveland?
No, but there was like 8 of us when I lived there.
Word doesn't carry around quickly here, does it? Like
Yes, it
everyone
does. I
stays
get
to themselves.
An hour.
I'm just stirring the pot.
Yeah.
And so I mean, we want people to just enjoy the hell out of the space, have fun, but also just don't be a jerk. So I think that's a good point too, and I would like to say to the audience, those who will see this video and then be inspired to come out here, be super respectful to the locals.
Totally.
Right, like wave to people on the road.
We're pretty much the same way we unless they get way out of line.
Totally. But like you guys got something cool out here, and you don't want a bunch of people coming out here and, you know, doing burnouts on your road and causing a problem, I would think. Right. Like it's just basic courtesy everywhere. You go to someone's space, you're cool to them, and usually the locals are, if they're respected, then they give back in volumes. That's what I found.
Absolutely. We always got, like that sign says, we're city slippers, you all just out in the city so clear. Every year on Quad, running, hauling ass, teachers there.
Yeah.
And I'd tell them, hey, you want me to come to your house and get you back here?
Right, exactly. You know, if you don't bring any problems into the environment, it probably won't bring problems to you.
With Chewy Pharmacy, get all your pet medications at low prices every day. Have fun. Chewy.
Just tell Jason to call Micah. We're going to go into a mine shaft. Oh, okay, so they're waiting for us. Okay, cool. Sounds like we're going up to a mine shaft. Is that right? I hope so. Okay. Yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool. Assuming they can take us in there because we want to do it safely. Gold, silver. I'll tell you, there's one of our mines down here that you go pretty far in, and there's one of the guys who you'll probably meet that he was walking into one in a mountain lion right now. Oh, jeez. So they scope it out to make sure we're not going to come, because that would make for some good video, but it would still be kind of weird. So we'll go in there with a pistol and make sure that there's no they're not going to get attacked. How you guys doing?
Okay, you guys met, right?
No,
Oh,
Peter.
Okay,
Micah.
Micah helped us with a lot of the minerals in the mines, and he's the one that we go into a mine with. He's
You're taking us out there right now.
Oh, nice. To tell you.
Oh, cool.
About mines. This is Micah.
No, Dustin.
I said, oh my God, this is Dustin. Did you meet this guy?
Dustin. Yeah. We're just in Dale's house.
Okay. Oh, right.
Dale has taught us about the meaning of life.
So Dale is the meaning of life. This madman right here, he has a mobile quarry. He brought all the mobile quarry. So he's also doing all the road work.
Okay, so you guys are all contributing to bringing this place around.
Oh yeah, no, they did unbelievable. They do all things rock, dirt. They use boulders. They dig holes. They blow stuff up. They're unbelievable. Yep, these guys.
Where do you guys live?
I live in Louisville.
Where's that?
It's 20 minutes south of Preston.
Okay. So what's your take on Cleator?
It's an interesting place. Not a place I'd want to live full time, but it's cool.
You never know. You might be like Dale one day. Tough singles. You think it's a tough singles life out here?
Oh yeah.
Give me the chick roll.
You have to have one to start.
So I operates 2 machines at the same time.
Yeah.
He has one remote control as he's doing one, he's dragging one, he's doing rock, breaking up rock.
So why are you guys breaking up rock right now?
Well, right now we're clearing the road.
Yeah, more about road clearing.
To the copper mine.
Yeah, to get to the mine.
So the mine we're going to is copper?
Silver. Well, we're gonna go to the silver.
Yeah, it's a secret location.
So you're gonna keep the camera down.
Yeah.
All right. I like secrets.
Yeah.
But I can film when we get there.
Yes, when we get there.
Okay. Awesome. Where are you from, Micah?
Preston.
Okay.
This man knows every mine, everything there is to know of mining.
Well, a lot about it.
He'll say that. He's very humble.
Yeah. The company I work with is called Mine Data. So our biggest thing is getting as much information on mines as we can.
So he's in the field. He has dirt under his fingernails.
Oh, yes.
He'll get into there.
Yeah, I love dirt.
You are the third partner here.
Yes.
The third and final.
Yes.
It's actually Jason's fault. He came up with it, and then Joe ran with it. And I was like, "You guys nuts?" And they did it. And I'm like, "All right, I'm in. If it's unpredictable, I'll do it." So it's been very awesome.
Seems like a great group of guys out there.
That's 90% of it is the process. The journey's the reward. So we've already succeeded just by being here.
You been in the mine we're gonna go to right now?
Yes.
Okay. It's a lot of fun.
Of course it is. Try not to die. That's our only real requirement out here.
Right.
Don't start a fire. Try not to die. It's just a suggestion.
Yeah.
So this is James Cleater's original mines.
Yeah.
And what I would like anyone watching or listening to imagine in the 1800s, when there's no air conditioning, when they can't drive vehicles, in the middle of summer where, oftentimes gets as hot as 120 degrees, and then you're going in one of these mines, there could be animals. I mean, you're dealing with some of the harshest, roughest parts of it, no easily access to water and food, and then people would literally live out here while they're in the search for just trying to find, gold or silver to survive. Like, it makes you realize, people have lived pretty rough, intense lives. And it'll be hard to explain going through here to even understand it, but it's, and so he's gonna go in there to, as you can see.
He's got the gun.
Yeah, and there's no mountain lions or there's no bobcats or any crazy, lunatics.
The next mine down this way, the last time we were in there, as soon as we stepped in, you could smell cat. And we walked in a couple feet and it stunk.
Mountain lion?
Yeah, it stunk like an animal, so we just backed right back out.
How often have you had to shoot animals back there?
None, thankfully.
Okay.
I don't want it to collapse on me.
All right, Mike, are we getting the lesson?
I guess I'll have to make the disclosure. I'm not a geologist, just a gold miner. So,
Where are those guys going? What are they doing?
those are additional tunnels. What they did is they go in and sample. You see even the ribbon in there? So they'll go in, they'll do assays, but a lot of the times the old timers would follow your vein structure. You see your vein structure right here?
Okay.
That's your main vein. So the tunnel would always intercept the actual vein structure. And so you can see where it went into these other areas. And so they would tap in and see if there's any additional richer areas. And they decided that this is the one.
I know your vision because we share it.
To being allies and friends.
March 20. Tea sensitivity is so common. It immediately feels like somebody's poking directly on their nerve. I recommend Sensitive.
Watch out for the metal and anything that's going to poke you.
So Arizona has a lot of this, fair to say? Be careful.
Oh yeah, for sure. Just even on this trend, there's 12, 13 mines. Just be careful with your heads because we don't have helmets, but these right here, your stoles, so they hold the rock up. And so the miners would come in and work the vein structure right here. See this vein?
Yeah.
That's your quartz. Your hematite, which is going to be the red iron, and then your silver. This is all silver right here.
But not enough where you chip that out.
Oh yeah,
that's enough.
This ore ran 800 to 1,400 ounces to the ton.
Okay, so this mine is from the original Cleater days.
Yes.
When Cleater was founded.
Yep.
How much further back have you guys gone?
This will go back 1,000 feet, 1,200 feet.
Can we still go?
Oh yeah, yeah, we have plenty of room. Just watch your head. And you'll see over here, this is going to be an interesting section here. They have the gobby. So your rich part of the vein, right, would come through here on this side. You have your stoles supporting everything. And then over here, they would cut into the mountain, just like they did here.
Yeah.
But a lot of times they just backfill it with this rock.
Okay.
And they'll help maintain security of the mine as far as the stability. You don't want it to collapse. You know, they weren't the greatest. You can see how that goes back pretty good ways. But they would just stuff that back in and hopefully add a little bit of stability. Some of these rocks right here all fell down from here. Yeah. So that's why you have to be really careful when you're in the gold mines. But a lot of these tunnels, they'll just go. Cool. And you see how they would cut out these corners, right?
Yep.
And they take all that rock and stuff it back in and add some stability. So that's how they keep working. And even in Arizona, you have a lot of water during certain times of the year. So you can see all the water pipe below us.
This you guys put in, right?
Nope, that's from the miners.
Back in the day.
Yeah. Back further into the mine, there's still areas that have water. We could go down one of the side tunnels if you want. Sure. It takes us down to the water. We haven't been able to map past all of that yet because they're still full. They're still full of water. But yeah, see this section right here?
Mm-hmm.
They left that column. It's getting a little sketchy because you can see the fractures coming through the rock.
So you just love this stuff.
Oh, I absolutely love it. Yeah.
And back in the day, like they would literally live in here, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, they would sleep in here per se, just outside the mine entrance. Above it, there's a house site. And so they would have their house site outside of the mine. They'd be very close to it. That way they didn't have to go very far to work every single day. But yeah, this was life every day.
What year did they stop doing this?
This one?
Or just around Cleator in general? When did they stop mining out here?
Probably the mid-'80s. You know,
1880s?
No, 1980s.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. Because they had a big increase in silver values in the 1980s.
So in the 1980s, they were doing it in the old-fashioned way?
Oh, yeah. Yep, mom and pop. Yeah, they come back into these mines that are very rich, and they pull ore out. Just with the pick and a shovel.
And is that what you guys are doing now? Picking
No, yeah, it depends on where you're at. You know, this one, we haven't been in this one. As you can see, we do a lot of the sampling. We haven't been mining this one or any of the ones that we do currently have. We have prospects of doing some core drilling where we're going to go in and actually core into the center of the earth here about a few thousand feet and see what else is below the surface.
Yeah, that does look a little sketchy. Huh?
Oh, yeah. That's the miner's life.
Yeah, make sure no one kicks that.
Yeah, definitely being in the sketch zone.
Yeah. That is honestly holding this up.
Yeah, and you see how high grade that ore is right there? That's all silver, all in there.
That's all silver.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't you guys take this out now?
Well, this, for example, that's your column. So you want to maintain your column and your structural strength here of the tunnel. Because that's why they would always backfill and gobble like this.
Right, so if you try to take that out, you're basically
it'll collapse.
You're killing yourself in the process.
Exactly. Yep. So you have to give back the earth a little bit, not just take. Yeah, this is pretty crazy stuff here. Look how big this vein gets.
Yeah.
So they'll come through, mark all of this, and you sample just different areas. You'll take an entire sample, you take the entire width of the vein, and that way when you get an assay, if you want to see how much you're going to get from the pay zone. So this is your pay zone, right? This is your foot wall and your hanging wall. And so you want to see exactly what's in here. That's what
okay. And that's the mystery right now, what's in there?
Yeah, exactly. Any mine you want to go in and work, it's always a mystery. You can look at it, and sometimes you can see the gold or the silver, but you have to get it assayed. You have to find out what it comes back at, how many ounces to the ton, is it mineable, is the vein big enough? Sometimes you can have rich little stringer veins, and they can be really rich, but it's not worth mining.
When you say assayed, what does that mean?
So fire assay. So you'll send it to a company like ALS, for example, Paragon, and they do a fire assay. They actually melt it down, extract the metal, and they can tell you, and if it's rich enough, sometimes they'll drop a bead and actually tell you, hey, out of this sample that you gave us, this is how much we found.
So they distill it, and if there's enough percentage in that volume, you're like, it's worth going for.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
And it's just a needle in a haystack.
Next time.
Pretty much, yeah, because you can see where they went back. The old timers will always follow the highest pay. This is one of the other side tunnels that we've never even been able to determine how deep it goes.
So as dry as it is out here, there's still water to be found if you dig far enough, right?
Exactly. And this water level has not changed. So this piece of wood,
Oh, wow.
right here, yeah, we put that there 8 months ago. The water hasn't changed.
The water level, okay.
Yep. This is most likely just natural aquifers that we're tapping into here because there's no water in the creek anymore. And that's why we have to come in and look for animals before we come into the mines.
Right, because they must come down here. This is the water hole, right?
Exactly.
Not mines.
And we've tested this water. Yeah, this water is great.
It looks very clear.
Yeah.
Can you drink this right here?
I probably wouldn't drink it just because of a lot of the stuff that's on the surface of the water. But as far as any heavy metals or anything like that, there's nothing like that in the water.
What do you use the straw?
The purifying stuff, it might actually work just fine. Yeah.
Looking to cheat on your bed? Find the best time to get away with flexible date search. Find your perfect somewhere at the best price. Download hotels.com and book in the app.
Running a small business? Create your invoices at skynova.com. Easy but professional.
So that was awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very cool.
I appreciate you visiting our ghost town.
Yeah. Love the ambitious plan here and the cool people I've met today. Everyone seemed quite awesome. And I also want to drop to the audience. Joe has a YouTube channel. Awesome interviews. I just watched the one with Lance Armstrong yesterday, which was fantastic.
Yeah, thank you.
You went into places that I haven't seen Lance go.
Yeah, we get pretty deep on some stuff.
Yeah, so that was cool. You have a ton of other stuff going on. You've written books. You have, it's not called a mastermind program.
It's a connection network.
Connection network.
For high-level entrepreneurs.
For high-level, okay, high-level entrepreneurs. Links all down below. More information on Cleater. Anything else?
Boy, just if you have a chance to visit Cleater, it's a pretty unique place, and we keep doing awesome stuff. We want people to come here and have fun and just feel connected, and it could be serious and completely ridiculous. And if you have anyone that's struggling with addiction, either yourself or a loved one, recovery.org is my 501c3, and it's an educational platform designed to help reduce human suffering and help people that struggle with addiction, because connection is what it's all about. So I hope that wherever you're at in your life and in the world, stay connected as much as you can.
Awesome, Joe. Again, tons of great stuff. Check out his links down below. Thanks for coming along on that journey, guys. Until the next one.
Just when you think like you've seen it all in life, John.
See this car right here?
Yeah.
Scarecrow Policing. It's a beautiful city. There's people that won't come here because we've become national news.
How long have you had this store for?
Only a month.
What?
I've been through hell.
Super Dog Burger? Ketchup on the burger, but not on the hot dog.
Not a hot dog. These are all migrants.
They live in
the station.
That was a weird encounter. She looked at me like,
You think what we do is crazy. You're the crazy one.
Where else in the world do you have that isn't in a war-torn country?
He kind of stood up over me and he fired twice point blank. This is Sergeant Rubble. I think you just got to get the word out, and hopefully something will click somewhere and then change.
so recently retired lieutenant, right?
Yes.
How many years?
I was at 32 years. I started in January '91 and just left at the end of last year.
Okay. So today you're going to bring us into different corners of Chicago, explain the current crime situation, police
perspective what's going on?
So where we are right now is we're near Montrose Harbor, and what we're looking at out here is all these tents are homeless people.
But why do you want to show this? Because homeless doesn't mean crime necessarily. What's the thing about this situation?
So right now, our officers are completely overtaxed because we got this migrant situation.
Okay.
And all the migrants are literally living in the police stations throughout the city. They have full access to the front lobbies of the police stations and outside. They're setting up their own encampments outside of these police stations. A homeless person, if they slept in the police station, every single morning, they're booted out in the morning. You know, we'll let them in because, you know, the weather and the elements or whatever, they can sleep in there. In the morning, they got to go. They're gone all day long, and then maybe they'll come back at night so they can sleep there. Migrants have full access. They can be there all day. They actually send buses that will pull up. Actually, it's called like a shower wagon.
Okay.
It'll pull up so that the migrants can take showers and get cleaned up. We're spending millions of dollars to take care of the migrants. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be taking care of the migrants. They're here. Yeah, they're here trying to get a better life. I get all that. We should take care of them. So look, what are we doing for them? We got empty schools, we've got empty buildings all over the place. How about you set up a one-stop shopping where they have medical, and they have, counseling, and they have whatever they need.
Sure.
And allow both in there.
Okay. So in Chicago, are there a home for those people if they want to get off drugs, play by the rules of the curfews, be clean? Could they go into a home?
There's shelters, they're all full.
They're full.
Oh yeah, our shelters are full up.
Okay. What'd you say about vets out here?
But I believe there's a lot of this.
So in Chicago, can you get housing if you want? Will the city give you housing or no?
No.
If you're clean, off drugs, play by the rules, you can't.
Don't have a felony, don't have a record.
Can you sleep at the police station?
No. Try to get some food, couldn't get none. Try to get some clothes, couldn't get none. Yeah, but right down the corner.
Okay, so how do you guys feel about that?
I just gave him the finger and walked off. I was living in Charlotte, North Carolina. Got word my dad was dying. By the time I got here, he was dead. So I paid for the funeral, everything I had, and I was living in the house that he was living in for like a month. And after that, went to go for an interview, came back, the house was padlocked.
The job interview.
I'm a cook, so you have to have a certain state certificate down here.
In Chicago?
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you have to have one. I don't have one. In Charlotte, that's not required. So they give me a hard time to get it done.
How long you been out here?
8 months.
So you were out here in the wintertime?
Not over here in the wintertime. I was outside on the train.
So that's another place where the homeless will seek shelter is on the trains. So they'll get on the train, so it's a warm place to sleep, and they'll just ride the trains from one end to the other, back and forth. And usually when they get to the end, that's when they
transfer to the train is going back to another direction.
Right.
But then you have to look at it too. The people that's trying to go to work, going to school or whatever, they have nowhere to sit. People pissing and drinking. A lot of stuff going on that train. I got robbed on the train. That's why I don't know them no more.
So there are all types of homeless, fair to say. Like there are guys out here on fentanyl right now.
So me, what I see there's a lot of homeless people that have social security checks. They'd rather do drugs than try to get housing. They'll sit up for a week or two in a hotel or somewhere, so their money gone, they're right back on the train.
Here's $20 for you guys, all right? All right. Thank you guys. All right. All right. At the end of the day, this is not the answer. And there are resources. They even had federal money that came in. CBS was trying to FOIA to see exactly where the money was spent, and the city's blocking or refusing to answer the FOIAs because they don't want to say where the money went. Millions and millions of dollars. So it's frustrating. They should be able to take care of both.
Yeah.
You know, and the amount of migrants that are coming in here, I don't know what we're up to now. Let's just go crazy and say we're up to 30,000 migrants.
Mm-hmm.
How many are coming into Texas every day?
Oh, those towns are getting hammered.
So we're a sanctuary city, and it was all well and good because the politicians love that talking point. We're a welcoming city. We're a sanctuary city. It was all good as long as they weren't coming here. But as soon as they came, it's like, oh, they're terrible down there. They're using them as pawns, this and that, and it, because they want the talking points and they want to be able to say that they care, but they don't want to do anything when it's at their front door.
Now they have to deal with the problem.
Now they have to deal with the problem. More complicated. And the problem is, so their idea is, all right, fine, we're gonna displace the homeless
I saw it in McAllen, Texas. McAllen, Texas, right near the border.
Yeah.
The homeless got kicked out of a shelter and the migrants took over. And there was a contract with that, and there's money to be made, 100%. Unfortunately.
Yep.
Big TV advertising is for big brands with big dollars. Almost as good as the life.
Make your New Year's resolution a reality. Start your degree at WGU today.
So John, I appreciate you taking us in because law enforcement really won't go on camera these days because of the police unions and the chain of command. It's pretty much impossible. Sheriffs can speak, but I don't think they have the lay of the land like you guys here in Chicago. So that, thank you for that because it's really hard to get access. And I don't know why the police unions are so against it.
It's not the unions.
It's not them?
No, it's the department. The department is the one that, it's, department policy, you're not allowed to speak to the media and not allowed to talk about things like what we're talking about today. The police union would love to have all the information out there.
Okay, so I got that right.
Yeah, because they don't really be a free for all. And the departments don't want either, if they perceive to be misrepresentations or whatever, they want control, right?
Yeah.
That comes from even beyond above the department. That's the mayor, the politician. They don't want everybody speaking freely about what's going on. They want to make sure that they've got control to keep everybody quiet. I would say freedom of speech is intoxicating. And once I retired, I was able to speak out and shine a light on a lot of things. And that's even why I'm doing this today. I love this department. These are my brothers and sisters in blue, the officers that are out there every day putting their lives on the line. And people need to know about how their own safety is put at risk because of the way things are run. And I think you just got to get the word out, and hopefully, something will click somewhere. It's a beautiful city that's unfortunately being absolutely ruined by politicians.
Absolutely ruined. Yeah. We're going to get into that today, but as a tourist, I don't see the absolute ruined part of things.
It's being ruined from the inside, right? It's almost the infrastructure, the public safety aspect of it. Chicago's become national news on a regular basis with the crime and the issues that's going on here. That's putting a hit on our tourism. There's been a significant decline in the people coming here. There's businesses that are closing.
This is a beautiful street.
Oh, this whole area is. This is the Gold Coast. This is multi-million-dollar homes and condos.
Oh, look how well it's taken care of. There's the planters here. Streets are clean.
Oh yeah.
Versus a lot of U.S. cities, the downtown of Chicago looks way better off.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah, it's a beautiful city. There's people that won't come here because we've become national news because of the issues of the teen takeovers, and people in other states think that the shooting gallery here. And
yeah, but I would say as a tourist, I've been here a week and a half. Come to downtown Chicago. There would be no reason not to.
100%.
It feels very safe walking around here.
It is.
Things can happen, but it feels totally fine.
Well, worst case scenario, if you're out here at night, you could possibly end up in a mob, and it's going to be teenagers, and they're going to be running around, and I try to steal your purse, And I know that sounds terrible.
And the odds of that are so small.
The odds are pretty small, and you should be able to see it coming.
The odds are 50%. Homicides have been going up the last few years, but if you look at the numbers historically, 1974, 970 homicides, 1992, 939, and then 2022, 695. So there were times where it was even worse.
Right. So it was bad in the 70s, right? Late 60s, you had all the riots back then. You know, the Martin Luther King assassination, Kennedy assassination. There was all kinds of things going on. My father came on the job in January 1968 and came right out of the academy and right into the Democratic Convention riots that went on here. But then slowly, over time, the different mayors that came through here, Mayor Daley in particular, they realized that we needed to get public safety under control because that's going to have a significant impact on businesses. But with these businesses, these stores are, this is Oak Street, super high-end. Okay. And see this car right here?
Yeah.
Scarecrow policing. That car is there, there's another one up there, and you're gonna see them all around.
They just sit here with their lights on?
Sit there with their lights on. He's not going anywhere, he's not doing anything. Got some cars that are patrolling.
There's a heavy presence down here.
There is a heavy presence, right? So for the most part though, as stupid as most bad guys are, most criminals are, they figure out that the police just aren't going to do anything because that's what they're told to do. They're told to sit there to be present.
Okay, so criminal steals something, goes flying down the street. Where do these come from?
They're gonna call it in, and if there's any cars out here, we'll go after it and everything, but they're not gonna leave their posts.
So it's good to have them here, though.
I'm not saying it's bad to have them here. It's one method of policing, but you still have to have accountability. You still have to lock people up. Perfect example. The first one weekend we had here this summer, teens came downtown, took it over. They were jumping on buses, jumping on cars. I think they made 12 arrests. To give you a comparison, I came out in 91, and 1991 was the first time the Bulls won. And we had all the after grass. And that caught the police department off guard. We made 115 arrests. Now, that was caught us off guard, 115 arrests. 1992, it happened again. We were ready for it. 986 arrests. And then 1993, 1,200 arrests. We were locking people up. And what I was getting at earlier is we saw those high homicide numbers in the 70s. That was going down because we were holding people accountable, locking people up. So I think we got as low as at one point, if you look at the scale, maybe 300 or 400 murders. Yeah. Right? And then it started to go up again. And when politics started to control how the department operated, everything from how when we chase cars, when we chase people on foot and not, promotions, we stopped promoting people that had experience and started promoting people based on race and gender. Experience began. We started moving people up because whoever got into power wanted to move up all their friends and family as quick as they could. So you would have somebody to go from the rank of sergeant to the rank of deputy chief in 9 months. So they don't even get an opportunity to learn each role as they're going up. So they don't have any experience of how to handle it, how to do it.
A lot of nepotism here.
Ton. It's friends and family. It's been for the last probably 10 years, big time. A lot of friends and family as far as promotions go. Absolutely.
Come on, Charlie. You should have told me. Let's go. I said go.
Red will give you wings. The industrial grade products you need. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
I took the exam in the late 80s, and there were 32,000 other people that took the exam with me.
Okay.
That's just huge numbers. They were all taking at the same time in all the schools and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, it was still hard, even though they were hiring like crazy, it was hard to get out of the police department. So you would have some people who wanted police officers, they would take a job in the suburbs, and then as soon as they got out of Chicago, they would do here. It was almost unheard of for anybody to resign. But what changed is in 2021, 376 officers resigned from the Chicago Police Department. That's huge. That tells me right there that they're leaving. They're not leaving law enforcement. They're leaving Chicago law enforcement, and there's lateral transfers. You've got all these other departments around the country that are now coaching them. They're coming and they're picking them up. They're offering incentives and offering reasons. And basically, the one simple reason is, hey, we got your back. We'll back you up. Which is all these officers they want to get out there. They want to be able to do the job what they came out to do, and not have to worry that they're going to get jammed up because some boss is looking to protect their own butt or some politician doesn't want to lose their next election.
Okay, so a lot of police officers aren't feeling appreciated here.
It's
fair to say.
I would say yes. Well, that's a given. For sure, they don't feel appreciated.
Okay.
But additionally, they don't feel like that they've got the support that they need, the backing that they need. You know, when an officer makes a mistake, and mistakes can happen in anything, right? Any line of work, mistakes can happen. Here, a mistake in law enforcement, a mistake could end in a fatality. God forbid, right? But if the officer didn't have intent and didn't do something that was just completely egregious, of course, everyone's got to hold accountable. If somebody does something that's broken wrong, absolutely, it is what it is. Sometimes mistakes happen. You can't start sending these guys to prison and destroying their families, and these politicians will jump the gun in a second. They're throwing the officer under the bus before there's even an investigation.
Okay, why is that popular though for the politicians to do that?
Because society in general, there's always been this idea of, bashing the police, but at the end of the day, the majority of people do support and are with the police. And I still think that that's true. I think the silent majority are supportive of the police. But now it's become popular that to paint the officers, politically popular, to paint the officers as the bad guys. That I'm the anti-police candidate. I'm the candidate who's going to crack down on police brutality. As if the officers are literally running around doing drive-bys and beating people on a regular basis. That's absolutely not the case.
Right, and I'm sure these politicians have law enforcement around them, right?
Oh, protection,
right.
So I retired in November last year, and right after I retired, that's when I was able to first speak up. And Lori Lightfoot, who could be criticized for a ton of things, but one thing in particular, she took the security detail. So each mayor has their own police security detail. When Mayor Daley was in, he had 26 officers total in a security detail.
Just for him?
Just for him. But it's for him. It's some of it's for his family.
Okay.
Right? But it's 26 officers, and there's a commander and some sergeants. And then Ron Emanuel came in, he reduced it down to 16, right? She came in and she increased it to 115. She had 115 police officers that were a detail that were assigned to not only her mobile detail, as she would move throughout the city. She'd have 2 officers in the car with her. She'd have 2 officers following behind her. She'd have 2 officers in front of her. She'd have another 2 officers that would go in advance. But she also had a minimum of no less than 16 officers protecting her house 24/7, even if she was out of town. So you would have 2 squad cars parked in front of her house with 2 officers in each. You'd have 2 squad cars parked behind her house with 2 officers in each. You'd have another car driving around with 2 officers. You'd have a SWAT car called a sword car. This one car could literally start a war. It's got so much firepower in it. Would be parked at least a block or 2 away from her house. She had a covert car that would follow to see if her detail was being followed. I mean,
was she under a lot of threat?
No more than any other politician. I mean, she wasn't, you're in the limelight. You're going to make people mad. You're going to upset people. But she took it to a new level with the amount. You had districts that were starving for officers or people complaining about the CTAs and the crime that was on the CTA, and they didn't have enough officers to actually ride with CTA trains. And she's got 115 officers assigned to her detail. This is the 18th District of Chicago, and then these are all migrants. They live here.
They live in the
station.
In the station.
Yeah.
Wow.
Food is brought to them. Clothes are brought to them. A lot more stuff than the homeless people, right? I guarantee you, they didn't bring all this stuff with them.
How many police stations in Chicago?
About 23.
Is it like this in many of them? I've seen a few.
It's like, there's some that are worse than others. On average, they usually have probably 40 to 50 migrants.
I mean, this is insane.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, they're just kids, right? I mean,
they're still people, of course. They're human beings, and they're doing what they can.
¿De dónde eres? Venezuela. ¿Cuántos tiempo aquí?
20 y pico días tenemos ya. Trabajo, sí, esperando que nos digan a un refugio o algo. Espero que nos dicen.
A la noche dentro, sí.
Una noche entramos, la mañana salimos, así. Cuando llueve o adentro, así.
Someone just spoke to us out here helping out. What you just said.
Right, but what you just said is that there are shelters that they set up for the migrants to take them to. They take them there, but they migrate back here because they're better taken care of at the police station than they are at the shelter. They don't like it at the shelter, so they want to be here.
From my understanding, they're legal to be here because they've claimed asylum. Mm-hmm. Now that's going to have to go through an asylum court. They're backed up for many, many years at this moment in time.
Right.
Most cases are not legitimate asylum cases.
Right.
Right now, it's roughly 1 in 10 are legitimate, as in fleeing persecution.
Right.
Some terrible situations. They're economic migrants. Things are not easy in Venezuela. They're not easy in many places south of our border. They all went through a horrific journey to get here.
Sure.
They all paid the cartels a lot of money.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's like from Venezuela these days. Last time I checked from Honduras, it was 6,000 to get over the border.
Right. So
they're selling everything they have.
right. So they're not. That's why they're not going anywhere else. That's why they're at these police stations. This is all they know.
Yeah.
So this is where they would come and they would set up, and all that stuff that's out there will move it here every single night. And
Tonight it
they'll
comes
allow
in.
it. Oh, it'll all come in.
Yeah.
If it's warm enough, you might have a few that'll stay out there and whatnot.
Right.
For the most part, they're gonna. Oh, hey, look. They're just gonna fill the lobby here. Some districts, and I don't know if they are, they have a community room that they'll actually let them fill up in there if there's overflow from there. See, what is this? It's in Spanish, so I'm not sure, but attention. Probably tell them to leave during these hours so they can clean everything and then come back in.
Grilled or fried? Now that's a Zaxby's Philly. Who's got the sauce? Zaxby's.
What you looking at, babe?
Cars on cars.com.
What's wrong with this one?
I just got promoted, so I'm looking for something more. Ciao.
Ciao. 2 million cars for 2 million possibilities. Cars.com. Where to next?
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah, it is. Saying yeah, it's dangerous.
Right. So, Estados Unidos, Colombia, Mexico. ¿Cuántos tiempo? Venezuela aquí.
¿Cuánto dinero mueve Venezuela aquí? Para cada persona.
O sea, el gasto bajo, $1,000.
$1,000,
$1,000.
Mucho, sin comer mucho. Puro pan y agua. Ahora, comiendo bien, bueno, ya que queda $1,500, $2,000.
¿Tú?
Yo gasté $1,200.
1,200. That price used to be way more. Like a half year ago, it was way more.
Well, I mean, because there's so many now, so they're probably
Maybe.
just, making it up on volume.
Maybe. Okay.
En México, en México me viene el tren.
Oh, a train?
Sí, porque no teníamos plata.
Okay. How do you say where did you cross in the United States? Tejas, Arizona?
Texas?
McAllen?
Laredo, aquí.
Y en un estudio me llevaron un estudio de migración, un estudio que se llama Agres Pass. Y de allí nos llegó el pasaje para acá.
So, I don't know the words, my Spanish is terrible, but, so necesite, make un decision, para LA, Chicago, Nueva York.
¿Por qué Chicago?
¿Por qué Chicago?
Porque lo vi más tranquilo. Sí, tranquilo.
Chill. Safer?
Sí, más seguro.
What happened?
Bueno, aquí tuve un accidente en la selva, en el Tairey, y quedé un poco mal. Y aquí manejando bicicleta, me caí y me terminé una fractura.
So you fell off a bike, I think? Yeah. ¿Cómo se llama?
Giancarlo.
Gene? Oh, Gene Carlos. Okay.
Buena suerte.
All right. Okay. Gracias. Okay.
So if you're here, like these workers here, these ladies that, didn't want us there, you could tell. They were like, don't film that. You can get the vibes.
Yeah.
They're seeing this end of things. You're seeing people, nice families,
Right.
dealing with a crazy situation you want to help. It's very human.
Sure.
So if you're just standing here, right?
Protection, right?
I already feel the emotions happening to that guy. I want him to do well. I want them all to do well, right?
Sure.
If you're on the border with Customs and Border Protection, seeing how the system is broken there, you're going to see a different world.
Right.
And they're helping a lot of people too.
Right.
So it's very,
And that's
it's all
like,
about,
you've got officers there's officers that are bringing in clothes, extra clothes that they have at home. Officers are bringing in food. Some officers are giving them money. They feel bad for these kids and stuff. This shouldn't be a police matter.
they have enough going on right now.
100%. We had the bus that came in. I don't know which district it is, but there was a 3-year-old baby on the bus that died in transit.
Yeah.
Here. And you had several of the migrants on the bus that were sick. Scarlet fever. There's illnesses that are being brought into the police stations. We've had outbreaks. We've had outbreaks of lice. We've had chickenpox, measles. Everything that's going to come with just large groups of people that are put together that don't have access to all the necessary hygiene and whatnot and illnesses that they're bringing with them. And That's just, I mean, look, you saw it yesterday. There's no barrier there. There's nothing there. So in the morning they come out and they're shaking out their blankets and stuff. And the officers are like, wow, man, concerned. Are they going to catch or get sick or something and bring it home?
So we just had this officer come up to us and he dropped it, the information.
So they're still canceling the officer's days off. So he's working, 10, 15, 20 days in a row without a day off. Plus, on top of that, during what would be his regular work days, he's working 3 days a week, double time.
He said firefighters, other city workers get maternity leave.
So it's in a recent hot button issue with the union. Almost every other city agency, there's maternity leave when they have a baby. Both husband or wife, doesn't matter, I take out for the baby. Chicago Police doesn't have it, and when the new mayor came in, he just gave it to the teachers union. So the teachers now have it. And for whatever reason, he won't give it to the police officers. And so here, the fact that he brought it up is just one more thing. It's like, why? Well, why do they have to fight for it? You just gave it away to the teachers union. Why wouldn't you say, you know what, it makes sense. Let's give it to the officers as well.
To all city work.
Right. And so we say, well, how important is it really and everything? Well, it's important enough, especially if you just had a baby. You want to be home with your child. If you see these other departments that are getting it, you see that the new guy that came in just handed it over to the teachers union with how bad of an eye. And when he doesn't give it to the police department, that sends a signal to the officers, well, maybe this guy doesn't really support the police. Maybe this guy isn't on our side. Maybe things didn't change once again. And here we are, just going to go through the same motions again with a politician who talks a lot and does nothing to help or support the police. So that's why it's frustrating for them. So we're going to Oak Street to see what's going on over here. There's supposed to be a car station over here because I'm told that some of the migrants have been prostituting themselves behind one of the restaurants over here.
Okay. So I didn't mean this to be a migrant story, honestly. It's
turning into it.
It's what's unraveling. But this is what law enforcement, one of the big issues they're doing. Right. But we're going to see some other parts of the city and talk about different things.
We are talking about it. Okay. Yes.
So it's sort of an overview of Chicago PD, right?
Well, because this is taxing the department, right? Yeah. Our officers are busy dealing with this and working with this, and we're already thin as it is. We're already losing over 1,000 officers a year to retirement or to resignations, and we're only hiring 200 to 300 a year. I think last year they were bragging how they hired 600 officers, but when you're losing 1,100, that's you're not keeping up with attrition. Even adding to it, look, this is the recent report, right? There's migrants that are doing prostitution. They're dropped here with no money. Yes, if they go to the right places, food's being brought to them, but eventually they're going to want to venture out on their own and make their own. And unfortunately, they go to the streets. There's going to be vultures out here that are going to be looking to pick them up.
They're totally vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're easy targets.
The pimps out there are going to start to try to pull them in and say, hey, I'll show you how to make some quick money. And next thing you know, they're
sure, there's some nice false promises. We'll get you an apartment. We'll get you this. You can raise your kid better.
Yeah. Which, if the city wants to be a sanctuary city, then where's your plan? You now have people here, so take care of it. Letting them sleep in the police station every night is not taking care of it.
Yes, for dinner.
God, that dinner's sneaking up on me. Well, after work, it's pick up from school and soccer, and now I'm like, dinner! And dinner is ready.
With 30 quick and tasty one-pan meals.
I'm gonna keep helper handy.
Yes!
Okay, so you're saying areas like this in the city right now, some of the migrants are ending up in.
Some of the migrants are being recruited or, end up doing prostitution. Some are being used to sell drugs.
That was a weird encounter. You looked at me like,
waiting for her to stop taking one, and I guarantee it.
Okay, let's see these guys coming up. I'm gonna bring my mic down. What's going on over there?
Everything good? Everything good?
What's your take on this, Sean?
I would say if we asked, we probably could get something.
Too bad I had to pull the camera down. Right there.
Yeah. If we asked, we'd get something for sure. This is.
There it is, right there. That alley.
They're definitely working.
Yeah.
And those are their pimps maybe, or who knows what they're doing.
Who knows with that?
You hate to label until you know completely.
Well, because they might not even have them. They might have just been recruited by some homeless guys or something over there and just saying, hey, you can make this. And they might even be the old traditional, what you think of as a pimp. There might be some of that out there as well. Yeah, maybe the cars over here, but some of that as well. But they might be just opportunists that are saying, hey, if you want to make some money, here's what you can do. Outdoor roll call. They do that to, I'll be honest with you, it's smoke and mirrors. So they got some of the bosses there. They got all the officers out here to make a showing to the public. Look, we're here in force. We're here for your safety. That's a jet flying overhead for the air and water show. But that's what that is. That's an outdoor roll call.
But these guys are walking the street.
They're going to be out here walking around the streets. So yeah.
So
Yeah,
there's a lot of presence down here.
Yeah, again, I keep going back to it's the scarecrow policing, right? If a mob comes down here, they're really not going to engage.
When did that change?
It changed under Lightfoot, and it changed over the last 3 years, basically, where foot chase policy was introduced, where you need to have reasonable articulable suspicion, RAS we call it, that somebody is either have committed a crime, are about to commit a crime, or in an act of committing a crime. Running in itself is not a crime. So if you have a group of people that come up and suddenly window gets broke, unless you know exactly which person it was in that group that broke that window and that people start running everywhere, you can't chase after them. You can't. They're just running, and running is not.
But, okay, say someone.
There's one person, but if you got 50 people,
If you have 50 people, you see one of the 50 running out, you can't chase them.
but that's not how it would be. All 50 would they break the window, they'd all run inside, they all come out and be running in different directions. Some might have merchandise, some might not have merchandise, and then to try to. So to have our officers pick one for a theft, their idea is to go and chase that one person down to try to catch that one person for that arrest. They're all over the place. Instead, what you do is go in and they go in there, you corral them, you got them, you take them, and lock them all up. But they're not doing it. The city's really good at maintaining, especially down here. I'd say when you start getting into certain parts of the city, they're not so good at maintaining. I guess, if they're focusing all the resources on this and not so much, if you get into the heart of the south and west side of Chicago, and that's the frustrating thing when you got these politicians, some that are a whole lot of 10, 20, 30, 40 years in office. Yeah, the communities that they represent are dilapidated and crumbling, and the infrastructure is crap. How do they keep getting elected? They're doing nothing for their communities. They do nothing to fix and improve their communities. They'll talk a lot and complain a lot, but they're not doing anything.
So what's your answer to that?
How do they get elected? I wish people would wake up, and because people don't vote, they have successfully stifled the vote, if that's the right word. They've got people so convinced that their vote doesn't matter, that their vote doesn't count. Even if you have a close election, people are like, holy cow, by the next election, they already forget. Oh, the last one was close. If I would have voted, I could have made a difference.
So recent mayoral election, high turnout, low turnout?
Recent mayoral election, lower than usual turnout. I mean, it was a hot election. It was really a transitional point for the city of Chicago, which way we were going to go. And you had two completely different candidates, both Democrats, but the one was definitely more conservative, more pro-police. The other one was like Chicago Teachers Union, and definitely, I would not say pro-police. And 1 million people stayed home. We have over 1.5 million registered voters in Chicago. About 500,000 people came out. 1 million people decided that it wasn't important enough for them to come out and vote. So I'm going to call him the anti-police candidate, won by 28,000 votes or something. Back in 2021, it was 2020, I don't remember exactly the date, but the mayor wanted to look like she was standing by strong against the Trump administration. So what she did is they put through city council, they modified our policies in regard to cooperating with Customs and Border Protection, or ICE.
Okay, so
if it was a non-sanctuary city, law enforcement and ICE would work together, and law enforcement would give the illegal citizen over to ICE. ICE would deport, or is that how it would work?
Right.
Okay.
Right. If with certain laws that they were if they committed a felony, it was dealing with the criminals. This wasn't even, we weren't even talking about, we're not just grabbing people on the street and saying, all right, show me your papers, or you're not a citizen, all right, we're going to report you out. That's not what it was about at all. It was criminals. I mean, if you're committing a crime here and you also happen to be illegal, why not turn them over to ICE? Do we really want criminals here in any capacity? I mean, if you're out here committing crimes, you shouldn't be here then. And they took that away. So we are not able to, the Chicago Police Department is not allowed to work with ICE. So this is Clinton and Crenshaw. There's a video out there that shows the last team takeover. And basically they send out on social media, whatever app it is that they're using, where they're going to meet. And they start to show up and the crowd gets bigger, bigger, bigger. And then somebody sets off something and they go crazy. Right here. 7-Eleven. So how many teams are you talking? Hundreds. Basically causing chaos, throwing stuff up in the air, and just destroying everything for no particular reason whatsoever. Just to do it because they could.
With other finance software, you tend to get stuck in the weeds. You miss the bigger picture. So one of the great things about Sage is it really allows you to see everything, track everything, forecast everything. It just speeds up the entire process.
Sage, AI-powered finance software. Say hello to Zaxby's Southern Fried Shrimp. Available now. Who's got the sauce? Zaxby's.
So because of the last team takeover that happened here, which was in the last couple of weeks, they brought in the mobile police camera. So right now they're watching from the local district has what's called an SDSC room, and they can monitor everything and they can see what's going on. So they can zoom in on us right now and say, hey, what's going on? What's the Dorito out there up there now, right?
Yeah, but this isn't like a target location. You just go to another one over there.
That's what I mean, right? So they're just not going to come here now. They're just going to go to a different location and start somewhere else. The reason why all this stuff is happening is because of lack of money being spent in the communities, lack of jobs, lack of, all these issues and problems. But then he'll also say it's only a small percentage in our community's crime, maybe 5%. But somehow the other 95% that are in those same exact scenarios, lack of jobs, are able to restrain themselves and not come out and do destructive damage. And if you watch the video from there, and maybe we can talk to somebody and figure out exactly what happened, but I guarantee you, from what I can see from the video, they weren't stealing because they were hungry, or they weren't stealing because they wanted to put food on the table, bring it home and get it. They were really coming here and throwing stuff. They were just destroying.
Yeah, sir, the camera's not on you. You're the owner, right?
They didn't even take value.
Right.
They just destroyed it. They took chips, soda, salsa, and they just threw it everywhere.
Just to be destructive.
Yeah, the fire extinguishers were just,
spraying it everywhere.
Yeah, it was like Grand Theft Auto, Look at that beautiful view. This is what made me buy the store.
That's exactly what it is, right?
You know how the mayor's always like talking about all the honor roll kids and all these good kids there? That's good to reward them, but you gotta help the kids that have bad parents or have no parents. We gotta show some kind of support to those kids so they know that we do care. I wish there was a program that would do something.
Schools, more, they like how
They're not bad kids.
They just don't have they don't have structure, discipline,
They
that
don't
sort of
have no
stuff.
fun, yeah. And that's what I was really trying to tell all the news teams.
What happened with the news teams?
They gave me like 15, 20-minute interviews, and all they took from me was mob action. 2 seconds.
They didn't let you speak?
They let me speak for 20 minutes.
But it ended up on your report.
Channel 7, Channel 5.
Can I put the camera on you?
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care.
Okay.
But the mayor's gotta do something for the kids that aren't the kids aren't there for them when they were too young. We gotta go. Yeah.
A lot of people so scared of asking for help, they think they can do it all themselves. Ain't nothing wrong with help. Nobody wants to know.
So you think the parents should step up and ask for help?
Yeah, the parents should step up and ask for help.
You're from the neighborhood?
Yeah, I'm from the neighborhood.
Okay. How are things these days?
It's okay, but like you say,
worry about the mob thing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people ain't, a lot of people scare themselves. That's why there's a lot of guns in the city. Everybody wants to get a gun. You know, they scared. You know, everybody just want the city to be good. It's a beautiful city. My grandmama told me the city of Chicago got burned down. Look at it right now. You know, it's a good city here. Like I tell everybody, don't let the social media and the YouTube, and that's what I make, and the music videos and everything gets you thrown off in it. All you gotta do is ask for help, man. What's out here? There's a lot of people out here, Kelly. Black, white, Hispanic. We all pull the skin up off us. We ain't got nothing but blood and veins in us right here. They just they need help though. That's all. Guidance. No schools, no basketball, no football. Ain't no YMCA's no more. Like that, you know, you gotta get them something. You know, I grew up playing marbles. There used to be 20 of us in a big circle playing marbles. These ladies, they want to do other things. They want attention. That's all it is. Attention. Before I even come outside, I got a 1-year-old and I got a 9-year-old. I make sure I go to the park or do something with them for 2 hours before I come outside. It's a blessing.
So that being recorded right now. Okay. Sister, how long have you had this store for?
Only a month.
What?
I've been for help.
It's a new one. It looks new.
It was corporately owned. I was here for like 2 years.
Where are you from? You from Chicago?
I'm from Southside, but we have another store, Pine Grove University, Northside. My partner had no idea. It was like, you know, he didn't grow up in the Southside. I did. I can handle it, but he's here for 10 minutes. Like, I'm leaving now. But I'm good. I love everyone. I treat everyone with respect. And everyone who walks through this door, I say, hello, sir, thank you, sir. I'm a very polite person, and until they give me otherwise notion, you know, I'm always very polite. I just really think the mayor needs to, just hear some of us small business owners out a little bit.
Do you feel like you're not being heard, small business owners?
He doesn't care. He's saying that I'm calling the kids mobsters. I didn't say that. The definition of a mob is a large group of kids.
Right.
I'm not calling them mobsters. You know.
So there are a couple small sound bites taken out of context.
Yeah, they did 20-minute interviews. They only took out what was negative.
What he's talking about, what the mayor said, he was at a press conference. One of the reporters mentioned the words mob action, and if you look up the Illinois statute, there's an extra statute that's mob action, and it's a large gathering of people that are basically committing crime, whether it be destruction or breaking in. The mayor stopped everybody and said, no, wait a minute. You got to be careful with your words. You can't call them basically little Al Capones, little baby Al Capones.
Totally wrong with it.
Right, we're not.
It's not Al Capone.
Mob action doesn't mean. Yeah, mob action doesn't mean mobsters. Yeah, mob action does not mean mobsters. It means a large group of a gathering of people.
That's what I meant.
Right, and so the mayor somehow took mob action. I thought he was a teacher, but somehow he took mob action and came up with mafia and mobsters and Al Capone, and that's not it at all.
So you were put under the bus a bit.
A little bit, but a lot of people that come here, they know I'm a good guy and I try my best. You know,
just short. Just like, you know, yeah, you're a good guy. I'm here all the time, everything. You know, people who don't want people sitting in their store laying on the floor. You wouldn't want that. Nobody wouldn't want that. It scares the customers off. Other than that, I ain't say no good thing to the man is a good guy.
The other big problem is Penn City. It's a block away, and I have to remove probably 20 to 30 homeless from the front of my store because they're begging and scaring people, walking up to women. And I get a lot of people come up to me and say they don't want to come here because they're afraid. They can't get the garbage cans down. They throw everything. They get into the pit.
That's a tough way to start a day in work.
So you're not 24 hours here then?
Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, but they know when I'm here.
Can we go in?
Yeah. Yeah, they know it's like, it's party time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not happening here.
You have to physically move them sometimes?
Yeah, we have to fight for what we want.
What were you saying about the difference between the migrants coming here and the homeless?
Well, what I'm seeing is a lot of them are hard workers. A lot of them are trying to get jobs. They're at home.
The migrants?
Yeah, the migrants.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to get jobs. They're doing anything. A lot of the guys that do construction here, they're using them as helpers. I can't say all of them, but the ones I've seen, they're trying to do something.
The migrants, unfortunately, most of them don't have work papers, so they have to work under the table.
Yeah, they're getting cash.
They're getting cash. So they have to sort of do it sneakily, and then it's hard on the employers too.
because they have to be in this like illegal status.
And so, and I know up on the west side, there at one time there was like, you could pull up to a certain gas station or a certain Home Depot, and there'd be just 30 workers that'll mod your car, just, hey, we're ready to work, So I imagine now that's at the Home Depot here, right?
Yeah.
To a certain extent, is that where they're starting to gather and do?
Even more
Because they figure that's where contractors are coming to get their supplies.
help, yeah.
So then you got your labor force in the parking lot waiting to jump in and go to work for the day.
I get how it affects the city, how, paying on the table is bad. We don't do it, but I get how it's bad. But these guys at least want to work. These homeless just want to like leech off everybody. And that's the problem. We can't have violent mental people leeching and demanding stuff. I just had a guy this morning demand that I give him food because he thinks I'm rich and that we can afford it. No, we can't. Owners of small businesses live check by check also. People don't realize that we don't make as much as they think.
Right.
It's a grind. I'm here 7 days a week.
Right.
I shouldn't be here 7 days a week. Something goes wrong, like the looting or anything else, that's a loss for me. We just did a loss from the looting. It was almost $5,000. Maybe damaged equipment, stolen stuff.
Right, and a lot of times they'll say, oh, well, he's got insurance and this and that, but your deductible is going to be whatever it is. And if you don't want to file the claim, sometimes it's better off just to pay for it.
Just to pay for it. It goes up, yeah. So, people don't understand the deals we have with using 7-Eleven's name. It's 50-50, man. We're not getting 100% here.
Right.
We're not bankrolling like people think we can just give out stuff.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is probably the nicest 7-Eleven I've seen.
They knocked aisles over. They destroyed like the front end caps.
Were you here inside?
I came on scene.
So what was that like?
Hectic. They were little kids. So I wasn't really scared. Honestly, they look like 10 to 18, 10 years old. So I've seen some young ones out there.
Right.
There was a little kid crying. Like, my friends left me crying, bawling. And I was like, hey, buddy, you gotta pick your friends twice, or like they left them. I felt bad.
So you're basically dealing with the root causes surface, and people like you have to deal with them firsthand. So the root causes is, a lot of parents aren't involved spending enough time with their kids. There's not enough discipline. The government isn't stepping in and creating some hard boundaries with this stuff. And then you have to carry it all.
Yeah, I'm carrying the weight of my shoulders if I want to survive. You have to fight for everything in life. But there's a good fight and a bad fight. The looting is a bad fight. The good fight is earning it. I do a job on top of this. I'm a graphic designer.
No way.
Yeah.
You go home from this and
I bang out some jobs. So it's like, it's never ending hustle. You go home, edit. That takes hours, though. I've done that editing. So I understand. It's a grind.
Yeah, and nothing's ever for sure.
No.
I could lose my channel tomorrow. You could lose this business tomorrow.
Me and my guy had 3 pizza businesses for COVID. We had pizza buffets. We lost everything. This is my second time losing everything in life and coming from the ground up.
I pledge to fight for my king.
You think I am afraid of you?
Exclusively on Max.
One of them. Science that matters.
Gotcha. That's a shame. So that's the little girl that was shot in the head, right? Yeah, that's horrible. So the wake is tonight. What funeral? Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right, man. All right, thanks. I'll try this. All right, bye-bye. So that was Alderman Spazzato. Just did a murder last week. A man was in his house. Little girl was outside playing, 8 years old, and he was pretending that she was looking for a toy. Middle of the day, he walked out and shot her in the head. The father saw it, tackled him, fought over him, gun went off, shot the offender in the face, but he survived. And then the father went to his little girl, and the little girl was making his funeral. But his wake is tonight.
Oh my God.
It's horrible. I mean, and all the guy had to say was that the offender ultimately said, "Oh yeah, I was on some pretty hard drugs."
So what's gonna happen now?
Oh, he's gonna be convicted of murder and, he'll get, sent away.
How many years do you think? Killing, shooting in 8 years?
You're only gonna have this one country point blank. I mean,
That's a lot.
okay.
I was scared you were gonna say like 5 years or something like that.
Oh, no. Something like that, they're gonna be solid on that. There's so many other things that they do get allowed,
No.
that one.
It must be absolutely brutal. Being out of law enforcement, to leave your family every morning, go out and deal with society's problems.
So that's the thing about it is, as police officers, I mean, I love the job. I mean, I loved being a police officer. The ability to be able to go out there and to help people, and the camaraderie, and just the whole thing that goes with it. And there's just so much variety. It's not like you're going just to an office job 9 to 5 and you're doing ABC every single day the same thing. It's always something different. It's exciting. It is exciting. It's got you go from moments of boredom to you're off and running and chasing after somebody, doing whatever you're doing. Basically helping people that are being victimized and in every aspect of it. But at the same time, you see some horrific stuff, some stuff that really takes a toll over time. I mean, we're still human beings, and as much as officers suppress all that stuff, that's why you end up with a high rate of suicide, and you end up with a high rate of alcoholism, and you end up with divorces, you end up with all those things, because eventually it's got to catch up to you. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's in our DNA. It's what we do.
Knowing what you know now, would you get into it? How policing is now? Would you sign up for it again?
So that's it. Probably not, because of the way it is now. It's completely different now than it was. The ability to be able to help people seems to have changed dramatically. And I say that, I know that sounds weird. It's like, okay, well, what do you mean you can't help people? Because look, the store that we just came from, there's no police officers around here that are going to be able to prevent it from happening again.
In the 90s or 2000s, you would have been able to
have left everybody up. We would have pulled up here with the we call them the paddy wagons, with the police wagons. We would have pulled up there and grabbed everybody we could, locked up as many as we could.
So what would have happened to the 11-year-old?
The 11-year-old.
That's how you
were in the station, and his parents never told him. So, you know what I mean? So now there's accountability. The parents are being inconvenienced because they're going to track them down with a call. And trust me, I had it before where we had little kids in custody, and we're calling, and we send the car out to the house, and it's inconvenient for them. They a lot of them don't want to be bothered with it, or they don't want it, but you force it, you make it happen, and that's just what they have to do. And when you do that, then because they don't want to have to do it again. They don't want to get called out again. So
what happens now when the 11-year-old gets caught there?
Now he's probably gonna get dropped off at home, and hey, don't do that again. That's it. There's no inconvenience to the family. There's nothing. There's nobody's gonna have to go to court. There's not gonna be almost no accountability.
Do you have a lot of these in Chicago?
Yeah.
So what do these people do in the winter now?
A lot of them go to the trains, and they ride the CTA trains all night to stay warm. Sadly, some of them will freeze to death.
You saw that in law enforcement?
Oh, absolutely.
Freezing to death?
Yes. Now, somebody donated these. I guess these are, they tore up pretty good. These orange ones are like they're insulated a little bit better.
Okay,
Somebody donated them, but obviously they're getting destroyed and beat up. So, I don't know how well they're going to be, but look, they have an entrance.
But no one here can show up at the police station and ask to sleep over the night.
Not in the summertime. But if it was freezing cold in the wintertime, we're in every police station, every firehouse, they're warming centers to get it on the phone to help them if they can get there and come in. There's also groups and organizations that go out and try to get people and find them, see if they can get them to come in. Some don't want to come in. They have a lot of, like I said, there's mental issues or substance abuse issues. But in the morning, unless it's really, really bad conditions outside, they're going to be told to leave. They're not going to get the same treatment that the migrants are getting. They're just not.
The more we pause and stretch, the faster we move. When we move with pliability, we move more human.
What's this here? Juvenile court. So this is where the kids that are going to be detained will be housed. And
School building?
yeah,
For the city.
yeah,
How's it in there? You been in there?
yeah.
Pretty sad. I've seen all these kids there.
You know, there's just so many kids that are just either forgotten or their parents are doing drugs and not caring about them and taking care of them, so they're just discarded and left to fend for themselves. And the gangs pick them up then, right? So they
Right, because the gangs are off of that family structure they're creating.
Right. So like that, there's the kid Adam Toledo.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you heard about that case. That's the 14-year-old, and they're trying to fire the officer, which is complete BS.
Mm-hmm.
But that was the case where the 14-year-old was with the 23-year-old. 23-year-old is on video shooting at a car that goes by. Shot spotter goes off, which alerts the district that shots fired.
Okay.
Officers respond there. The subjects take off. One stops and falls. The partner grabs that one. The other partner continues on, chases the one that he sees has got a gun in his hand. He gets to a point in the alley. He's yelling, drop the gun. The kid turns, and in a split second, if you watch the video, the officer had, I think, 0.8 of a second to make a decision, because you see the gun when it's down, and the kid turns and raises his hands up. And what he did is, in one motion, the kid threw the gun behind the fence, but there is absolutely no way you can see that. So the officer fired one shot in the chest, the kid goes down. And, it's not like the officer didn't pull up and say, oh, look, I'm chasing a 14-year-old with a gun. All he knows is he's chasing a person that's got a gun in his hand that he's responding to shots fired that went off, where shots were just fired there. So he's not chasing a kid, he's just chasing an individual that he doesn't know who he is or doesn't know anything about him. All he knows is he's a man with a gun. And but as soon as that one shot goes off, the kid goes down, the officer immediately holstered his weapon and went and started performing CPR. Did everything he could to try to save that kid, and until other officers came and were able to relieve him and took over on the CPR. And if you watch the video, you actually hear the officers. He's breathing heavy. He's sighing. And you hear the officer actually starts to cry. And he's walking around, and then you see he goes right behind the fence there and shines the light right on the fence, and he sees where's the gun, which is pitched. And he kind of jumped up and down, hey, the gun's over here, and he just like, he knew he was right. He knew he saw a gun, and in a split second, he's distraught that he had to take, to shoot this kid. Yeah. But he wasn't left with any options. And
so what's happened to the officer?
So immediately put on administrative leave, like they always do. They go through the process. Stationer's office decided that they reviewed it. They weren't going to charge. Then the department decided they're moving to try to fire him for violating the foot pursuit policy. The officer didn't necessarily see a gun right away. The gun didn't appear until it was already going to the foot shoot. There's so many issues and so many problems with it, but at the end of the day, that policy wasn't even in place at the time. The policy came into place after, but they did have they put out a guide for suggestions on how this policy would be. So it's all BS and it's all political, and they're just looking to hang this officer out to dry. And what they put this officer through is one more reason that it just spreads throughout the department, that low morale, because it just shows that there's always a political agenda to every single decision that they make, and this is no different.
So it makes the job extremely difficult. You have to make all of these split-second decisions when you're in survival mode, right?
And because of it, more and more officers are getting hurt and going to get hurt because they second guess themselves. You have to be able to, with all the training that you get, to be able to make that decision and not have to worry that if this ends up going viral on social media or the news or whatever, that they're going to try to fire you for it, because that's going to cause them to second guess themselves or to relax, and that's when officers get hurt. We're going into the West Side of Chicago, and just another example of the type of violent crime we have in Chicago. This is a McDonald's over here where the father took his daughter out to to McDonald's, and the rival gang members saw him, wanted to shoot at him, and ended up killing his daughter in the car behind him.
That's so sad.
This is the 11th district, Harrison and Kedzie. It would be considered one of the higher crime districts in the city.
So homicides are not at the highest point. They're going back up again. But this is what I heard from a guy in Southside. Shootings, gunshot wounds are way up.
Off the charts.
So what's going on? Correct me where I'm wrong.
Medical.
They're shooting legs, they're shooting butts, they're shooting parts of the body, not to kill them, but just to, it's almost like the modern day fist. Face, no? Am I wrong about that?
No, nobody would shoot like that. Nobody, that's Hollywood.
Okay.
Shoot, it's like telling police officers, why did they shoot the gun out of his hand? No,
What is
they're
that?
doing
Just bad
drive-by.
shots?
No, better medical. They're saving more lives. You shoot somebody here. If an officer gets there on scene quick enough, they've got the packs to be able to stop bleeding and stuff themselves. The paramedics.
So if we were back in 1970,
So what's that? This is Harrison and Kedzie. They're finally fixing this garage, but
okay, so if we were back in 1970,
people that get shot
there would have been
today.
thousands.
Yes, if you had the same amount of shootings now in the 70s, you would have had 2,000 murders a year. They're just better at saving people now than they were before. People are surviving what used to be fatal injuries.
Oh, thanks for that.
That's
makes
the big difference is medical technology. That's why the homicide rate went down from the 70s to, I shouldn't say alone. Policing, had a part of it, but a big, huge, significant part of it is they save more people.
Midway USA, fast shipping means fast. I'm Larry Potterfield with Midway USA. Thanks for your business.
Zaxby's chicken curry is back. Who's got the sauce? Zaxby's.
1993, I just got off work, and back then we had pagers. And I got a page to call somebody back, and I went here, and the payphone that was there didn't work. So I went inside, I knew the clerk that was working there. I just got off work, and I asked him if I could use his phone. Well, while I was talking to him, he told me that there was two guys that were parked out in the car. See what that sign is? It has like graffiti on the back of it.
Okay.
So there was two guys in a car there, and they were drunk, and they were coming inside, giving him a hard time, and
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so at that time, I was only on the job 2 years, young. I thought, all I had to do is go out there and show my dad and tell him to leave it. I'm going to go because I'm police. And so I did that, went out there, and when I went to the driver's side, now I'm in between two cars, right? I tap on the window, and I have my badge in my hand, and I show my badge in the window. So the guy looks at me, looks at the badge, looks up at me, and I noticed at the same time, the other guy was leaning over, and they were trying to pop the ignition replacement top. But at that point, the guy that was in the driver's seat, he was actually out on parole for a reckless homicide and didn't want to go back to jail, so he rolled out of the car. We started struggling, fighting in between the two cars. The other guy came around, knocked us down, and then now I had the two guys up on top. The one offender kicked me in the face and head repeatedly, and my head was hitting the rim of the car next to us. The impacts were so hard that I could actually see a flash of light with every hit. The other guy started going for my gun. I had a 5-shot snub nose on. We started struggling for the gun. They were able to get my hand on the side, and the one guy was stepping with his heel into my hand, and I could literally feel the gun slowly slip out of my hand, and that was the worst feeling in the world when the gun was gone. I knew that I lost control of the weapon. The offender stood up over me and fired twice point blank. One of the guys grazed me in the top of the head, and then he took off with the gun. The other guy stuck around to put in a few more kicks. Officers arrived on scene because there was 711 called. They were able to catch the one offender on scene. The other one got away at the time. They rushed me to the hospital. They had a plastic surgeon come in. I got 37 stitches in my lips. My jaw was dislocated. I had hairline fracture in my orbital bone, my cheek there. I was messed up pretty good. The offender they caught on scene, they got him to the station. He actually ended up having a cuff key concealed on him, and he was able to get himself uncuffed and got out and escaped from the station. Jumped on a bus. He walked on the station and jumped on a bus. He was gone. There was a manhunt that went on. They caught him the next day, and then when they caught him, he gave up. The other offender was his brother-in-law.
So you have to be a little bit crazy to be an officer, don't you? Like, you have to be a little crazy to step out of your house in the morning, say bye to your wife and kids or no kids, dogs, whatever, and know that you might be getting into that. That sounds terrible.
But so something to say to that, right? So and I noticed it actually when I retired. With the day I retired, I remember we had what's called cake and coffee, and that's where everybody, all the officers in the station, they come around and they tell stories about you, and it's just a tradition thing, right? Yeah, I remember looking over at my wife, and that was the most calm, pleasant look on her face that I'd seen in a long time. It was like the stress just washed away. And I realized in that moment that police officers, when we go to work every day, you wouldn't be able to do your job if you were going to work every day worried that today was going to be your last day or today was the day that something bad was going to happen to you. We don't think that at all. For us, we get to work from the time we step in the door, it's ball busting, joking, camaraderie, laughing. Now we're going to go on a street, we're looking for the bad guys and patrolling around, and you're talking to your partner in the car. And then there's those moments when something jumps off, and now you're immediately, chasing a man with a gun, running through the yards, doing whatever you're doing, or maybe it's a car chase or whatever happens. And then after it's all done over with, if everything goes well and nobody gets hurt or anything, then it's oh, that was awesome, and the stories about that. But for our families, from the time we walk out the door, it's stress. They hear somebody, if an officer got shot, was that their loved one? They're immediately trying to call and get a hold of you. Before, when I came on, there was no cell phones, there was no pagers. But if they heard something on the news, now they're calling everybody trying to find out what happened, calling the station, see if everything's okay. It's constant stress for not only your spouse, but for your parents, for your siblings. They're experiencing a different experience than what
they're not getting the reward that you're getting.
No,
because you're taking risk, and in that risk is excitement, and you feel alive. And then there's the camaraderie, the brotherhood.
Yeah, you're not thinking about it. We're not honing in on the risk. They're all honing in on the risk, right? The family, that's all they know is the risk. With us, the risk is so far down on the totem pole. All the other things are what we're dealing with and thinking about, and the risk just. I don't want to say it's not a factor, but it's not at the forefront of our minds on it, because you wouldn't be able to do your job if you were.
Yeah, that's why I think you guys are all a little bit crazy.
That's why I say it's in our DNA. You think what we do is crazy. You're the crazy one. You're the one that's going to Iran or going into the hood, and you're interviewing gangbangers and maybe talking to cartel or whatever it is that you're doing. You got no backup. You don't have a vest on. You don't have surveillance. You have nothing. We've got radio. We've got we've got gun on our head. We've got at least we have the perception of something. You're on a title no freaking map.
Nikon tools complete every repair without giving an inch. Only at Harbor Freight.
You need the best templates for your videos. Go to Motion Array to get unlimited, easy-to-use templates made by leading designers. They're completely customizable, so you can make them yours. Go to motionarray.com now and take your videos from good to the best.
So this is super It's been around at least since the 50s, and it's one of those holes where the car pulls out and take your order type of thing. Very popular place.
All right, so how do you know John?
So, just in the police department. I was a cop. I never had the pleasure of working with John, but when I ran for office, he was running for office at the same time. So
for office, what do you do?
Alderman of the 41st Ward.
Okay. What's good here?
Everything's good here. If you want a cheeseburger, the cheeseburgers are awesome. The local cheeses are awesome. If you want a hot dog, they got great hot dogs and fries.
What are you getting?
I'm I'm not getting anything. I'm getting something to drink. I gotta watch what I eat. I let myself go. Why don't you give them a Whopper cheesy with just whatever, just the ketchup on it? Then it'll get the fries on and everything. Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Thanks, Bob. Anthony, so you're one of the 50 aldermen
I am.
in Chicago.
I am the alderman of the 41st Ward, which is the farthest northwest side ward in the city of Chicago.
So what's going on in Chicago through your perspective and alderman's perspective, which you're all different, right?
Yeah. We're all different. 50 of us.
50
all 50 of us are different. Every ward is a different ward, different animal. We're extremely lucky the way that the dynamic works in the northwest side.
Okay.
It's a ward that is broken up of just an astronomical amount of city workers. You've got Chicago police officers, firemen, plumbers, electricians. The vast majority of your city population employees live on the northwest side here. We have the least amount of police officers allocated to the northwest side. We're the 16th district. 16th district is the largest district in the city of Chicago, and we have the least amount of crime because a lot of the police officers here help maintain the streets and protect it even when they're on or off duty. If you look at our wards right now, you have multi generations of family that never left the neighborhood. Like my first house was 4 blocks from the house I grew up in. And now I'm on my 3rd house, all within 10 blocks of the house I grew up in.
Okay, so there's accountability. You see something happen at your neighbor's house, you've known them forever.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're gonna step in.
Yeah. Protect your neighbors.
Yeah.
Protect your property. Protect the neighbors. And a big thing too is we're community based. We're parish based. We're based off our churches are here too. We raise our kids. We put the time and effort into taking care of our kids, raising them right, making sure that they're growing up with a parent. Even if it's a broken household, both parents are taking accountability for those children and making sure they're brought up the right way.
No teen takeovers at the shop and save there?
You're not going to see it. If anything, you're going to see teens volunteering there if there's any type of community events going on.
Okay, now you're making it sound like a North Korean tour. It's like amazing. It's the most amazing place.
You know what? It is
volunteering.
It is the most amazing place. That's why, I've never left. No one ever leaves the neighborhood. Like I said, you'll end up buying a house 4 blocks from your house.
Yeah.
Where everyone says, I grew up, I'm moving away. That's not what happens.
What's a home cost around here? Modest, 3-bed, 2-bath type place.
So there's a humongous up and down swing on that. If you can get a 3-bedroom home in this area for about $375,000, all the way up to $750,000. It depends on where it is. A lot of we have some McMansions in the neighborhood too.
So $750, you're getting a nice place.
You're getting a nice place. We even have $1 million homes in the neighborhood as well. And we have a lot of 3 flats, 4 flats, multi-unit buildings that are owned by the residents that live here. They'll live in it and they'll rent it out to neighbors in the community as well.
So Chicago really broken up into neighborhoods like most cities.
Yeah.
But from what I'm understanding through what you just said, you guys seem like you're doing pretty well here. Another part of the city might be doing terribly. And you're like living in 2 different worlds almost, even though you're in the same city.
It is like 2 different worlds. And it's unfortunate that's the way it is. But when people came to Chicago back in the day, even I told my grandpa, you moved in the neighborhood. They're like, I'm Italian American. My father told me back in the day when his family came over, they all moved to the Italian American neighborhood. They moved to where everyone spoke the same language. A Polish American did it too, Polish did it too, Jewish, Irish, African American. Everybody moved to the neighborhood with it, and those neighborhoods just blossomed from there. But you ended up being around, let's just say, oh, it's so segregated. That's not true. Chicago chose to segregate itself and still does it to this day, but they don't do it out of malice. They do it out of, you want to be by the Italians, you want to be by the Irish, you want to be by the Polish.
Is it a cultural thing?
It's a very cultural thing, yeah.
Okay. So you don't see anything wrong with it?
The thing I see wrong with it is sometimes you just over-exploded with this one nationality in one neighborhood.
Yeah.
And that could be, that's a tough go at times, but you know what? Still to this day, when people come across the ocean and move from a different country to here, they move to the neighborhood where they speak the language and,
where they feel comfortable.
Yeah.
You want to go with what you know, what's familiar.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's natural human behavior.
Yeah, absolutely.
Panera's packed with flavor bagel just got stacked with even more for just $7.99. Meet our new Asiago bagel stacks. Choose from the chicken Roma with grilled chicken and green goddess dressing, the spicy steak or zesty Tuscan. Only $7.99 each and only at Panera for a limited time.
What you looking at, babe?
Cars on cars.com.
What's wrong with this one?
I just got promoted, so I'm looking for something more.
Ciao.
Ciao. 2 million cars for 2 million possibilities. Cars.com. Where to next?
So in the national news or on YouTube, people are saying Chicago's so dangerous. What would you say to that?
It's absolutely. I'm not gonna lie to people. It's
But you're
not.
saying here it's not.
Well, here it's not because we police ourselves over here. But if you look at the other parts of the city right now where they demonize the police, we got aldermen that are trying to get police officers fired, trying to defund the police, trying to pull resources away from officers, trying their hardest to get less people to take that job right now. So you go in these other neighborhoods that are a little bit tougher on or have a lot more crime. There's no policing there. It's so out of control right now. Here, to date right now, we are on August 17th. As of right now, we have 2,015 people shot in the city of Chicago, 417 homicides. Where else in the world do you have that isn't in a war-torn country? There's nowhere. So it's the unfortunate thing about it. If you look at the last 5 years in the city of Chicago, amount of people shot here, I think it's over 37,000 people have been shot here in the last 5 years. Where are those numbers? Where else in the world do those numbers exist? We have an extreme issue here with accountability for parents raising their kids, for neighborhoods actually cracking down on the crime in their neighborhoods, where you got these social and community groups that are saying they're getting involved and getting to these kids. They're not. There's not. There's a gun in every car.
So you want to get rid of guns? You think that's the solution?
I'm an advocate of the gun right now.
Okay.
I'm an advocate of the gun because there are so many guns on the street right now that for John Q. Citizen that pays his taxes, that pays her taxes, that follows the law to the T, they're not safe. They're absolutely not safe.
You're saying citizens should have their own gun?
I think yeah, I'm totally fine with citizens.
What's it here in Illinois? Can you conceal carry?
Yes, you can. You can conceal carry. And my thing is our citizens right now, we're getting carjacked. And not this neighborhood's seeing carjackings too. You got people stealing catalytic converters.
Oh yeah, that's going crazy everywhere.
At an alarming rate, and the way they're doing it is they have a lookout that's carrying a gun. You just had it just about 2 weeks ago. A guy upped a pistol on somebody walking by while they're stealing a catalytic converter. So nobody's safe right here. And I'm an advocate for the gun, unless you're gonna.
So you're saying all that you're appalled by the numbers of gun shooting victims, right? You're appalled by those numbers, but then you want everyone to have guns.
Well, what I would like is I would like everybody to be properly trained, properly licensed, and to properly have the vetted information to actually carry a gun. Where if you look at 99.9% of the criminals on the street right now, not one of those guns have been. You guys want this table over? Not one of those guns. Not one of those guns have been purchased over the counter legally. No one's been certified. No one's carrying a concealed weapon card. These are offenders that are buying these guns illegally.
So if you do away with guns, you take them out of these citizens' homes or cars, but the criminals will still have the guns. Right?
Oh my God. At an alarming rate. An astronomical amount of guns out there.
Yeah, that's just common sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the criminals aren't going to follow the law.
They don't follow the law. Before we get concealed carry, Chicago is one of the harshest and strongest gun or anti-gun enforced cities in the entire country. We have the strictest laws against handguns. Which
means what? Like what?
Which means that even when we were the most enforced against illegally for the illegal carrying of a firearm, we couldn't keep up with the amount of offenders that had guns. So there was nothing set in place. The concealed carry just came, I don't know how many years back, but that's when you barely carry a handgun. That's when it was illegal carry. It's considered blasphemy if you try to put ketchup on a hot dog in Chicago. I used to actually get yelled at, by my father, jokingly, like you're ruining a Chicago hot dog. You can't put ketchup on a Chicago hot dog. So he got
I got a hamburger. Can I put ketchup on
this?
this?
You can put ketchup on hamburger for sure.
Sean, what's going on here?
So this is Sergeant Rubble. He kind of became the district mascot. We rescued him about a year ago. Here, you got his uniform dirty and you just put it on. he became almost like an emotional support dog for the officers in the 16th district. They love him over there. He was abandoned a year ago over at Harlem and Foster. We took him in, and he needed surgery. He got his surgery, and now we take him to schools and to different events, and even the angriest or most stoic officer just melts and smiles when he walks in the room.
Super Dog Burger.
That's a Whopper cheesy.
Whopper cheesy. Since 19 something, right?
75 years this year.
So cheese, ketchup.
Delicious, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's easy to eat.
It is easy. It is nice soft bun. And ketchup on the burger, but not on the hot dog.
Not on the hot dog. I told you they make an issue with that.
I don't want to just go doom and gloom. Yeah. Solutions are basically, I hear it through and through again. Strong parenting, good values. Is there anything else I'm missing on that, or is it that simple?
No, it's not. It's not that simple. We're also going to have to hit a point where that mask that's been put over the police department is they demonize them, that they're evil, that they're bad, and that they're doing wrong out there constantly. And we have to get behind our police officers. If you let the cops go out and do their job to the best of their ability, being proactive police officers, they're going to shut down crime before it happens. Unfortunately, where we're at right now, because the lawsuit rules the country, you have officers that are forced to be reactive because the proactive officer gets sued and nobody backs up the proactive officer. Why did you do that? Why did you? Well, it looked like there's suspicious activity. Well, if suspicious activity doesn't follow the proper guidelines of what you do as a police officer, now you're profiling. So you're going to get sued for that and lose your job. What other option these officers have is not to sit back and hopefully see something before it happens, or other just listen to the radio and react to it. When I got on, and I know when John got on, the officers had the utmost pride to get in that car and look for something that's going on, the drugs, the guns, to find it. Now, everybody's looking for a way to sue the police. They got their phones on everything, film everything, because we want them to make a mistake that a lawyer could prove in a court. That's a tough pill to swallow for officers. So we got to let the police be the police again. That'd be a huge difference.
Always going to be bad policing.
Absolutely.
Like bad burger makers, like bad doctors, like bad teachers, bad YouTube creators.
Yeah.
So the goal is to weed out the bad ones, back the good ones, right?
Train. Vet them properly before you get them in here. Don't just try to hire people because you have to fill certain demographics. Why not hire the people that want to be the police and want to be the job, whether they're female, whether they're male, whether they're white, Hispanic, or black. Go after the ones that really want to be the police and train the heck out of them and give them the opportunity to be good police, but then back them up when they're doing their job.
What about pay?
I feel that our police officers get paid a good amount of money, but for how difficult the job is and how much time and effort they put into this and how much overtime and how much family time they miss, they're nowhere near the amount that you're supposed to pay.
Okay, what's a starting guy get paid and then say 5 years in?
God, right now, I don't even know what the start is anymore. I think it's 60,500. Then you go to 5-year step. Yeah.
So 60,000. Someone can raise a family on that here. The wife would have to work, or the husband, the partner would have to work, right?
There's the vast majority of this neighborhood works 2-3 jobs easily.
Police officer only works one job though.
No, absolutely not.
Lots of police officers maybe they were carpenters before they became police officers, so they work their carpentry on the side. Some of them are real estate inspectors, and they'll do that on the side. I was a lawyer, I did that on the side. Especially if you're trying to put your kids through private school, because let's face it, the Chicago public school system is horrific. It just is. That's a fact. Look it up. I mean, it's not good. So nobody wants to send their kids to the public schools if they can avoid it. Now, there are some public schools, but a very, very small number of them, and they're hard to get into because you have to live right near them or the kids will know the right person. But they're going to send them to private school. Private schools are expensive now. To go to Catholic school is not cheap at all. And there's no way you can do it on just regular one salary, one police officer salary. And if you want your wife, if you're in a family where you decide where the wife is going to stay home and take care of the kids while you work, they're working overtime, they're doing court, they're trying to get as much as they can in, and they're working whatever side job. Some of them are actually working security on their days off, just to make ends meet.
Didn't really know what I wanted out of life early on. Over the years, have really learned about what I want to pursue. Purdue Global has helped me with having the flexibility to go to school full time as well as work full time. Start yours out back at purdueglobal.edu.
Say hello to Zaxby's Southern Fried Shrimp. Available now. We've got the sauce. Zaxby's.
I believe in any big city department, whether it be LA, Chicago, New York, that any officer that's on, probably 5-10 years or more, that they have some form of PTSD. The stuff that you're subjected to, that you see, the violence, the gruesome scenes, whether they be suicide or just a death investigation where the person was there for a month before they were discovered, or the horrific things that people do to each other, that they do to animals, all that stuff builds up over time. And like I was saying before, that while we don't outwardly express that stuff, we internalize it, right? And you build a callus to it, but it builds up over time. And I think that the reason why there's such a high suicide rate with police officers is because of the PTSD.
How bad
is it? It's not diagnosed. It's very bad. I mean, we have a city of 12,000 police officers, and at one time we had as many as 5 counselors, and I think they brag about how they're up to 15 now, and trying to get up to 23. I mean, that's nothing for what's needed. And because they're so short-staffed, they only come out when an officer kills himself, or when there's an officer that gets killed in the line of duty or something. Then the counselors come around for a little bit, they'll talk to roll call, and then they disappear again, and we don't see them. It's available to us, but it's not the same as if you could have that where every district. I believe actually that officers should be required to go quarterly to sit with a counselor for an hour. Whether you say something or not, at least have to sit there in a room with them, and I think officers will start to open up. And I think it would be very helpful to the officers. But there's so much red tape with that between the city and with the union and whatnot, whether they would do that or not. But I mean, things like this, bringing a dog to roll call, I mean, all this stuff makes a difference. And I know we're big city, cops, Chicago, supposed to be all tough and everything, but you need this stuff from time to time, right, buddy? Right? So, folk, keeping the streets safe. That was a dilapidated old newsstand that was just falling apart, looked like crap. And I would pass it every day and go to work. And I stopped to check it out to see if it was abandoned because I never saw anybody in there, and found that there was a guy there that was he would only sell newspapers once a week on Sundays. Right here. See this? His name was Anthony. I got on social media and said we were going to fix it up. The community came out big time, and we put a new roof on it. I got an artist who's a police officer actually described what we wanted to do, and we got a mural that was created. This is Anthony. He was the newsstand guy. Okay. He was here. And then on this side over here, this is my other dog, Pedro. So Pedro made the newsstand. And then this side here, my plan was, and I just haven't gotten to it, is I'm going to have the local schools do some type of a mural or something, everything, and let them put stuff up on this side. So the goal was to get Anthony set up and everything, because we found out while we were in the process of it that he was homeless, and he was a vet. Okay. He was in the Air Force. We put together a GoFundMe. We were able to pay for his rent for like 2.5 years and got him set up. And it came together really, really nice. It's gotten a little bit beat up. I got to come back out. We're going to stay inside over here and fix it up. Somebody graffitied the door, so we got to replace the door. But the community came out. It was incredible. Just, from just a social media post, everybody came around. A roofing company donated the roof. Spray foam insulation company spray foamed the inside of it. I had a carpenter, Tony Galati. He came out. He did all the carpentry work to fix it up. Like I said, the door got jacked up.
So one thing you were saying off camera is that crime in Chicago currently is spreading out into neighborhoods like this, which is a bit unusual, right?
Yes.
Or what were you saying?
Yeah, we're in the northwest side of Chicago right now. Some joke and call it Copland because where all the first responders live, or teachers and city workers, basically. And what the issue with Chicago is crime for the most part used to be predominantly the higher crime areas would be the south and west side. There'd be crime all over, but not as much now that it's spread out so much. And there's probably a lot of reasons for that. But this district here on the northwest side is 30 square miles.
Okay.
And
that's huge.
It is huge. To try to police that with a fitting police force, you end up with a lack of manpower and a lack of presence. Yeah, right? And the thing about it is there's no cookie cutter method for policing in a city this size, because what might work here might not work in Inglewood. What might work in Inglewood might not work downtown, right? So in Inglewood, there's a lot more problems and issues, societal problems. There's a lot of different things going on there. Whether they're poor, there's a lot of things going on that you're not going to be able to police your way out of.
Yeah.
In a community like this up on the northwest side, where it's middle class, you don't have a lot of the problems that you would have on the south side. This is where high visibility does work. Where if you see a squad car all the time, that's going to deter crime, because majority of the crime that's happening here is imported. It's driving in because we've got the expressway here, so they can jump right up the expressway. Okay. Yeah, right on the other side. These are train tracks here. Okay. Right on the other side of that is the expressway that runs right downtown, and it curves around and it circles right into the south or west side of Chicago. So because of that, if we had a bigger police presence here, like we used to have, that's a deterrent for crime. But again, if you were to go to Inglewood, you can throw 500 police out, unless you got a police officer every 20 feet. You're not going to have the same impact as far as the deterrent, because you're going to have a little more action. So politicians have no problem completing the workforce here to send them to those busier districts.
Oh, interesting.
And what they're doing is, like when it was Jody Weiss, he was the FBI guy that came in as a superintendent. He made the mistake right at the very beginning, saying he was going to reallocate officers from the northwest side and send them to the busier districts. And everybody went nuts, and they shut that down. Well, what they figured out was, all right, don't say that we're going to do that, and they just don't keep up with attrition. So these districts, we had a lot of senior officers, they start retiring, well, they just don't replace them.
Okay.
So then we dropped, when we had almost 300 police officers at one time, we're down to 170 in this district.
Almost half.
I mean, it's incredibly low. There are days when they are actually downing police cars because we just don't have the manpower to put them up. So we actually have now less officers that are patrolling at any given time.
And criminals are onto this, right?
Oh yeah, they figure it out. And like I said, if they're coming up here and they're stealing, they're doing robberies, they're doing catalytic converter thefts, they're doing all these things, and we go back and say, hey, there's nobody stopping us, nobody confronting us.
I feel like new sunglasses, like brand new pair of jeans. Brand new.
Learn more about Celebrity Cruises' latest offers.
So this is the 16th district.
So full circle, we're coming back to migrants at the station.
Yes. Hey, Rich. So.
Wow.
It says, talk to him.
¿De dónde eras?
Venezuela.
Venezuela. Maracaibo?
Oh,
Caracas.
si Dios lo quiera, de Caracas.
De Caracas.
El niño enfermo. Un mes acá esperando la luz. Tenemos muchos menores de edad. Necesitamos una gente. Solo venimos a trabajar, pero necesitamos una gente.
This is wild, John. I'm not gonna lie to you.
And this is what the other district will look like when they start to wind up for the night. I mean, they were probably all outside earlier today.
So it's like a lot of these officers are working at a nursery.
100%. And sometimes, I mean, it gets so loud in here, it's hard for them to hear Yeah, it's
What's up, you guys?
so people bring in stuff to them all the time. You know, they set them up with food over here.
¿Cómo te llamas? Carolina. ¿Cuántos tiempo aquí? Un mes. Un mes. That's what you think like you treat it all the time, John. I'm just coming into things that are
And it comes back down to, again, there's no plan. They have no plan. You know, this didn't just start last week. This has been going on like this for months.
What do you got here? Medicine?
Oh.
Sick?
¿Quién tiene enferma? ¿Ella? ¿Qué tiene? She got a fever? Yeah, so see, she's sick. So, and she's sick, they're sick, so don't know what they're sick from or.
Wow. So they got full food set up, bananas.
Yeah.
So why was this put on the police department? Isn't there a better place?
That's where it started, and for whatever reason, so.
No? We're in the police station.
Todos? All the kids are sick. All the kids.
¿Quieres trabajo? Sí. Okay, they all won't work. City of Chicago identification. So they give them full on ID?
Oh, todos? Oh, okay, so Chicago is giving them, I guess the first I've seen it.
Okay, but trabajo? No.
ID.
ID.
Oh, all right, that's not a word, that's just identification card.
Okay, so they get IDs, but it can't work.
Not unless they get some type of a work permit.
That's crazy. They can't work.
You know.
This is
That's what I mean. There's no plan, and there appears to be no plan to correct it going forward.
Just hang out here for a month?
Well, here, so when there was a big push to do something about this, they got the local city college and moved them all out and moved hundreds to the city college. That was only during summer. Now, as soon as the school goes back in session, pull them all back out and right back to all the districts that they took them from.
So this is the one officer here. Fortunately, he can't speak on camera, but just one officer manning this station right now. Just met this nice lady outside of the police station. She doesn't want to be on camera, which I understand, but you wanted to say something.
Yes, I wanted to speak out about the people who are being held at the police station. I think that it's a kind and noble thing to do to try to help them, but I also think that they're putting us at risk when we enter to get services because of, again, like the guy said at the front desk, that there is lice, and I had to step out, and I can't be in there because I don't want to catch lice or any kind of virus that they might have. As a citizen, I don't think that's fair to us to have to go through that to get services because they're holding the people there. Like, they can make a separate area for them, but they shouldn't have to put us at risk for whatever is in the building.
Agreed. It's crazy.
It is really crazy. It's crazy, and it's scary.
Oh, we got the couple, the young couple down here. Those guys are funny. John, thank you for bringing this in.
No, absolutely. Thank you for coming out and shining a light on what's going on here. So many people don't know about it because they get little snippets in the media or it's not reported at all. There doesn't appear to be a plan. Now, we did just get a new superintendent. Hopefully, this is going to be key, that the mayor will let him run the departments. Our past mayors, like, they have their fingers in everything, and non-police officers try to run law enforcement. When you try to run law enforcement politically, it doesn't work. You can't make political decisions. You have to run,
Yeah.
if you want to, public safety cannot be political.
There's a lot going on here in Chicago and around the country, but this was a very interesting look into something I never heard about. All right, guys, till the next one.
Are you looking at 4x4s on cars.com again?
I honestly don't know what you're talking about.
I was thinking of something more sophisticated. Look. Fine. Keep the beard.
Cars.com. Where to next?
What's 100 billion?
It just disappears. Call from the CDC.
Yeah. We're going to be talking about federal DC government.
If you overperform, you're gonna get penalized.
It's an empire with over 100,000 employees.
What's the pay like?
You create fake support for every emotionally charged issue. You get people looking in that direction.
What can people do? Sackler gallery.
Yeah, pharmaceutical families.
Some are sleeping in there. Yeah. People across the country see investors coming in, buying up the houses.
They spend $60 million a year telling America, don't smoke. They spend the exact amount of taxpayer dollars subsidizing what? Tobacco production in the United States. You're going to make a lot of friends. I'm going to make a lot of friends. America, you asked for this.
Well, maybe didn't ask for it, but I have to pay for it. Here we are with First Amendment attorney Benjamin.
Peter, it's good to see you again. Thank you.
Yeah, for those that don't know, Benjamin and I did a video in Chicago, and I loved it. I loved your insight and your take on things. So, round two.
Yeah, we're in DC, where I used to live. I lived for about 15 years, so I know something about the county. I also was a political appointee at the Federal Election Commission. I served as counsel to chairman of the Federal Election Commission. I've worked on soft influence campaigns. I've worked on electioneering campaigns. I've worked on constitutional litigation. I know something about how the game is played, and this is the people's capital, right?
Yeah.
And so there's enough that I want to talk about and be fair about that I think will interest folks on the left who have very good arguments and folks on the right that I know a little better. So I'm happy to jump in.
Okay, so is it fair to say you're credentialed, Benjamin?
I have some credentials, yes.
Okay.
But here's an interesting credential. $7 trillion, that's our annual budget every year in the United States.
Yeah.
And somewhere hovering around $32 trillion is the national debt.
Yes.
Some people say that's more like 60 or 90, that there's some accounting tricks going on, but we'll take the government's word for it and say it's a simple 32 trillion that we're staring down. We're walking in the direction here of an iconic scene. It's the Watergate Hotel and office complex in front of us. 1972, 5 burglars get caught in the early morning of June, and they're breaking into the Democratic National Committee headquarters. We know some of the common characters like G. Gordon Liddy. We later find out that even the president, Richard Milhouse Nixon himself, was implicated in this. And so when people think about corruption in DC, they often have this sort of visual. And I mention the story of Watergate because political scientists tend to think about the presidency having weakened greatly after that time. Americans lost trust in the executive branch because of that occurring. So what comes in to fill in that gap is the rise of the more modern administrative state. What do I mean by that? I mean, your alphabet agency organizations. So the EPA that was instituted under Nixon, Centers for Disease Control, Health and Human Services. We don't know how many there are. So the federal government doesn't know. In the Federal Register, the official reporter, legal reporter for the federal government, is tasked to accounting of this, the General Accountability Office. So there's no official list or number. Because remember, we can make this really complicated. We get into legalese. We have sort of some semi-private public partnerships. Are those agencies? Are they not?
Okay.
How downstream are they and still considered a federal agency? Informally, we know that there's somewhere around 440 federal agencies. Just in the last fiscal year, 2023 alone, there was over 300 billion was a B of improper payments that came out. So that's about 2 to 3% of the federal budget. Okay, that's, but what's a few billion, 100 billion?
It just disappears. And you started your conversation talking about our federal deficit and our expenditures of roughly $7 trillion.
Yeah.
But our tax revenues are what? Hovering around 4 trillion, a little over 4 trillion?
I think that's right. Mm-hmm.
So we have to foot that bill, we have to print the money, right?
Print the money.
And to print the money devalues the money.
Creates inflationary policy, as we see, yes. Even though the city features corruption, I tell you what, the corrupt live pretty nicely.
And the city looks very nice. It's, it's a beautiful place. As an outsider, just walking around the mall areas and this neighborhood up here, Georgetown, it's beautiful.
Oh, yeah. No, and local, we're not talking about federal DC government, but local DC government compared to Chicago, it runs in the black. It usually doesn't have a deficit. Really? It doesn't have debt. I don't agree with everything that the city of DC does. But one reason is they can't go on large adventures because Congress has oversight for any sort of broad new steps that they want to take have to be approved by Congress first. I wish that would apply to every city, but that's just my political preference.
Yeah, you can roll on better. Squarespace.
So it's an official website. If it's Squarespace, like.
Ah, yeah. Sure.
Thank you, appreciate it, sir. Yep. Excuse us, sorry.
Oh, nice boat.
Yeah.
Cool in here, the AC it?
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice little break.
So you're saying one of the reasons that these agencies keep on growing, there's more money going towards them, which we're going to get into today. Right? I'm very interested in this topic. It's because everyone's got a piece of it here to some degree, and they don't want to see that go in the other direction.
We were talking about budget reform and debt, and you're asking the question, is it all over, or can we reform this? And my indication is that, look, the American public loves their subsidy. The middle class gets the mortgage subsidy, right? It's the tax rate. Yeah, I don't want to give that up. The rich, for example, when they build luxury oceanfront homes, the insurance companies that provide for that are subsidized by the federal government through a guarantee. So if there's massive payouts and they're damaged, they know that the feds are going to bail them out.
In very few American cities does the airport go almost right into downtown.
Right. It's an irritating factor to me in housing policy in DC too. One way to make things more expensive is to build artificial scarcity. So if you prohibit sky rises, you prohibit buildings going upwards beyond the height of the monument, behind the height of the Capitol building, you're going to have less housing. And DC is I've lived here a long time. It's a very expensive place to live. There's ways to alleviate that. But we have our national pride. And when I talk to both Democrats and Republicans about that, they almost universally agree. Right? No, we should keep that as the highest building.
I'm on board with that too.
Yeah. I am out of line with probably 95% of America.
That's why I like it. You're a contrarian and all.
And I'll let you know.
Shapes and forms.
When we get into these policies and these agencies, I'm gonna let you know, America.
You're gonna make a lot of friends.
I'm gonna make a lot of friends. America, you asked for this.
Right. Well, maybe didn't ask for it, but I have to pay for it.
Yeah.
What a beautiful boat ride.
It's a good idea.
Oh, yeah. It's great. Take care. Oh, Benjamin, this is beautiful.
This is new development. It used to be pretty seedy, but they put a lot of money into the work.
Yeah, I had no idea before this trip of all of these different parts of the city. I just knew the mall area.
Yeah, it has its own little pockets. There's U Street, there's Noma, your Union Station, there's Capitol Hill. Each one has its own character and spirit. This is sort of the residential and little touristy restaurant area where we'll be getting into basically just agency after agency. So some of the storied older government buildings there. We have little residential pocket that's older here as well.
What a confluence. So you could live here.
Yep.
Go to dinner there.
They work right over there. Now, it's unlikely that you're going to do that because, as I mentioned before, housing prices in DC are astronomical. So the sort of categories of people you see are sort of younger working professionals. Once people want to get married or raise children,
Okay.
if you're working in a government agency in particular, you're not earning enough to live in a decent place in DC. But we're heading to the CDC. Okay, I'll talk a little bit about them.
Yeah, go for it. Do your thing. I always say to my audience, that's you, my audience, watch my content, watch other people's content, go in with an open mind.
Right.
Don't believe everything you hear. Everyone comes from a different angle.
Yes.
Including me. No one's immune from that.
Yes.
And the beauty of the information landscape we have is you have options, you have choices. I think the number one skill that needs to be taught now, more than ever, critical thinking skills,
right,
to navigate the flood of information on the internet.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen a lot of government thinking they're going to go in the direction of we need to close down speech, we need to limit this, limit that. Bad move, because then there's someone that controls that message, right?
I'm a free speech attorney.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's your wheelhouse.
Right there. Approach every bit of information as a skeptic, which is to say, when you hear something,
yeah,
even the most plausible bits, and to really train yourself into being skeptical on everything. And that develops an analytical mind. It develops citizens who are capable of self-governance, which is the promise of our Bill of Rights. And it takes away power from the elites who are trying to rob you of moral agency. That is the individual capacity to make decisions and choices in your life, and not to cede them to folks like what we see
right here
in front of us.
That building is a cross between something out of Tashkent, Uzbekistan, and Geneva, Switzerland.
Some of the
if those two cities, architectural movements had a kid,
some of the old buildings in DC have a Eastern German vibe to them.
I take it though, actually.
For me, understanding DC is understanding power and bureaucracies, and less so about the people. Because if you talk to, and I've heard this from countless number of political brokers to bureaucrats, politicians will be here for 2, 4, 6 years. I'm here forever. There's an entrenched bureaucracy, an entrenched shadow political class, if you will. And it's understanding how that operates more than who is the named current secretary of the CDC, for example. By the way, this is the building housing the CDC.
This is a cool building.
Yeah,
that's the HUD building.
Department of Housing and Urban Development is a scandal-ridden organization. You always have a linkage between sort of the mortgage banking industry and this organization. In the Clinton administration, Henry Cisneros, for example, was one of these actors who was pushing for every renter should be able to go out and get a home, and we need to really work on the subprime loan market and making that more accessible to Americans. And of course, that created a real implosion in the mortgage market in America. And bankers and banking institutions that are, again, subsidized through organizations such as HUD, they are able to enjoy more economic success. And when you see countless leaders from HUD taking up spots at some of the top mortgage lending institutions in America, it becomes a suspicious question.
Okay, so I don't know much about HUD. There's a HUD revolving door.
Yes.
Work here, go into the private sector.
Exactly.
Relationships have been...
And the policies that occur seem to be questionable, right? That they seem to favor mortgage lending institutions. And this is all painted in the name of, we want to make housing an American reality for the low-income, individuals. And that's usually a message that seems to be being sold and pushed by mortgage shops that want more favorable terms, more subsidies, more guarantees by the federal government, that if they offer these loans to this segment of society, that they're going to be backed up and taken care of. And so Americans get excited about it. This is another thing that they get excited. We should be looking out for the working class. We should be taking care of them. But it's usually big banking institutions that seem to be pushing a lot of that narrative.
Okay, let me ask you this though. We're going to talk about housing. It's a real important part of the American dream. It's becoming harder and harder, especially for younger generations, like the boomer generation. I mean, people are going to call me out here, but you could basically walk backwards, mouth breathing, and buy a home back in the day, right? It was easy compared to now. When people across the country see investors coming in, buying up the housing stock, it's extremely frustrating, and especially, I'm not a big regulation guy, but there's certain regulation we need. That's an example of.
That might be something HUD should look into, right?
I don't know if it's connected to HUD, but it's something that definitely should be being pushed by our federal government.
Yeah, certainly on the Securities and Exchange side, on HUD side.
Because skin in the game, if you're in a community and you're owning your home, you're going to care way more about your community traditionally than if you're renting and might move out of it.
Yes, absolutely. And what do we have here? Centers for Disease Control. It's a $9 billion with a B dollar a year agency. Public Health Act gives its powers to do things like inspect goods at the border, fumigate, produce best standards about what to do with infectious diseases, how to treat them, etc. You know, most of the agencies that were set up originally, at least early on, were meant to be advisory agencies, provide information to the American public. Here's best practices, here's some transparency in this or that. Over time, they sort of morph and grow into something more powerful. Curious fact about the CDC, any employee that goes to work there has a 50% chance of sometime in their life and working for Big Pharma. One of the large
50%?
50% of the employees here who are governed with dictating public health standards in the United States will go on to work for Big Pharma.
Okay, where are you getting that number?
I can send you links for the.
Okay, I'm going to put the link in the description.
Yeah, I'm happy to give you a whole lot of data.
Okay, cool.
You know, revolving door, we talked about HUD. You look at Merck and you look at several of the big pharma companies and their leadership that they send in at executive levels at the CDC. That's pretty amazing as well.
So the incentive structure is for many, put your time in, you're in a government job, you're going to get a pension. Then down the road, potentially,
you're going to get something much better.
You got to deal with the company that's going to pay you way more.
Now, there's a 1-year cooling off period. Most people, that applies to most federal agencies. Once you leave, you have to wait 1 year to work for a regulated community that, you know, would be subject to the government body that you were employed for. But here's a more curious fact about the CDC. It's one of the few agencies where Congress said, not only is the agency good, we're going to allow you to create your own nonprofit. So it has a nonprofit group on the side, the CDC Foundation. Who are its main sponsors, might you guess?
Who, Benjamin? Who?
Big Pharma. So Roche, the maker of Tamiflu, put several $100,000 into that. Who produces information labs that you should try to use Tamiflu or flu prevention medicines? The CDC. Pfizer put in over $3 million for a disease they're working on. Who will be producing informational advertisements about that? The fine folks at the CDC. So that's a strange conflict of interest. It's given rise to people saying that all the disclaimers the CDC puts out saying that this is independent advice and is completely impartial probably should be removed. It's strange to have the financial backing of an industry and community that you regulate financially support.
A call from the CDC.
Yeah. Maybe we touch on something even more controversial.
Okay.
COVID. And, you know, we saw at least there was one public statement from former Secretary Alinsky that the U.S. should have done better, could have done better in its COVID response.
At this point in time, shouldn't it be like, okay, here's a moment of reflection. We should stop. It was a chaotic time.
Is wildfire. Now, what was more beneficial and what wasn't? I learned from it, right? To me, many of these issues, I don't know if it's the media cycle or just how human minds work. It's like the treadmill of events just keep coming at you, and like rear view mirror is not being looked at too closely. Something as serious as this, we should all sit down. Doesn't matter the political party. Be like, okay, what did we get right? What did we get wrong?
National deliberation.
Right. And for those that are watching from this institution, I know one thing too. There are many good people working in here, and all these institutions. The last thing I want to do is put every individual under the bus, because that's not fair at all. But what the inertia that something this big takes on can lead more to a negative or more to a positive, right?
Yes.
For society.
Yes.
And we need to learn about what direction things are going and recalibrate if need be. Fair to say?
Fair to say. Speaking of that, that's why we have the rule of law in America. James Madison said we're a country of laws, not of men. We're governed by not a charter of good intentions, but of actual Bill of Rights and rules that government has to follow. Thomas Jefferson didn't sign a Declaration of Fuzzy Feelings. He signed a Declaration of Independence. And that comes to Center for Disease Control. They've been on the losing end of litigation most recently. When you hear about the moratorium for rental evictions during COVID.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did a story on that, actually.
It wasn't HUD. It wasn't a variety of other actors. It was this body.
No way.
Who said, if you force people out of their homes, they might travel with COVID. That creates a public health emergency, and we have the power to regulate that. Now, that was shut down by the Supreme Court soundly, that said you have defined powers spelled out in the Public Health Act, the A, B, C, and D, and you can act within these areas. But once you get up far afield of that, you absolutely can't do that. And that imagine having a government body that no matter how tangential it could relate something to public health, it had the power to control your life. That would be a tyrannical power.
Let's cross here. This is fascinating. I've never been over here. These buildings are massive. This is straight out of Dnipro, Ukraine.
We're looking at the Holiday Inn.
Oh,
we're looking at a very dated Holiday Inn. And next to it is FEMA. So on the back side of this is FEMA.
On the
Federal Emergency Management.
Okay, FEMA is an interesting one. I was just in the High Valley, right, where the fires went through. Still charcoal.
Right.
And the citizens are not happy, understandably. They feel like the feds have just sort of left them out there to deal with it. And the cameras aren't paying attention anymore because one of those events when the fires are coming through.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Those are the fireworks on camera.
Right.
And then 8 months later, not many people are paying attention. And they're just like, what's going on out here? I mean, it's state bureaucracy is pretty deep, coupled with the feds, coupled with all these organizations, and it's messy and it's a slow thing, but at the same time, if government wanted to move quick on it, they could. They don't have an interest, it seems like.
I recall the story being during Hurricane Katrina that it was I don't know if this is true, I just remember the reporting that it was Walmart who got there first on the ground, well before any federal actors were.
No, who was first on the ground were the locals in Molokai, the island over, without a traffic light.
Yeah.
Super cool people hunting deer, bringing them over on boats.
Yeah.
Those were the first people there.
That's people helping people without a bureaucracy.
So you're from Des Moines, Iowa, just flew in for the FEMA meeting, right? Perhaps they put you up at the Holiday Inn.
Correct.
You aged 3 years in 3 days.
That's a public health emergency.
If those days could speak. All right, we're going to at this point, Benjamin.
Well, you're in a city that welcomes that.
It's easy to poke around.
Yeah.
As free agents here. We need institutions. I'm not one of those we don't need any institutions types.
Right.
You need strong institutions. You need sober institutions to run a country well, right?
Correct. The genius of federalism is that we should have, in theory, laboratories of democracy where states can test different approaches to governance and we can learn from one another.
Yes.
Nobody at the CDC is smart enough. And I agree. There's very good people very good intentions, very smart, but they're not smart enough to be able to figure out what that is. You allow states to experiment, and we're losing more and more of that through an overarching federal government, through more of these sorts of agencies. You allow states to experiment, and you come up with more innovative, better policy solutions. That's what I'm in favor of.
Yeah, because we did have that benefit in the United States during COVID. If you're a laptop jockey like me, I could move easy.
Yeah.
Right? And living in Florida was a completely different reality than living in California. There was all of this fallout that took place that took some time to really identify, but one thing that burned in my memory was schools were closed in San Francisco for 18 months, public schools.
Right.
You had the tents on the sidewalk. The playground was closed. The kids were walking between the traffic and the parked cars because they couldn't go down the sidewalk. Parents are at work. You know, this is, I'm talking the Tenderloin. This is the poor neighborhood.
Right.
They're on drugs or they're working super hard. Sorry, one of the two there. And these kids are just sort of out to fend for themselves. But the kids in private school, the governor's kids, are getting an education. So the hypocrisy I saw was disgusting.
Absolutely.
It was gross.
Right.
And then they say they care about their safety and their betterment and all that, which was BS. Because if you looked on the streets for 3 seconds, you'd be like, this is so wrong. Then in Florida, the kids were out of school for a very short time. And they just took a lot less of a hit to the brain, I think.
Right.
As far as, social interaction.
And we're just starting to learn about
for
these negative impacts. We're starting to see that in the science.
Right.
How
So
far behind
you
kids
think,
are.
okay, here's where the chips fell.
Yeah.
What worked, what didn't, what hybrid model can we use for next time? What makes sense?
Yeah.
And we have, from what I'm seeing, 0 of that. And this was just helicoptered in from Dushanbe to Houston. Sackler Gallery. Don't tell me that's from the Sackler family.
Yeah, the pharmaceutical family. It's right here.
That is unbelievable. For those that don't know, the opioid catastrophe, what was that? End of the 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
It really hit Appalachia hard.
Right.
I was up there last summer. There are towns there where half the population is face down in the dirt on drugs. Like small towns. It's like people are working very hard or they're on drugs. That's what I found.
Right.
But that's the guy behind Purdue Pharma.
It is, yeah. I mean, they settled for the opioid.
They settled out.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they still made a ton of money.
Yeah, they're still good. They can buy museums. We have a gigantic set of buildings here. This is the United States Department of Agriculture coming in with an annual budget of $380-some billion with a B dollars a year, with over 100,000 employees. Now, I'm not going to touch on its more noble purposes, which is to say food stamps and SNAP, which is food subsidy programs for the poor. But the other big arm of business that this entity is engaged in is corporate welfare, and it does it very well. When we think about farmers in America, we probably have a vision of the poor family farmer struggling to make ends meet.
The small farmer.
And how nice it is that we have these enlightened folks to be able to send checks and maybe help them out from time to time with things like crop insurance, subsidies for growing or not growing certain types of products. But the average farmer who is a recipient of aid from USDA has a net wealth of 9 times that of the average American. A usually successful business. Farming is largely going to agribusiness and agriculture, agri-corporations. The top 10%, top 10 wealthiest producers in agriculture reap about 66% of the federal subsidies that come through the Farm Act.
Okay. This is continuing on.
This is all Department of Agriculture.
It's got its own city here. All the way around there.
Yes. Basically what happened was, again, in another time of emergency, during the Great Depression, under FDR, President Roosevelt, we decided that we could scientifically sort of decide how much production farmers in the United States should be engaged in. It sounds like a Soviet-style planning economy because it was. There's a famous Supreme Court case called Wicker v. Filburn that challenged that authority, right? This was a constitutional crisis in the United States because all of these New Deal programs, like ones that told farmers what they could produce and what they couldn't, were declared unconstitutional until federal FDR threatened to pack the court and put on enough of his own justices to find these to be constitutional. So the next year, 1937, it's called the Judicial Revolution of 1937, all of a sudden the Supreme Court starts saying, these are fine exercises of federal power. Commerce Clause is fully satisfied here. And so you had far-reaching programs that would pay farmers not to grow things, to grow things, to set certain amounts aside so that these smart folks, 100,000 of them, could decide exactly how much corn should be grown, exactly how much ethanol, how many soybeans, etc. It's a racket. Smart, large agricultural corporations then also figure out how to siphon money out of this to do things like the cotton producers had taken hundreds of millions to pay for Indian reality shows in India to promote the sale of U.S. cotton. That's U.S. taxpayer dollars, several hundred million. To
India reality show.
India reality show. What do you think about raisins, Peter? You a raisins fan?
I used to be more into raisins, not so much these days.
All right. Well, these guys, we just walked from the USDA. We're going to walk this way in the mall. They're big into raisins. All right. This is one of the cases they recently lost. There's a raisin set-aside program. So remember, there's 100,000 folks there. They're very smart, and they know better than you about how many raisins should exist in America at any given time. They got formulas. They got algorithms. So what they did was they told farmers, anyone raising raisins in the United States, we have our mathematical algorithm, and we determined that you have to give us 3% of the raisins. We're not going to pay you for it. You have to give us 3% of your raisins 1 year, might be 12% next year, etc. And then at some point we will sell them, and you'll get a check. And one fella, Mr. Horn, got rather tired of this practice, and he set his own raisins aside in his own farm. Okay. And he wrote them a nice letter. And the USDA returned with a $750,000 fine against Mr. Horn. And he challenged that all the way to the United States Supreme Court. We have the Fifth Amendment that has what's called a takings clause. Government cannot take property without compensating you. And he won that case, so that's good. So the courts are working, absolutely. That's why I love doing constitutional litigation. I love bringing government bodies back to the people, back to the original purpose.
It's like a journey song. It just keeps going and going and going.
It's an empire, okay? This is the people's department, is what President Lincoln said. It is the people's department. We also run agricultural forced speech programs. So a lot of industries to the USDA, you have to contribute, you're forced to contribute a certain amount of money. There was a mushroom case where mushroom producers had to give however much money every year to Uncle Sam, the USDA, and they would produce these ads to let Americans know how important mushrooms are in their diet. And some mushroom producers said, I think I'm perfectly capable of doing my own advertising. I don't need the fine folks at the USDA to do so, smart as they may be. That was a free speech case that invalidated that program, because government can't force people to carry a message they disagree with. And even if you suspected we might have had problems, for example, during the Great Depression or in other emergency periods, maybe we need to step back and say, are we still in that emergency? And are they the right people?
The budget and number of people in there are growing every year?
Yes.
So in all of these institutions we've passed so far today, the number of people and the dollar amount is growing every year?
Yes. Here's another fun one. Here's an institution. If we go back to the CDC that we started at, every year they spend $60 million a year telling America, don't go and smoke. It's bad to smoke. You're going to die. Hold on. Then we come over here to this institution. They spend the exact amount of money $60 million subsidizing what? Tobacco production in the United States. Go and smoke, go produce that tobacco.
Come on.
So we
Say
have,
it ain't so, Benjamin.
we have arms of the federal government that don't talk to one another. They're not aligned. They're spending taxpayer money in a schizophrenic and directly contradictory way. That's got to stop. Did sophisticated business interests figure out how to take public sentiment and turn it into a government program that you, the American at home, loves, but which benefits their bottom dollar pocket? Okay. So an example of this is dated. It goes back to the 1990s when a group of trial attorneys and attorney generals across the United States sued Big Tobacco. And with the theory of we're going to get tough on these guys. And they created what was called the Master Settlement Agreement. Big Tobacco, the 4 largest tobacco producers, would have to place large sums of money and make payments to the states who participated in this. They would be subject to ongoing payments for their health programs. But as a reciprocal treat that the Big Tobacco got was that it created these boundaries to competition. So any new company that wanted to be a tobacco competitor would have to post millions of dollars of bonds in every state that in which they wish to operate. So that made it nearly impossible for new entrants to come in. They also made it so that they could share information about pricing and be able to raise prices unilaterally, which would otherwise trigger antitrust concerns. But it was sold as this package to America about we finally won. We did it. We put Big Tobacco in its place. And Big Tobacco's sitting on K Street here. Their team of lobbyists and social influencers and PR guys, and they're laughing because they figured out how to sell a package to the American people that I think is corrupt, but which America celebrated, and they think of as still a good thing to this day. Now, this happens all the time in DC. There's astroturfing firms. DCI Group is a famous one in DC, where you create fake support for a particular emotionally charged issue. You get people looking in that direction. You shut down an economic competitor around emotional issue X. And this company is just stock prices just soaring.
What do you call that? AstroTurf?
AstroTurfing.
The American population is constantly getting AstroTurfed.
And I suppose it goes back to your original position about the need for analytical reasoning in schools and teaching people to do that. That when you hear these campaigns, when you hear promises about we're going to finally shut down this particular bad group or the like, there's a big chance that the competitor to that bad group is the one funding it, and they're just wanting to double their market size. And you should be really suspicious about that.
So walk us through this a little bit. What's going on up here? This is a building most everyone knows.
Yeah.
Everyone
This is
knows what goes on
the
there.
house that sends $1.2 million a year for the California Prostitutes Education Program. It's one that allocates funding of several $100 million a year for all the agencies we call, so that each one can have a PR firm or a public relations officer managing the image and finessing that for the public. It's one that engages in questionable spending for most Americans. There's a lot of talk. We were just talking about popularity of congressmen and the like. And two of the issues that you raised with me were, one, why are congressmen getting so wealthy? And two, what about trading and those sorts of issues?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think when you look at insider trading, there's been academic studies that there is results about what happens when congressmen are involved in this particular process and how they have abnormally high rates of return. Very suspicious.
Yeah.
And so in 2012, Congress passed the stock reform, and that requires some level of transparency for the trades that they do.
Yeah.
The problem is that it probably didn't go far enough, and it doesn't have effective enforcement. So within 48 hours of a trade, they have to file information that's publicly disclosed.
Yeah.
But 48 hours on the stock market is an eternity. Yeah, okay. So hours matter. Sometimes minutes matter on a stock market. So 48 hours seems too long to be effective. Also, the fines are usually, the customary fines are $200 for a violation. And the House Ethics Committee, the foxes guarding the fox, watching the chickens here, foxes guarding the fox, are usually prone to waive that fee. So you come before the House Ethics Committee, they say you didn't file any form. Next time we're going to get you $200 for that $1 million trip that you didn't report. Okay. So it seems very ineffectual. From 20 to 22, there was a big push for we can get this done. We had a Democratic control of the House, strong people asking, not a word.
The American people want it.
The American people, bipartisan, left,
99%,
everyone
right?
wants it. Nancy Pelosi has come out strongly opposed to this, and strange words she uttered. She said America is a free market system, and that congressmen are people too, and they have the right.
Right. Okay. So, what would change that? This is my simple fix.
Yeah.
Pay Congress members $1 million plus. You're gonna bring in bright people, right? The one caveat is you can't do stock trading. You can do S&P 500, whatever, or the basics.
Yeah.
But you can't pick individual stocks. And wouldn't that alleviate a lot of that problem?
I think it would help. So that's what we call a Singapore model in terms of thinking about ethics reform. Singapore has historically low levels of corruption because they pay the public servants extraordinarily well. And that's just a sober reflection of if you're taken care of in the place that you work at, your energies and devotion are going to be there.
Sure.
And so if you're at the Department of Defense, you're not thinking about, wait, how do I get on the board of directors at Raytheon? And
exactly.
It eliminates that problem.
Yeah.
Now, the reform we're looking at doesn't go that far. The newest reform says what we should do is one of two things. Either ban it completely and eliminate it, or two, mandate the use of blind trust. Now, several congressmen, members, and senators already do this, put the money into a blind trust so then have someone else professionally manage it. And when they leave office, then they can see that again.
Okay, gotcha.
That seems to strike a balance, so long as the blind trust is really blind. I have difficulty believing sophisticated, smart actors aren't going to have a way to figure out how to manipulate that. But that's what's on the table right now in terms of real deals.
They're getting paid what, 160,000, 180,000?
Yeah, I think it goes up to 190 per speaker.
Okay, so you have a home where you live. You gotta live here somewhere. You have a family with kids. You're flying back and forth. They have to put the bill on the flights or no?
No, a lot of travel is taken care of.
Okay, but still, that's not much these days if you're here all the time, running two homes.
Well, and you have several people who, some members elect to have cots in their office, and they'll sleep in their cots. And
some are sleeping in there.
Yeah. It's a very, members like, I'm not going to agree with them on many items, but there have been proposals to create basically dormitories for congressmen.
Okay, so that's not sustainable. Though. Maybe in the honeymoon period, the first couple of years, you're okay with that.
Yeah.
But after a while, you're gonna get sick of that.
Well,
right?
I mean,
as a Congress member?
Let me go back to Framer's view here and Washingtonian view of DC. This isn't a place we're supposed to be here very long. You should come, you should serve the public for a certain amount of time, and you should leave. So I don't want to get uncomfortable. Let's make it a really ugly dormitory. Let's make it really cold.
Yeah, but if you don't want the revolving door,
I agree.
With good opportunities afterwards, why are they going to put so much effort into going here for a few years and then have to start over with whatever?
Yeah, I think the better reform on that sort of angle is looking at systemic changes. So term limits like we have for the president, term limits for staff, term limits for bureaucracy.
But so the money's got to be good. So if they're in those 4 or 8 years, whatever it is,
absolutely.
They can leave and not be stressing the year after. Because if the money's not good, the whole time they're in there, they're thinking, how am I going to make money through this opportunity and not serve the country?
And you have to have some honest appreciation for that, because any human being in that situation is going to work through that same calculus. And other things that we should think about are cooling off periods that we have. We mentioned before, folks at CDC and in other areas, and how quickly they jump. Right now, it's about a year cooling off period for most agencies for folks to go to regulated industries. We can expand that to 3 or 5 years. A year, you still have valuable information that you're going to share with, say, a pharmaceutical company or with an auto producer. You put in a 5-year moratorium, 3-year moratorium, it becomes much less valuable and creates a little bit less of that perverse incentive.
Yeah, but we want to change the system so the Mitch McConnells and the Nancy Pelosi's can't, basically be paintings on the walls in these places.
Well, the problem is that this body loves all the agencies that we just saw.
Right, everything that's over there.
What they can do is say, instead of getting into the particular details of a law, actually something controversial, they do something that sounds really good, like the Patriot Act or the powers to the agency they're about to go to, the VHS, and then they put the responsibility on those bureaucrats and those faceless jobs to go out and do it. It's an ingenious system, because then they don't take as much of the heat. They can say, we meant for that Patriot Act to work really well. And the DHS spying on Americans and pulling up their cell phone, we would have never authorized that.
Right.
And so to me, yes, I understand the focus is here. I think a greater threat is found in the alphabet agencies.
With the people that nobody really knows who they are.
As the deep far right would say, the deep state.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Freedom of information request does not apply to Congress. A variety of subpoenas do not apply to members of Congress that apply to every other ordinary American on the street. Up until recently, several of the civil rights provisions had no application here. They continue to discriminate while the rest of America cannot. So they have a history of passing laws, building out exemptions, and then later it catches up, later it applies. So a simple fix to that is to prospectively say anything that does apply to Americans in general should also apply to Congress members of Congress.
What percentage of Congress members do you think go in with excellent intentions, good intentions? They care about the country, they want to do good for the country and the people living here.
Oh, I think just about everybody.
Really?
Does that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just, if you want to play baseball, you have to go by the rules of the game, and eventually you have to go by the rules of the game here?
DC is it's a city of deal making. It's a city of a political machine that knows how to operate and make deals happen. So if you believe that this city and this capital has the wisdom to enact all the sort of policy we've already talked about, if you really want that to happen, then you have to allow the backroom deals that most Americans don't care for to occur. Civil Rights Act in 1964. It's an important anti-discrimination law.
Yeah.
That
Can't hire on gender or race.
Yeah, and in segregation in public schooling. That was an important defining moment in American history. Lyndon Johnson, a wheeling and dealing sort of guy, figured out, this wasn't passed because the members of Congress were good people and out of the goodness of their hearts. He found one moderate Republican and figured out, how do I buy this guy off? In vernacular, average vernacular.
Sure.
He went to Congressman Sackel in Indiana, a moderate Republican, and said, you know what? I've got a NASA installation we're going to put in Purdue University, and his vote switched. So this is earmarking, right? In earmarking, we banned for a period because people thought this was awful, bad inside deals. But as it turns out, a lot of the good things actually happen through earmarking and these kind of negotiations. So when you have a capital that sits over so diverse and so complicated a society, where you have doctors and lawyers, you have unions, you have environmentalists, you have energy producers, you have to expect that there's a really hard compromise that has to occur. And it occurs in the back rooms, and there's actual need for that space, for that to happen. President Lincoln, during the Civil War, the same thing. If you look at war spending records, they're very suspicious at that time too, giving out larger sums of money to folks who were willing to sell ammunition to friends and family, patronage jobs for folks who otherwise might not have joined the Union. Important and defining moment in American history. Political machines help that happen. So now, in my purest form, I think this is all oversized and way too large, and we need to go back to the original rules. But most Americans agree with me, my radical. So if we're here and we're doing that, we have to allow some of that to happen.
Understood. Okay. And when you take a country like the United States, because I'm all over it with making videos, St. Lawrence Island, Alaska, Molokai, Hawaii,
southern Louisiana, different universes.
Yeah.
The differences of those areas are the differences of sometimes European countries, like Slovenia and northern Italy have more in common than St. Lawrence Island, Alaska,
Right.
and southern Louisiana.
Right. But as this center here grows, as these guys get more power and the agencies start to surpass traditionally local and state powers, we lose that experimentation, we lose the ability to do that.
Yeah,
and the dynamism.
The reflection and the transparency.
Yeah.
We need all of those components to
Yeah.
make it work right.
Yeah. One other radical thing, let's talk about in academic circles, and this is on the left and right, a national divorce. Do we have a representative democracy? Probably not, based on the number of constituents per Congress member.
That sounds pretty simple, but here's the deal.
No, it's not.
Like you have a blue state and a red state, right? Doesn't mean the whole state's blue or the whole state's red, right? It doesn't even mean the town. It doesn't even mean your neighbors. So this division that's cooked up through the national divorce argument, from what I'm seeing, there is way less division than we are shown online or on television. As in, nobody cares if their UPS driver is Republican or Democrat. Right. There's no deep, vested hatred. It's not the Balkans. It's not Albanians versus Macedonians. Your grandfather killed mine. I don't feel it. I think it works really well online as a tagline for someone to click on.
Yeah.
For mostly people that sit behind computers and navigate culture from behind computers, which is the majority of people.
Yeah.
But if you're out around the country in these different bubbles, in these different places, 90% I'd say are on the same page with most things.
Yeah.
There's the arguments of how
There's
you
more that draws us together than that which separates us.
100%. And we're also way more reliant upon one another than we even realize. For example, you can say, hey, I don't like middle America for this or that if you're here in DC. Say a person saying that.
Right.
Okay, what about your food? What about your energy? Right? You can be in rural America and be like, F the city people, they all suck. Okay.
Yeah.
What about your telecommunications? How well Amazon works in your hometown. You know what I mean? Like everyone's relying on one another.
Interconnected.
We all need the oil from Louisiana.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so we're all interconnected, just not in a direct way that you see on the surface every day. That's my long rant on
I think that's a good rant, and it's actually why I love doing work in freedom of speech, freedom of association. It's about those rights of coming together.
Yeah.
People sharing information, people amplifying their voices and views. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
Nice food truck. Did you build this?
My dad did.
That's the coolest food truck I've ever seen. Yeah, good work. What kind of food?
What kind of food? It's the Jordanian cuisine. So basically, we have gyro.
Oh yeah. There you go. Oh, you just closed down. Look at that. The full Monty. Look at that. But you're closed for today, right?
Yes, sir. Did you want anything?
I don't mean to fire things up and make you cut, but I just want to show your truck because it's awesome.
Thanks, sir.
All the best. I always love promoting small businesses. Like if you can drive people to a business. Didn't try the food, but let's check this place out, you guys. I'll leave that link down below.
We're in front of the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, agency department that has the budget of 37 American states in a year, $100 billion, and has been routinely found by Congress to lack any sort of serious internal disciplinary oversight. So the number of folks who don't show up for work, show up late, sleep while at work is incredibly high.
How do you have this info?
This has been through Office of Inspector General reports that have been issued as to it, and this has also been in Senate proceedings. Again, put it in the material below.
Yeah.
The Customs and Border Division is one of the men that has the most arrests out of any federal executive agency for corruption, for bribery, for extortion. At one time, one Texas field office of the Customs and Border Patrol had 80 corruption cases going on at one time. This speaks to the issue that we mentioned earlier about stemming corruption, and that's the Singapore model about paying people correctly. I bet you if you're paying customs and border agents a healthy wage that reflects the risk and the demands of the job, that you're not going to see what we do see. Like, we have videotape of Customs and Border Patrol agents waving cartel across the border. We've seen Customs and Border Patrol agents loading marijuana onto trucks.
So Customs and Border Protection, I've spent a fair amount of time with those guys down at the border in Texas, Arizona. A lot of them really good people are in what they're doing. So I just don't want to put them all under the bus. I think it's a small percentage, right?
Yeah, no, but apparently it's still a small percentage, but the number of corruption rates, bribery, arrests, and the like, much higher than anywhere else in any other federal agency. I have compassion to say, if you're working a hard job and you're underpaid,
That is a hard job.
I have some human compassion for that, and I think they should be paid for it.
The policies right now, a lot of those people feel broken.
Right.
Because they can't necessarily do their job like they could before.
Yeah. So same agency, it's the newest federal agency, right? It was created after 9/11, and its design was to take 22 separate agencies, bring them together, make them more efficient. I'm not sure that it did that, because they seem to have different protocols. They don't communicate with one another very well. But it's an agency that sent over $4 million to the states to help house illegal aliens. It's done that. It's spent over $100 million for electric cars that it never put to use. And it's engaged in other examples of questionable spending. Problematically, what we've learned about its data collection practices, I think, sends a chill for creating a police state in America. We know some good work from the American Civil Liberties Union that they go out to data vendors and they buy cell phone use patterns of Americans because they can't seize that material. The Fourth Amendment protects that as a unreasonable search and seizure. But if they buy it, then all of a sudden it becomes permissible. Well, we've also learned they've gone further. We just learned last year, they're not just buying cell phone data, they're getting all the social media information that they can that Americans are engaging in. And again, not seizing it, buying it, because that's available on market.
They just buy it directly from the social media companies?
From third-party vendors. There's third-party vendors who do this, who buy it from these companies, right?
Okay.
And they hold those. And so that's sort of a chilling thing. We know that they've put agents into Black Lives Matter, into Muslim communities, and while I don't have affinity or belong to any of those groups, they have civil liberties as any other American, and I certainly don't, without a warrant, want agents out in the field investigating any group, whether it's the NRA or Black Lives Matter. That's chilling.
That's been proven?
Yeah, the ACLU has shown work on that through their freedom of information requests and their litigation.
Oh, wow.
So it's a chilling organization. It's one that I think is an anathema to the Bill of Rights. It's something that we shouldn't be doing to America. This isn't a police state. We don't have Stasi. We don't track what people say, what people think, or how they're interacting or liking on Facebook or Twitter. And so serious reform should come to DHS.
So what would their argument be for implementing those policies?
Red, white, and blue. It is prevention against terrorism. Ever since 9/11, it's wrapping up policies that violate the letter or the spirit of the Constitution in a sense of we got to feel protected. And that Uncle Sam is the best one to do that predictably. So if we have cell phone records, if we have social media data, we can see who's involved in radical Islamic groups or in white nationalist organizations, and maybe we can predict and stop the next terrorist attack. But we sacrifice so much of that.
But there are also people in there that are, for example, there's a lot of fraud going on with elders.
Right.
Easy targets, easy victims. Yeah, I met one of these guys. Really good guy, loves his job. He's helping to stop the fraud that takes place.
I'm sure there are a few small functions of DHS that are beneficial, and certainly I'm not opposed to things like that's part of DHS, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. But I am against the police state. I am against organizations roving and spying on Americans of any ideological persuasion. And I think liberty and freedom of speech is always the better option rather than prevention due to fear government shouldn't have a fear of its citizens. It should earn the trust and respect of its citizenry. And citizens shouldn't fear that when they go to their next gun rifle club or their next Black Lives Matter meeting, that there's going to be a secret agent hiding in there recording what they're doing and what they're saying.
Right.
That's awful.
That's the beauty of this country is that we've had those rights.
It goes back to, elected to talk bill. It's very important that Americans of different sorts get together and we talk, that the rich and the poor meet, the blacks and whites, Islamicists and Christians, that we all flow and we get an understanding of each other. And that's not through a governmental interface. That's doing the hard work of getting to know your neighbor, getting to know people in your community. And that affects everything reciprocally through the country.
Education, critical thinking. Yeah. And was it Kennedy who set up Peace Corps?
I think that's right.
Okay, I think there should be a domestic version of that. Maybe Peace Corps is domestic like that too, but an enhanced one. Okay, now we're talking about government agencies. Sorry about that. You can't fit me a budget on this. Okay, some organic program that sends the kid from southern Louisiana out to Hawaii, that sends the kid from Hawaii out to Nebraska, or vice versa. Like, this is such a big country with so many different values and types of people. Most of us are in our bubbles, and for them to be exposed to different things, I think that would help the country immensely.
I'd love to see a group of well-heeled donors get together. And you know, it'd be great. It's like a couple folks on the right, a couple folks on the left, and say, let's, we have our own discussions and debates. Let's make this opportunity available for the Appalachian poor kid, for the poor kid in the Bronx. And let's fund America's Youth Summit or something. And then they pour in several $100 million to make that.
I'm on board with that.
I would love that. So that's
not DHS to make that happen, but
no. And that's the beauty of living in civil and a free society. Is you call on the elite, you call on the successful. So whether it's Mark Cuban listening, whether it's Elon Musk, whoever it may be, folks, think about this. This is the way that you heal torn fabrics in society. It doesn't start from up high. It comes from everybody, and the rich in society have a part to play in that, just as the poor do.
And if you start young, summer programs, summer like that inner city kid going to Appalachia, vice versa. That just bridges understanding and makes everyone's life better. All right, so we're gonna go to dinner in a little bit. Meet your wife.
We got it.
Talk a little bit more.
Have a broader discussion about all things.
She has some interesting insight.
Yeah.
Okay,
that should be fun.
For a cafe label with Benjamin's better half, is that fair to say?
That's right.
Okay. Shauna?
Hi.
You're on this similar page, let's say, with this corruption topic, right?
Sure, yeah. Our political values align.
Okay, so you have some experiences that took place here in DC.
Yeah.
We're talking about off camera.
Yeah. I went out of my way after college to get out of the DC grind because what I experienced trying to find, work experience in college was pretty frightening. I was going for a degree in public health policy. I was looking for summer jobs that had certain alignments to that, just to get a sense of what the industry is like. Medically based, how we can help people, keep people healthier, all that jazz. And so an opportunity came up to work at NIH, which has its main campus, not technically in DC, but just over yonder in Bethesda, Maryland. They basically border each other. So I get there, and there's not a lot of relevant information in what your day-to-day job is. Like, all of these different sub-agencies are combining, different specializations are combining. Oh, you're coming to work at NIH, get hyped. And so I would say 50% plus, and this was well before COVID, 50% plus of that orientation was talking about how cool the director of NIH was at the time. That was Anthony Fauci. He'd been there since the 80s. And it was like his whole CV, and we're so lucky to have him. And this guy is basically making the world a better place. And it wasn't a lot of relevant information about here's some really great things NIH is doing specifically, or here's what day-to-day life is like working as an employee of NIH. It was mostly let's hype up this guy as kind of a messiah-like figure. And I was turned a little off by that. It wasn't something I had experienced. You know, I'm not a big believer in like, oh, you know, bow down to the CEO. You know, in the end, it's just a man, and they have faults just like anybody else. So that was like my start to it. And then you get into the actual office, and how do I put this? How can we do the least amount of work with as much time as possible? And that's not my style. I like to bang things out and keep going. I want to keep that energy alive. And so, you know, I got a month's worth of work and I was done in a couple days. You know, it was grants management. And so we're processing all this stuff. And basically, they're like, well, it comes in when it comes in, twiddle your thumbs. So I found out later on, I've got a friend who's more senior in like the grants management division right now. You know, I found it years later. And they told me that basically it's, you know, at this level in the organization, if you overperform, if you do too much work, or if you submit it all at the same time, you're going to get penalized. You're going to get a bad performance review.
By who?
So whoever your superior is who does the performance reviews, they're going to rate you poorly, because, and that affects like your GS elevation. So if you want to keep, how do you explain that? Yeah, how much you make, what jobs you can apply to next. And he's fairly senior within this organization. So I don't want to say who it is, but what he does at this point is he does all his work in 1 week, and he's mostly remote, and then he submits it 1 week at a time, which is great. I mean, yeah.
So what's it doing the other 3 weeks pretty much?
Yeah, he recently got a dog that he really likes and hang out with the dog. I ran out of work. You know, I would ask for things to do. Nothing could happen. So in the end, I bought like, you know, you're not supposed to use your work computer for relevant purposes. So I bought a tablet and I started watching videos on it because there's nothing to do all day. Literally nothing. You know, I would start walking up and down the stairs 5 times.
So in your office?
Yeah.
At NIH?
Yeah, there was nothing to do for like weeks at a time. I probably worked 10% of the time.
Okay, would there be a part of, because it's a massive organization, different departments or whatever that are doing things totally different or no?
It's hard to know because it's a huge silo effect there. You don't interact with other people. You need tax codes to get into different levels. You don't see anybody else working there. It's very creepy.
No company parties?
No, but you know, there was a few levels I was allowed on. And here's just a weird example of, I think Ben talked about this probably on his tour. I don't know for sure. But like we know, you know, each agency has a budget that's given to them by Congress every year. And if they don't spend all of that budget, they're at risk of losing some of that in the next year. So imagine going to like, yeah, lose it or lose it. So imagine going up to the printers, of which there's probably like 8 different printer sections on each level of this multi-level high-rise building. Think wall-to-wall stacked reams of paper 5 deep. Because they've overbought all of these office materials, anything that they can purchase in bulk, they
Okay, so they just want to tap out that budget.
Yes.
And has the budget ever gone down? Let's just say at NIH, for example, is it up every year consistently, or?
I would suspect the answer is a continuing trend.
Okay.
I don't have that on me right now.
So mass buying projects where, like, you can see this wherever you go, just excess being spent on things. Lots of employee amenities that, in my opinion, were excessive, like a really high-end gym, like a food court with all of these different options that you might see in like a really high-end museum. That sort of thing.
What's the pay like? And it depends. Oh, you're talking about different tiers, but what's the pay
this was years ago. So it was definitely well above minimum wage at the time for somebody with like entry-level experience. I would guess at that point it was 15, but that was a huge bump for minimum wage. And that was entry-level first GS. I waited out the summer and there was an offer to stay, like if we could part-time. No, I couldn't do it. It would have driven me mad. It was against my morals to be supporting somewhere that is knowingly wasting my tax dollars. I I can do that. It felt wrong. It felt wrong to be there. It felt wrong to the American public.
When does somebody get a pension? Say if you stayed in that job, how long before you get a pension
That's
or
a good
retirement?
question. I think it's like 10 years. Is that right? Or 10 or 15?
I think federal government pensions vest around the 6 or 7 year mark.
Oh, that's way more.
Okay, this is a world I have zero understanding of. In DC, for most Americans, it's just this far off place, and you know what Capitol Hill looks like in the mall area. But that's about it. To understand the chessboard, inner workings, mechanics of how this beast operates is really hard to understand. And today is just a lot of overview. I have more questions than answers, and I feel like there's about 6 different areas you can go deep dive on of what we talked about, from HUD to CDC to.
Yeah, can't cover it in the short enough.
Yeah, impossible. Okay.
I'll just note to piggyback on what Shawna said, I was the political appointee of the Federal Election Commission, serving 2 terms. And on my day of orientation, I was told in training, when you go out on travel, when you go to conferences, you go to political party conventions, make sure that you're maxing out your per diem. So you get, from the taxpayers, you get a certain amount of money you get to spend per day. And their instructions, they were very emphatic about it. 120 a day or whatever it was at the time. Make sure you're maxing that out, because you don't get any more and you have to return what you haven't spent. So go have fun. And I stopped her, and I was a political appointee, not an American appointee. And I said, I'm sorry, this is contrary to the public trust that we have in this organization. No, you should be trying to spend the smallest amount of money and saving taxpayers money. So, yeah, it's its own bubble, it's its own silo, divorced from the fact that there are hardworking Americans who are earning money and losing money to these entities. They're divorced from that reality in some way. Thank you.
The schnitzel?
I grew up in Wisconsin. Gotta do schnitzel.
All right, we have the roasted chicken. Shawna, French fries with a fork.
That's right, as always.
How is everything, guys?
Terrific.
Terrific, okay.
So just to get back to the topic, they don't see it as our money, everybody around here's money. They see it as government money, and it's just a free for all. We throw it out like candy, and that's.
Oh, you mean it doesn't come from the government?
Right, it's just government money. It's our money, and it's always more. It's never not more.
So you're saying taxes aren't going down anytime soon?
Never.
Hey, AZ lowered its state income tax last year. 2.5% flat tax.
You don't see that with the government that keeps asking for more, who keeps trying to extend the reach of what they can do. They don't want to let go of that control. Every dollar they get more is another thing that they can interact with in your and our lives. The way that they can exert control over how the American population lives their lives, how they think, how they feel. That's what they want.
The author C.S. Lewis had a great quote, paraphrase. I would rather be harassed and bothered by a highway baron than by a moral busybody. Because the highway baron at least knows an end to his cupidity. He knows that his evil acts must end at some point. The moral busybody has no sense of enemy, and will keep inflicting tyranny for your own good till complete ruin.
All right, guys, so went over a lot today. There's a lot to take in, a lot for people to think about. I will say from my work, traveling the country, there's a bit more friction or grumpiness, let's say, that's a nice way of saying it, towards Washington and how money is being spent. What can people do?
Yeah, so I 2 things. I fully agree with Peter's sentiment that a little bit of skepticism. What's that? Asking some deep questions and not believing that utopian reform being sold to you is going to help would deeply help this country. But that's up to you, America. And 2, for those of us who get to work in the area of constitutional litigation, and I'm just privileged and happy to be able to do that. I'm going to keep holding the government accountable. I'm going to keep shrinking their scope of authority and then hold them accountable to abuses on behalf of American taxpayers. That's my calling in life. Happy to do it. Thank you for talking with us.
Yeah, and it's beautiful. You're saying the courts are holding up these days.
Yeah.
From your perspective, from what you're doing.
I think they're doing a very good job at limiting abuses and keeping them to their constrained powers. And not everyone may like that, but if you'd like to go amend the Constitution, if you'd like to create a more expansive federal government, get on it, folks, and convince your fellow Americans. I'm a skeptic of that proposition.
All right. Guys, thank you so much. Shauna, thanks for adding in at the end. Shauna put this together, so you get the credit.
Yes.
And thanks, guys, for coming along. Until the next one.
The way I'm gonna take you is through the mountains.
And that's where it's deep, deep Appalachia.
Deep, deep Appalachia. This was like the hub of the community.
When they started shutting the coal mines down, it just
Oh. Timer. People get in trouble.
Stop.
Move your feet.